Antonio Legarde Jr., Representative Jervil Luiso, Representative Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag, Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Representative Ramon Jolo Revilla III, Representative Dimsar Sali, Representative Caroline Tanchay, Representative Jocelyn Tulfo, Representative Christian Unabia, Representative Samuel Bersosa Jr., Representative Christopher Son Yap, Representative Eleanor Bulot Begtang, Representative Filimon Espares, Representative Edward Hagedorn, Representative Ruth Mariano Hernandez, Representative Jose Gay Pajermos, Representative Muhammad Paglas, Representative Brian Revilla, Representative Florida Rida Robes, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, Representative Ron Salo, Representative Edgar L. Selbame, Representative Ann Victoria Veloso, Representative Kate Tan, Representative Ricardo Cruz, Representative Reynaldo Tamayo, Representative Rosemary Panotes, Vice Chair Fernando Cabredo, Vice Chair Mitzi Cahayon, Representative Laarni Roque, Representative Steve Solon, Representative Edwin Garjola, Representative Jaime Coanco, Representative Sergio Dagook, Representative Princess Rihan Sakaluran, Representative Faustino Michael D., Representative Edsel Galeos, Vice Chair Nicolas Carl Cari, Representative Doris Maniquez, Vice Chair Divine Yu, Representative Wilbert Lee, Representative Alfel Baskug, Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina, Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales, Representative Alan Ecleo, Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab, Representative Angelo Barba, Representative Wowo Cortez, Representative Jeffrey Soriano, Representative Edvic Yap, Representative Ria Vergara, Representative Arnan Panaligan, Representative Evgeny Imano, Representative Nicolas Enciso, Representative Florence Reyes, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative James Ang, Representative Ambrosio Cruz, Representative Noel Bong Ravena, Representative Manuel Ordanes, Representative Elsa Lagman, Representative Daniel Manuel, Representative Dong Gonzales, the Representative Marivic Pilar, and Representative Arnie Pentebella, and Vice Chair Midi Kua. We have also acknowledged Honorable Doris Maniquez and Representative Lordan Suwan. May we now acknowledge the presence of the Department of Social Welfare and Development officials, headed by Secretary Elwin Tishiba Tulfo, Undersecretary for Operations Jericho Francis Xavier, Undersecretary for Legislative Liaison Affairs Rowena Nina Taduran, Undersecretary for Policy and Plans Attorney Adonis Sulit, Undersecretary for Finance Antonio Cid Crisanto Jr., Undersecretary for Disaster Response Management Marco Bautista, Assistant Secretary for Statutory Program Elaine Palyarcuna, Assistant Secretary for Specialized Program Florentino Loyola Jr., Assistant Secretary for Policy and Plans Janet Armas, Director Finance Management Service Wayne Belizar, Executive Director for Council for the Welfare of Children Angelo Tapales, Executive Director National Authority for Child Care Janela Marie Estrada, Executive Director Juvenile Justice Welfare Council Attorney Trisha Claire Oco, Executive Director National Council on Disability Affairs Joniro Fradejas, Undersecretary National Anti-Poverty Commission Penelope Belmonte, Chairperson National Commission on Indigenous People Mr. Alan Capuyan, Chairperson Presidential Commission for Urban Poor LPJU Jordan Jr., and all the regional directors are also present, Your Honor, at the holding area. And lastly, may I also acknowledge the presence of Representative Joseph Tan, Representative Dean Asisto, and Deputy Majority Leader Franz Pumaren. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader Manix Dalipe, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan, Senior Vice Chair Stella Kibo, colleagues, Secretary Erwin Tulfo, CEMEX, former ex-Seminarian, and ngayon ko lang maintindihan sana na many are called but few are chosen. Si Secretary Tulfo kaya ho hindi na chosen dahil mas matindi ho ang sa kanyang gagampanan sa ating calling dito sa pag-service sa buong kahirapan ng ating bansa. DSWD family, ladies and gentlemen, kagawaran ng kagalingan at pagpapaunlad lipunan. Ito po ang mga katagang nagsasalarawan sa wikang Ingles ng Department of Social Welfare and Services and Development. Maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo is the first thing that a visitor will see when they open the DSWD website. Mensaheng nagbibigay ng pag-asa at pagkalinga sa ating mga kababayan na lubos na nangangailangan. DSWD is always at the forefront of bringing support and services to our countrymen who are in dire poverty, the poorest of the poor. The DSWD, through its personnel, is also known by our kababayans as the angels in red vest. They play an important role in the delivery of social protection programs of the government. Among its flagship assistance program is the 4Ps, Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program. In 2021, it has served 4.37 million household beneficiaries through the provision of cash grants and thereby keeping children of poor families healthy and in school. The inspiring question that comes to our mind when we assess the need and the importance of this program is always, ang tao bang nalulunod ay kailangan muna nating turuang lumangoy o ito ay kagyat nating sasagipin? The 4Ps programs answers both questions. It has a dual objective of social assistance and social development to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. Ang malabis na kahirapan, malnutrisyon, at kawalan ng oportunidad at edukasyon ay hindi na dapat maranasan ng mga susunod na henerasyon ng mga Pilipino. This program does not only save people from extreme hunger, but also provides an opportunity to break the cycle of poverty by improving their health, nutrition, and education. We commend the President in increasing the support for this program in 2023 in the amount of 115.6 billion pesos, targeting 4.4 million households. The allocation is higher by 7.3% than the 2022 allocation of 107.7 billion pesos. Our angels in red vests role at the height of the pandemic was immense and measurable to allow us to cope with crisis brought about by the lockdowns coupled by simultaneous disasters in the country brought about typhoons, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes. In 2021, around 700,000 households benefited from the disaster response program. 209,000 households received emergency shelter assistance and cash for work, and 429 LGUs with augmentation support. In addition, 3.6 million individuals benefited from AIX and 3.7 million senior citizens received social pension. Your agency performance at this time needs not only praise and commendation, but full support from the House of Representatives for all your programs and projects for fiscal year 2023. Mabuhay kayo at mabuhay ang bansang Pilipinas at isang magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it is my honor to introduce the sponsors of the DSWD budget. Sila po ang bahala sa inyo sa plenaryo. Kaya sana po sa briefing na to ay lahat po ng mga katanungan nila ay masagot, no? Para sila po ay armado pagdating sa mga plenary debates. Our lead sponsor is Representative Jocelyn Lim Caichong of the 1st District of Negros Oriental. She will be in charge of all of your concerns and, of course, defending your budget at the plenary. And together with her are her co-lead sponsors. They are Representatives Rachel Arenas of the 3rd District of Pangasinan, Representative Alfonso Umali Jr. of the 2nd District of Oriental Mindoro, Representative Eric Goyap of the Lone District of Benguet, Representative Midi Kua for the NCIP or National Commission on Indigenous People. Bago po tawagin sila para sa kanilang sponsorship remarks, allow me to give a few words. Muli, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Kung naalala po natin, noong budget briefing ng DBCC, nagpahayag si Secretary Diop, no, na tapos na ang araw ng ayuda. Pero nilinaw naman po niya na ito ay tungkol sa ayuda na kaugnay ng pandemya. As we know, the DSWD is the national agency mandated to provide social protection and poverty reduction solutions for the poor, the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged. DSWD is tasked to provide immediate aid to our people who are in crisis situations, such as natural disasters, job loss because of economic downturns, and illness. So even without the pandemic, DSWD provides social protection, or in other words, ayuda. As we move towards economic recovery, we need to ensure that government has well-funded programs that provide safety nets for the poor. In the short run, o sa pang-araw-araw natin na buhay, ang DSWD ang tagasalo sa mga nakararanas ng paghihirap dahil sa mga di inaasahang pangyayari. At sa totoo lang, these economic shocks can cause Filipinos to become poor overnight, kasama na dito ang mga binaha o di kaya nasunugan. In the long run, DSWD programs promote investment in human capital, such as the case of the 4-piece program, which is the ultimate solution to poverty. Kaya kailangan ituloy ang 4Ps, kailangan ma-institutionalize ang AIX at SLP, mapondohan ang social pension, palakasin ang SLP at iba pa. These are among the key social protection programs administered by the DSWD that will help government, guided by the medium-term fiscal framework, reduce poverty to 9% by 2028. Bukod sa mga programa at polisiya, maganda din pong malaman ngayong araw na to kung ano ba ang mga bagong plano para lalo pang mapaganda at mapalawak ang mga programa ng DSWD kasama na ang digital transformation. Many of DSWD services could be delivered more efficiently by maximizing the benefits that can be derived from the digitalization of its systems and processes. We in Congress support the department in the performance of its mandate. Let us all work together to review and assess the budget proposal of the DSWD to help achieve its vision of Filipinos free from hunger and poverty. Maraming salamat po, and at this point, I recognize Representative Josie Lim Caichong for her sponsorship remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be very brief. So again, good morning, everyone. I think everybody has been acknowledged, so I'll skip that. And welcome to today's budget briefing for DSWD. So we are here once again to listen, to review, and to scrutinize the proposed budget of the social services arm of the government headed by Secretary Erwin Tulfo. So I'm honored to again be delegated to oversee the budget of this department at the lower house, as I have done so in the prior years. And so once again, allow me to also acknowledge my co-sponsors. We have here at the session hall, Congresswoman Rachel Arenas, who will be in charge of the National Anti-Poverty Commission and the Urban Poor. And we have our former chair, Congressman Eric Yap, a former chair of the Appropriations. So mabigat talaga yung mga lumalaban at nagde-defend ng budget ng DSWD. We also have with us Congressman Alfonso Boy Umali and of course Congresswoman Midi Kua for the NCIP. So with that, Madam Chair, let me turn over the floor back to you for...
Alright, salamat. Ganun po katindi ang mga sponsors ng DSWD budget. Dalawa po sa kanila, former APRO chair lang naman po. Of course, at this point, Representative Rachel Arenas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa lahat po ng aming distinguished colleagues and to the DSWD family. About 2.3 million Filipinos were pushed into poverty between the year 2018 and 2021, largely due to the economic downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority in 2021, the number of Filipinos living in poverty rose to a total of almost 20 million or 18.1% of the population from 16.7% in 2018. Ang ating mahal na Pangulo, President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, aims to slash the poverty rate to 9% na nabanggit po ng ating senior chair by the end of his term in 2028. He said that the government will focus on fully reopening the economy, investing in human capital and social protection, and transforming production sectors to generate more and quality jobs for the Filipinos. Sinabi din po ng ating Pangulo na hindi natin papahirapan ang mga biktima ng krisis na dudulog sa ahensya. Gagawin nating simple ang proseso ng paghingi at pagpaparating ng tulong. Pagtutulungan po natin to remove the unreasonable, costly, and time-consuming documentary requirements from people securing DSWD assistance. As co-chair, I am honored and privileged to defend the DSWD budget. We will make sure that every single centavo of the proposed 2023 budget of the agency and its attached agencies will actively be used for the poverty reduction and sustainable development of our kababayans. Before I close, Mr. Chair, I wish to bring to the attention of the committee the request of the National Anti-Poverty Commission for additional allocation for non-infrastructure locally funded projects. We will submit to the Committee on Appropriations the written request of NAPC for further deliberation. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Rep. Arenas. At this point po, wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. Diretso na po tayo sa budget briefing ni Secretary Erwin Tulfo. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. To Chairman Elizalde Co, to Majority Leader Congressman Dalipe, Minority Leader Congressman Libanan, sir. To the honorable members of the Committee on Appropriations, fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to present the department's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023 based on the recently issued National Expenditure Program. Joining me today are the DSWD's undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, regional directors, MANCOM members, and the heads of attached and supervised agencies who are ready to address the issues and concerns that may be raised by the honorable members of this body. Social welfare and development concerns are among the exigent priorities in the country, considering that the incidence of poverty remains to be a daunting challenge for millions of Filipinos. The department, as the lead in the social welfare and development sector, proposes a total budget of 196.775 billion pesos for year 2023. including the operations of its attached and supervised agencies. Next slide, please. The current budget levels for DSWD alone is 194.626 billion pesos. The budget is broken down as follows. Number one, 10.3 billion pesos for personnel services. The increase can be attributed to the salary adjustments based on actually filled positions generated by the government manpower information system of the Department of Budget and Management, and to cover the fourth tranche salary adjustment. Number two, 182.7 billion pesos for maintenance and other operating expenses, or MOOE. The increase is mostly attributed to the Pantawid Pamilya Pilipino program, or 4Ps, and additional financing of Kalahi Seeds NCDDP. The details of this increase will be presented in the next succeeding slides. Number three, for 2023, the allocation for the financial expenses is included in the MOOE. Number four, the approved capital outlay in fiscal year 2023 amounting to 1.56 billion pesos, which covers the procurement of needed ICT equipment and repairs of buildings, including the centers and residential care facilities of DSWD. Number five, 153.1 million pesos is for the retirement and life insurance premium for the RLIP. Due to the large number of programs the department implements, this presentation will focus on the major programs and projects requested by the committee. We have included the significant accomplishments in fiscal year 2021, as well as in the first half of fiscal year 2022. For the reference of the body, may we share here the top 10 programs in terms of budget allocation for 2023. First on the list is the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program of 4Ps, the flagship social protection program of the Philippine government, which aims to break intergenerational poverty by investing in health and education of poor households. For fiscal year 2021, as of December 31, 2021, 99.37% of the annual fiscal target were served by the program. On the other hand, for fiscal year 2022, as of July 31, 2022, a total of 4,190,316 4-piece households, or 95.23%, were served by the program covering January to May 2022 payouts. In terms of budget for fiscal year 2021, out of the 100.8 billion pesos allocation, 99.86% were obligated, 97.25% were disbursed. For fiscal year 2022, out of the 107.6 billion pesos allocation, 34.04% were already obligated. And for fiscal year 2023, DSWD proposed budget is 115.61 billion pesos and will still cover 4.4 million households. Next is the social pension for indigent senior citizens. For 2021, the program was able to serve 3.7 million senior citizens, or 97.21% of the beneficiaries. Of the total allotment of 23.428 billion pesos, 99.98%, or 23.424 billion, was obligated, and 99.59%, or 23.333 billion, was disbursed. For calendar year 2022, of the 4.85 million total target, the DSWD was able to serve a total of 3.4 million, or 84%, for the financial accomplishment as of July 31, 2022. Out of the 24.987 billion allotment, 13.240 billion, or 52.99%, was obligated, and 12.640 billion pesos was disbursed. For fiscal year 2023, the program has an approved net of 25.296 billion pesos that will serve 4,085,066 qualified indigent senior citizens. However, we would like to seek the support of our legislators as we lobby for the proposed Tier 2 funds for SOCPEN to support the increase in stipend from 500 pesos to 1,000 pesos as stipulated in Republic Act 11916. Next is the protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances, wherein we implement assistance to individuals in crisis situation or AICS and the Alternative Family Care Program. For 2021, the DSWD was able to serve 3.6 million or 203% for the AICS and 2,020,000 or 2020 or 119% for the Alternative Family Care Program of the respective targets, and with a balance for funding of around 442,000 pesos. For this year, we already served 2.4 million clients for AICS, or 172.76% of the target. The funding utilization is on track with a 56.19% balance as of July 31, 2022. For fiscal year 2023, Protective Services has a proposed budget of 19.89 billion pesos to serve 1.493 million beneficiaries through AICS and 1,662 children through the Alternative Family Care Program. The Kalahi Seeds NCDDP is a program that seeks to empower poor communities through an improved access to services and a more inclusive local planning, budgeting, and implementation. Using the community-driven development approach, the communities are given control over decision-making and resources. For fiscal year 2021 fund, as of July 31, 2021, a total of 1,134,583 households, or 132.4% of the annual physical target, were served. This pertains to the number of households that benefited from the completed sub-projects. Out of the 3.3 billion pesos budget for 2021, 95.92% was obligated. For fiscal year 2022 current fund, as of July 31, 2022, a total of 117,961 households, or 4.7% of the annual physical target were served. Out of the 4.6 billion pesos budget in the 2022 GAA, 77.77% was already obligated, and the remaining funds were to be obligated within the year. For fiscal year 2023, the proposed budget of 11.035 billion pesos will cover 2.87 million household beneficiaries. Kapangyarihan at Kaunlaran sa Barangay or KKB is another modality under Kalahi Seeds. For fiscal year 2021 fund, as of July 31, 2022, 106 sub-projects or 9.1% were completed and 4,208 families were served. Out of the 2.2 billion pesos budget in 2021, 80.9% was obligated. For fiscal year 2023, KCKKB has a proposed budget of 2.065 billion that will cover 6,200 families. Next is the Sustainable Livelihood Program, or SLP. It is a community-based capacity building program that seeks to improve the participants' socio-economic status. For fiscal year 2021 fund, as of July 31, 2022, a total of 200,862 households, or 114.64% of the annual physical target, were served. This pertains only to the number of households which have actually received the SLP grant modalities. Out of the 3.9 billion pesos budget in the 2021 GAA, 99.20% was obligated. For fiscal year 2022 current fund, as of July 31, 2022, a total of 40,887 households, or 26.03% of the annual fiscal target, were served. Out of the 4.394 billion pesos budget in the 2022 GAA, 41.84% was already obligated, and the remaining funds were to be obligated within the year. For fiscal year 2023, SLP's proposed budget is 4.43 billion to cater to 191,000 households. In compliance with the Republic Act 10410, or the Early Years Act of 2013, and RA 11037, or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, the DSWD is implementing the Supplementary Feeding Program, or SFP, where we provide food in addition to regular meals of children in child development centers and supervised neighborhood plays. The 11th cycle, which covers the school year 2021 to 2022, has accomplished 102.11% of its 1.937 million target as of July 31, 2022. The cycle was continuously implemented for 2022 because there are still children in the centers who are not yet able to complete the 120 feeding cycle days. For the 12th cycle, which covers the school year 2022-2023, the feeding cycle will start in September of 2022, in line with the school calendar. The obligation and disbursement are expected to increase as funds will be downloaded to LGUs, National Dairy Authority, in the Philippine Carabao Center as payment for the delivery of goods. The program has an approved fiscal year 2023 NEP of 3.70 billion pesos to cater 1.75 million children through hot meals feeding and around 158,000 children through milk feeding. The per capita cost computed for this amount, however, needs to be updated with the increase in prices relative to the preparation and delivery of hot meals and milk. The Disaster Response and Management Program covers the implementation of the Cash for Work program under climate change adaptation and mitigation, quick response teams, and the provision of disaster relief assistance and early recovery services. For fiscal year 2021, 2,345 DSWD quick response team members, or equivalent to 129%, were trained for the Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Fund. 541,000 households, or 100.4% of the target, were served in 2021. For fiscal year 2022, a total of 3,497 quick response team members, or 68.6% of the year's target, have been trained as of July 31, 2022. For the CCAM fund in 2022, a total of 399,000 beneficiaries were targeted, of which 57,000, or 14.3%, have been served. The Disaster Response and Rehabilitation Program has a total fiscal year 2023 proposed budget amounting to 2.016 billion pesos. Next, we have the Centenarian Program. Under this program, Filipinos aged 100 years old or older will receive a cash gift of 100,000 pesos each. For calendar year 2021, we have 98.42% physical accomplishment with 99.92% obligation and 96.15% disbursement rates. For calendar year 2022, as of July, we have given 1,260 centenarians their cash gift out of the 1,704 target clients, and has obligated 78.43% of the 177 million allotment. For 2023, we have a proposed budget of 175,100,100 for the 1,675 centenarians that we have right now. However, may we inform you that we have 662 wait-listed beneficiaries that will entail 66 million pesos under our Tier 2 proposal. We would also like to inform this body of the assistance provided by the DSWD to the victims of Typhoon Odette. As of August 19, 2022, a total of 5.89 billion pesos worth of humanitarian assistance was provided to the affected families of Typhoon Odette, of which 4.11 billion pesos is from DSWD. The DSWD assistance provided covers 1.2 billion pesos worth of family food packs, 1 billion pesos worth of other food items, and 355 million pesos worth of non-food items. As regards to the DSWD devolution transition plan by 2023, we shall continue to provide support to 5th and 6th class LGUs in those in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas or GIDA, GIDA, those identified with highest poverty incidence and other focus areas. For 2024, we shall sustain capacity building efforts for all LGUs, monitor program outcomes, and provision of support to focus areas. Your Honors, having presented our accomplishments and DBM budget levels, the DSWD is requesting your assistance for the unfunded Tier 2 proposal for the following programs. For social pension for indigent senior citizens, an additional 25.7 billion pesos for the increase in stipend from 500 pesos to 1,000 pesos monthly pursuant to Republic Act number 11961. For the implementation of the Centenarian program, additional 66.2 million pesos to serve the eligible waitlisted centenarians. And finally, for the supplementary feeding program amounting to 2.5 billion pesos for the increase of the per capita cost of hot meals from 15 pesos to 27 and milk from 19 to 21 pesos. We would like to present to the body the current status of DSWD workforce. The magnitude of services expected from DSWD in this new normal is persistent. However, may we inform your honors that as of 31 July, we only have 3,286 permanent positions, 72 casual positions, and 13,669 contractual positions available. Around 13,500 positions are filled by job orders, cost of service workers, funded under MOOE. On the part of DSWD, we have submitted our request to DBF for the conversion of the 846 cost of service positions to contractual positions and the creation of 37 contractual positions under 4Ps. Another 33 permanent positions under Standards Bureau is also communicated with the DBM. As earlier shown, around 15,000 contract of service or COS positions will be abolished come 2023. Should there be no extension in the hiring of cost of service workers per COA DBM Joint Circular number 2 series of 2020. Now, please allow us to provide the members of
Mr.
this body.
Secretary,
Go ahead, ma'am.
lahat naman po ay nakatanggap ng kopya ng slides ninyo.
Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps at this point in time, in the interest of time, pwede na po tayong mag-proceed sa ating interpellation. Pwede niyo naman po ipakita yung slides as needed kasi marami
Go ahead, ma'am.
magtatanong.
Yeah,
tungkol sa tax agency.
I'm sorry about that, but if you want it done, then I'm done, ma'am.
Right.
No problem.
Salamat po, Secretary.
Thank
So at
you
this
po.
point, we shall now open the floor to questions. Counting rules lang po. Every member has 5 minutes to ask questions. Yung 5 minutes po na yun ay hindi kasama po ang sagot ng ating resource persons. So I would suggest, on the basis of our experience in the last 7 days of hearings, na pinakamaganda po na sumagot tayo in a direct, complete, and of course, concise manner. And meron din po tayong tradition na binibigyan po natin ng preferential treatment ang members of the minority to be followed by the majority members in an alternating manner. So at this point in time, I shall yield the chair to our lead sponsor, Representative Josie Limcaychong. Ay, isa na lang po before that. Pag marinig niyo po itong bell na to, ayan po, ang doorbell na yan, ang ibig sabihin po, you have 30 seconds left. Wind up na po tayo sa ating questions. Right? Rep Josie.
Thank you very much, Senior Vice Chair Stella. So for our first interpellator, may we call in Deputy Speaker, the minority, from the minority, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanon.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning to our Majority Leader, Manix Zalipi, our Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, and Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, and all my colleagues. Napakaganda po ng presentasyon ng ating kalihim ng DSWD, kaya naintindihan po namin lahat. Kahapon, medyo hindi namin naintindihan yung sa agriculture. Kaya ito yung magandang presentasyon. Particular pa ako dito sa sinabi ninyo sa ating 4-piece implementation of the program. At nakikita ko po dito na sinasabi ninyong may job orders tayong 15,000 katao. Marami pong nagreklamo dito nung eleksyon. Bago mag-eleksyon, may mga contractuals tayo. Pero pag itinanong mo ngayon lahat ang nangyari noon, wala nang sasagot dahil lahat ito contractuals. Wala na doon sa DSWD ngayon. Kaya, Madam Chairperson, napaka-importante po nito. Ang panalo ng ating bayan ay isang mahalaga sa DSWD dahil dito nararamdaman na ang gobyerno may puso. Pero ang problema natin, mga contractual lang ang nag-i-implement nito. At kaya naman po, kailangan bigyan natin ng sapat na pondo ang DSWD para ma-regularize ang mga items na ito. Sila mismo ang nag-i-implement ay walang security of tenure. At nakikita natin maraming probinsya na wala pang mga DSWD offices, nakikitira lang at umuupa sa mga opisina. Kaya ito yung napakahalagang opisina ng ating bansa, pero kulang na kulang at kulang ang institutional support natin sa kanila. Napakahalaga itong sinabi ng ating secretary about job orders, about contractuals. Kaya, Mr. Secretary, kung pwede po, sulatan nyo kami kung ilan ang gusto ninyong permanent positions dyan at para magkatulungan na ang minority at majority dito na mabigyan natin ng institutional support ang ating DSWD na sa pagkalaki-laking halaga ng 196 billion 3,286 lang ang permanent na tao dyan. Napaka-sensitibo po ng kinalalagyan nyo. Kailangan po high moral ang ating tao dyan. At lalo ngayon na may right sizing of the bureaucracy, dapat yung nagtatrabaho ng masipag, yun po ay ang may mga permanenting position. Hindi yung, kaya yung iba na walang position, na walang ginagawang maganda, mababawas yan sa ating bureaucracia. Kaya if it will be proper, bigyan nyo kami ng doable na i-request natin para maging permanent ang mga positions ng mga tao natin sa DSWD. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. We will submit our staffing requests as requested, sir.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Secretary is, like me, is also an ex-seminarian, a kababayan, and a friend. Kaya mababait po tayo. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Do you have other questions po?
Wala na po. Gusto kong i-accommodate po yung iba.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we call on Representative Ed Salagman, an independent minority.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am not an ex-seminarian, pero mabait din ako. May we request the department to submit the following. One, the department's devolution transition plan as submitted to DBM. And two, a position paper from the department on EO 138 in relation to the Mandanas Garcia ruling. And please submit that to the committee, copy for this representation. May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
What is the empirical process and concrete standards in the listing of beneficiaries from the 4-piece program?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we did, sir, was like in 2019, our National Housing Targeting Office, which does the survey, sir, and visiting house to house around the country to see the status of our people, mga kababayan ho natin, sir. And we have identified around out of the 4.4 million beneficiaries that we have right now, we have identified around 1.3 million Filipinos, sir, that are non-poor anymore. However, some of the lawmakers, sir, when we came out with a list and it came out in the media, objected. Maging yung mga beneficiaries po, nagreklamo ho because they said they're coming from pandemic, wala naman sigurong yumaman, konti lamang. So what happened here, Mr. Chair, ang ginawa ko po para to make sure na wala pong madidilis tayo na ika nga ay mahirap. Ang ginawa po natin ay pinagpatawag po ako ng pulong sa asosasyon po ng 4-piece beneficiaries, Mr. Chair. At I met them 3 weeks ago. So I asked them, Mr. Chair, the real status ng mga members po nila. And they told me, sir, na out of the 1.3 million, they on their list is around 30 to 40% daw po ay hindi pa dapat alisin sa listahan po namin. So I asked them, Mr. Chair, if they can come up with a list kung sino po ang mga pwede nang alisin po namin. From there, sir, i-compare po namin yung list na yon sa list na national, sa aming pong listahan ng 3 list. And then doon po sa 4-piece and at the same time po doon sa municipal link. So we will have 4 lists, Mr. Chair, to compare para po masiguro yun po ang safety net namin, Mr. Chair, na hindi po basta-basta matanggal po yung kawawang tao dahil sa tinamaan siya ng listahan. May ko-compare po namin yung listahanan namin na 1.3 versus doon po sa isa-submit ngayon ng samahan po ng 4-piece beneficiaries versus po doon sa municipal link po namin and doon pa po sa 4-piece. So, 4 po na listahan, i-compare ho namin, sir. Pag siya po ay kasama po talaga doon sa non-poor na, then it is time to inform them na hindi na po kayo makakasama. Be that as it may, Mr. Chair, hindi naman po porkit aalisin ho namin, it will take few months po bago sila mawala sa aming listahan. Subalit, meron pa po kaming mga other programs po sa kanila. Tulad po na Sustainable Livelihood Program, pwede po silang i-enroll doon. Sustainable Livelihood Program, Mr. Chair, is ito po yung pangkabuhayan na ginagamit namin, sir. And meron din po tayong other programs, sir. Nandyan pa rin po, sir, yung AICS, yung Assistance for Individual in Crisis Situation. So marami pong program na pwede pong sumalo doon po sa 4-piece beneficiary po namin, sir, na pag natapos na po siya sa 4-piece, pwede siyang po ipasok sa other programs, Mr. Chair.
But actually, my question is, ano ho yung standards para ma-measure po ninyo kung ang isang beneficiary under the 4Ps ay graduated na from the program at hindi na poor? Ano ho ang method?
Okay. Mr. Chair, there are 6 exit rules in 4Ps po. Based on Rule 15, Section 34 of the 4Ps Act IRR, sir. Number 1, yung last child po ay dapat umabot na po ng 19 years old, Mr. Chair. And yung last child po ay nag-graduate na po sa high school. Pangatlo po, 7 years or household reach 7 years in the program po. Pagkatapos po ng maipasa po yung batas na 7 years lang, sir, which was in 2019, Your Honor. Number 4 po, turned non-poor or when the household turned non-poor based on the latest assessment nga po ng NHTO po namin, Mr. Chair. Number 5, waived or when the household has voluntarily waived membership from the program, Mr. Chair, dahil kaya niya na pong tumindig, Mr. Chair, sa sarili po nilang paa. And lastly po, offenses. Kung may mga nagawa po silang violations po doon po sa programa, ay sila po ay madidilis, Mr. Chair.
In other words, the law itself provided for the standards. And we would like to know whether in the announced delisting, these standards were used by the department.
Mr. Chair, yung pang-apat po na reason lamang po, sir, yung turned non-poor or when the national or the household turned non-poor based on the latest assessment po ng NHTO namin, Mr. Chair, doon po sa 1.3.
Only one of the 6 standards were used. Ngayon, as of now, what is the total number of delisted beneficiaries?
Ayon po doon sa aming listahan ng 3, Mr. Chair, nasa 1.3 million po out of the 4.4, Mr. Chair.
But there are also new enrollees under the program, is it not?
Lilinawin ko lamang po, Mr. Chair, 187,613 po ang delisted na po doon sa 4Ps household, Mr. Chair. As of September 5, 2022, Mr. Chair.
So hindi na 1.3.
Hindi pa po, hindi pa. Kasi yung 1.3 po,
Binabalidate pa yan.
Opo, binabalidate po namin, kasama po namin dyan yung samahan po ng 4Ps beneficiaries, Mr. Chair.
Pero itong delisted, whether 600,000 or 1.3, ay na-offset to ng mga bagong enrollees under the program, hindi ba?
Opo.
So, ang gusto sabihin, kahit na kayo nag-delist, meron din na pumapasok na bago. So, in your estimate for 2023, how many beneficiaries would there be under the 4Ps program?
Actually, Mr. Chair, yung current list po natin is 4.4. Kung i-delist po natin yung 1.3, Mr. Chair, 1.3 din po ang papasok natin. Ang misconception nga po nung una ay magkakaroon po ng savings. Wala pong savings, Mr. Chair, kasi po may papasok, may aalisin po tayo, may papasok po tayo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, that is important to know, parang to avoid the misconception na the 4Ps beneficiary will be reduced and accordingly, the appropriations should also be reduced. Hindi yan mangyayari. Now, this AX, ano ang sanggalik ang pundo nito? Sa national government o sa local government units?
Sa GAA po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In other words, yung devolution under EO 138 will be on hold as far as AX is concerned. What other programs of the department would not be covered by EO 138?
Yung most likely po, Mr. Chair, yung supplemental feeding po ang hindi mako-cover po niyan.
So hindi pa ito ipinasa sa local government units.
Hindi pa po, Mr. Chair.
And we are going to see that in your submission of your transition plan.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
And also your position paper on EO 138 in relation to the Mandala's ruling.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now let me go to the Centenarians. I am particular about this because I am the principal author of the Centenarian Act. You mentioned, Mr. Secretary, that there are about 66,000 or 66 centenarians who are still waitlisted. Baka 66,000 lang.
Hindi po.
66 persons.
662,
662.
Mr. Chair.
662 are waitlisted. You know, Mr. Secretary, those waitlisted centenarians cannot wait because by the time you grant them the benefits they have been looking for, baka they are not here with us anymore. So I would suggest that you should not wait for the enactment of the General Appropriations Act for 2023 in order to fund the requirements for the 662. I would suggest that please look at the President's Contingent Fund. Baka makakuha kayo doon ng pundo para hindi na ganong maghihintay itong mga centenarians.
Excuse me, just want to remind Kong Edsel that your time is up. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, when I came in 2 months ago, sir, I noticed na may mga problema po tayo. Tinignan ko po lahat ng itong problema na ito, Mr. Chair. AX program, Centenarian, SLP. So may mga changes na po tayong ginawa dito po sa AX at saka sa SLP. Nasilip ko rin po itong ating Centenarian program, Mr. Chair, at nakita ko nga po may problema. Meron po tayong waitlisted. Alam ko po na hindi na po pwedeng mag-antay itong mga ito. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, 2 weeks after po ako maupo, meron pong 103-year-old na lola pumunta po sa aking opisina. Mabuti naman po at awa ng Panginoon Diyos, buhay pa po siya. Ipinabigay ko na ho kaagad yung 100,000 po niya kasi baka hindi na po niya po mabalikan. Ni-request na po namin ito, Mr. Chair, sa DBM pero hindi po na-grant, Mr. Chair. So we have already informed that meron po tayong waitlisted na 662 po na centenarians, Mr. Chair, na nag-aantay po ng payment, sir.
Okay. But check with the contingent fund of the President.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am through with my short questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Edsel. Just want to remind also DSWD that the written responses to the queries of the members should be submitted at the soonest possible time before the scheduled plenary consideration. No? So please be reminded of that. So our next interpellator is from the majority, Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ako din mabait. Lahat naman kami mabait, so dapat mabait tayo sa DSWD. That being said, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair rather, Mr. Secretary, Maing Buntag, I understand you also speak Bisaya. That's good. Simply lang, I'd like to thank you for for part of your team, one of our very own sa TUCP, si Yusek Alan Tanhusay. And of course, our very own my partner, we've been doing a lot for the broadcasting industry. Sana mapasa natin yung Magna Carta man, si Nina Totaduran. And of course, good morning to everyone, the officials of the DSWD. Mr. Secretary, that being said, I thank you also for the quick response. Job well done. We asked for a request in Bumedco, that is a sugar company based in Medellin, Cebu. You acted and you gave them assistance. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. My local concern lang from the good governor of Cotabato, Emilio Mendoza. Hopefully that we have a new regional director. So we're expecting, we hear that the present one is retiring. Mr. Secretary, you know, 4Ps is also very close to me. I had the privilege to be the chairman of the Committee of Poverty Alleviation way back when, in the 15th Congress, and also when it was passed in the 16th Congress. So I'm very proud of it. And I also joined the call from the 4Ps representative there, our esteemed, suprang mabait minority leader, Libanan. Let's diretso lang tayo. Even in our hearings at that time, when it was first filed, I remember it was Congresswoman Yap of Tarlac, and I read it. It's to institutionalize 4Ps. And I asked then Secretary, this is just for your information. And she said, wag ipasa. I-dribble daw. And thank God, in the succeeding when the next time I became the chairman, we're here and we're actually implementing, and it is a huge budget. But then again, even at that time, Mr. Secretary, again from the minority leader, the personnel who are implementing the program are all contractuals, di ba, sir? Please, what is your plan? What's your plan? Ang tagal-tagal na yun, that was 15 Congress. I believe started with GMA. Yung programa na 4Ps, 800,000 now is billions of pesos. So, sa kalaking-laking pera, why not? What's you answered it, Alida, but I just need to be clarified. Go ahead, Mr. Secretary. Please, irregular mo yung nag-administer sa 4Ps.
Mr. Chair, naabutan ko na po kasi siyang ganon. 29,000 po empleyado ng DSWD nationwide.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Secretary, it's only, if I remember it right, of so many at 4,000 at that time, yung director lang or division head, tsaka may isa, ang regular. The rest, lahat, puro,
Totoo po yan.
LC.
Totoo po yan, Mr. Chair. 3,000 lang po irregular namin and 13,000 po ang aming contractual. Inaayos na po namin, sir, lahat po ng dokumento at requirements at magre-request po kami sa DBM. Kahit po ako, Mr. Chair, hindi po ako natutuwa dahil sa totoo po ang aking ama po. Matapos po mag-retired sa military service, pumasok din po sa government service. Marami po siyang mga contractual po ng mga empleyado na naladatan niya. Ang ginawa niya po ay nag-request po siya sa main office nila na dagdagan yung pondo para maging regular po yung kanya mga tauhan. And that's my plan, Mr. Chair, na nakaawa-awa naman ho, nakikita ko ho, magre-retiro na lamang po, hindi pa ho regular, spent their lives for the past 20, 30 years at DSWD, out of college po, DSWD na ho sila. Magre-retiro na lang po ay contractual pa ho. Kaya yun ho ang malungkot. Inaayos na ho namin yan, Mr. Chair. Thank you for reminding us again. Pero inaayos na po yan. Ipapasa na po namin sa DBM para po sa additional funding, Mr. Chair, for regularization po ng mga empleyado namin.
Hoping in your administration, Mr. Secretary, that will be part of your legacy. Na ma-regular sila.
Salamat po. By the way,
we will follow you on that. Second, there are about 700 vacant plantillion positions right now. Of course, of the Mandanas ruling, it was also mentioned by our Congressman Lagman. But of your office, nag-average daw kayo ng 700 vacant plantillion positions. What are these positions? And kung pwede ba, i-fill up na lang natin at least. Right now, you have, is it correct? 700 is the number?
I-check ko, Mr. Chair. It's somewhere around there, Mr. Chair, plus or minus. Karamihan po kasi mga position, I think, they're mga social workers ang kailangan at saka may mga masteral degrees po. Yung meron pong nag-apply sa amin a couple of days ago, yung
hindi po sila tumuloy sa pag-apply, Mr. Chair, dahil mukhang mas mababa raw doon kung saan sila ngayon sa private entity, mas mababa po yung sweldo ng DSWD. So isa pa ho yan na problem namin. Kailangan po namin ng mga psychologists po para sa mga bata, sir, sa psychosocial operations po natin. Unfortunately, medyo may kababaan po ang sweldo, Mr. Chair. Kaya po may mga positions tayo na vacant po.
Again, part of your legacy, Mr. Secretary. I'm sorry, but I've heard it before other secretaries before you, that commitment. But hopefully, again, may firm commitment ka na yung 700, mawala yan in the next budget run or under your term. Can we get a commitment from you, Mr. Secretary, the 700 unfilled positions?
Opo, Mr. Chair, wala pong problema. Ang nagka-problema lang ho tayo kasi nga po doon sa election ban, Mr. Chair. Kaya naapektuhan din po yung pag-fill up po ng mga plantilla positions. Para sa kaalaman lang po ng ating pong butihing chairman, meron po ako mga COS, Mr. Chair, na dapat natapos na po yung kanilang kontrata, nasa 9,000 po yun. In-extend po natin hanggang sa katapusan po ng taon kasi mawawalan po ng trabaho. Ayan naman po ibilin ng ating Pangulo po na lahat po kasama sa moving forward, Mr. Chair, wala pong maiiwan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As being a TUCP party list representative, that's close to our hearts. So, daghang salamat. Thank you. That will be all, Madam Secretary. And may concerns kami ng Region 12, the province of Cotabato. I'll just give the listahan to Yusek Nina. Daghang salamat.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, Madam
much, Deputy Speaker Gandusa. And but before we call the next interpellator, let me just remind also our members, if you have any parochial issues or special concerns, we have here our former colleague, Yusek Rowena Ninya Taburan, who can assist us in answering your requests. And at the same time, the regional directors are available at the Villar and Belmonte holding area. So the next in line is the Deputy Minority Leader, Bernadette Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa DSWD family, Secretary Erntu, of course to our former colleague, Congresswoman Nina Taduran, and to all the DSWD family. Magandang umaga po. Your presentation po kasi nag-start kayo as of July 30. Tama po ba na out of the 202 billion appropriation, ang na-obligate lang po natin is 77.2 billion? My data is as of June 30.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Yung aming pong finance officer po ang in charge, ang mas makakasagot po sa inyong katanungan. Salamat po, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
pa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Excuse me, can you please identify yourself?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Wayne Belizar. I am the head of the Finance and Management Service of the DSWD. For the question, Your Honor, Madam Chair, yes, we have the allotment for 2022 for the current appropriation, 202.24 billion. And as of July 31, obligation is at 81.49 billion pesos for a utilization percentage of 40.29%. So this is the cut-off as of July 31st, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, through you, because I saw the presentation, marami yung magagandang programs. Alin po ang programs na nagsuslow down dito sa obligation rate po natin? Through you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, isa po dyan yung 4Ps dahil bi-monthly po yan. At saka yung mga projects po natin, yung mga foreign assisted projects po, Madam Chair. Kaya po nagkakaroon po ng delay.
What about the social pension? I saw that we have 50% of obligation rate there.
We have updated that already, Madam Chair.
So ilan na po ngayon through you, Madam Chair?
Again, Your Honor, Madam Chair, for the social pension, our obligation for July 31, 2022 is 13.25 billion. That accounts for 52.98%. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Madam Chair, medyo sana po makahabol po tayo dyan. Marami po ang nag-aabang sa ating mga constituents, especially our senior citizens. My next is, how about AIX? Ano po ang obligation rate natin through you, Madam Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. For our AIX, our allotment for this particular sub-program under the protective services for individuals and families in especially difficult circumstances is at 17.392 billion. That's for July 31, 2022 cutoff, and that accounts for 46.33% utilization rate, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay, yun po siguro yung isa nating dapat, I would like to put on record that last budget hearing, I already said na baka dapat i-explore na ng DSWD yung GCash, yung Paymaya, and other payment services, just like what we do sa Tupad. Parang pumababilis natin to because hindi po matapos yung ating problema sa SDO. Kaya ano na po ang status kaya ng ating agreements with the different payment centers?
Ang kailangan po talaga dito, Madam Chair, is to digitalize, fully digitalize po ang DSWD para mas mapabilis po ang pagbibigay ng ayuda. We agree with you, Madam Chair. Ang problem po, nagkakaroon po kami ng problema because of dito sa digitalization. For your information, Madam Chair, may mga kausap na ho kami ng mga companies who are willing po, voluntarily po, to free of service to help us digitalize. Nagkakaroon po tayong problema, meron po tayong kasi nga DBM policy po na kailangan po munang ipabiling po yung kahit na no money out po sa pamahalaan sa amin po sa DSWD, kailangan pa rin po ipabiling. Ganun po yung mga requirements. Mahaba pong proseso. So, yun po yung nagkakaroon po ng delay. Meron po kaming kausap na kumpanya, Madam Chair, when I came in at July, and volunteer na po sila. Nakatulong din po sila sa distribution, isang malaking kumpanya po. Subalit dahil nga po sa mga pulisiya po ng GPPB, ito po yung pumipigil sa amin ngayon, Madam Chair. Sinulatan na po namin ng DBM kung po pwede po i-exempt po kami. Para ho dahil marami po kami mga programs at ayuda na binibigay, nabigyan po kami ng leeway, ika nga, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll take it up with DBM also. But what about your contracts or agreements with the payment centers? Kasi that would really declog yung mga SDOs po natin. Ano po kayang status nun?
Wala po tayong agreement na gano'n, na Madam Chair, para sa SAP lamang po yun right now po.
Maybe we can explore po through you, Madam Chair, yung for AIX, because that would really help a lot. Sa Tupad po, kaya hindi nagkakaroon ng clog, mabilis po sila is because they make use of these.
Madam Chair, tulad po na nasabi ko, kasama po yan, yung AIX po sana. Yung pangako po sa amin ng kumpanya na kausap po namin in 100 days, first 100 days of this administration, mabibigay po yung AIX, NCR pa lamang. Kaagad-agad through digitalization. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, dahil nga po dito sa GPPB na opinion, ay ito po yung hinders us for moving forward for doing so, Madam Chair.
Okay, noted. We'll discuss that with DBM. My next question through you, Madam Chair. Nakatanggap po kayo ng 6.2 billion from unprogrammed appropriations. Ano po ang purpose and activity nito?
Madam Chair, may I refer you to Director Wayne, our finance, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, the DBM issued 6.2 billion to the Department of Social Welfare and Development under SARO number BMB B225405 dated June 27, 2022. This is for the funding requirement for the implementation of the targeted cash transfer program, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Saan po siya ginamit? Hindi ko po narinig.
It is for the targeted cash transfer program, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Ano po yung targeted cash transfer program?
Madam Chair, ito po yung naipangako po ng nakaraang administrasyon ng Pangulong Duterte po na yung pagsipa po ng mga prices ng fuel and produkto. Ito po yung naipangako na 6 months po na ibibigay po ng administrasyon. So ito po ini-implement po. Nakapagbigay na po kami ng first tranche po at naantay pa po namin yung second tranche.
Oh, okay. So ngayon pa, through you, Madam Chair, ilan na po ang disbursement rate ng 6 billion po natin?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, for this 6.2 billion pesos, the disbursement as of August 31, I have here the most recent. It's 5.9 billion pesos, accounting to 95.23% utilization, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
So marami na po palang nabigyan, Madam Chair. Saan po kaya yung source ng unprogrammed fund na binigay sa inyo ng DBM? Would you know through you, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, wala po kami idea. Galing po kasi siya sa DBM, Madam Chair. Salamat.
So, Madam Chair, may I manifest that we ask DBM to submit to the committee all unprogrammed appropriations given to all departments and agencies as of June 30 or as of August 31, 2022.
Opo,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, will do that.
Next, Madam Chair, nakita ko po ngayon wala na po kayong off-budget na pinroject. I would like to ask maybe the finance also officer. Sa off-budget accounts, you usually have 200 million expenditures from there. But I don't see a projection for 2023. Bakit po kaya?
Director Wayne?
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me check with the staff on this matter.
Madam Chair, kung medyo pong mamarapatin, yan po yung mga off-budget accounts po. Galing po yan sa mga BCDA, Madam Chair, na proceeds po yan na share po ng DSWD na binibigay po natin naman, dinadagdag po natin sa social pension na fund, Madam Chair.
Yun nga po itatanong ko kasi I didn't see in the proposed 2023 budget, wala po ako nakitang expenditure. 2022, meron tayong 286 million. But for 2023, parang 5.7 million na lang po.
Actually, Madam Chair, we are dependent po dun sa Basis Conversion Development Authority po yung binibigay po nila sa amin, Madam
But
Chair.
it still has a balance of 395 million, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, these are actually trust receipts or collection from our training center at the SWADCAP in Taguig. And I believe there's a projection for this. Let me just obtain the figure from the staff, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Baka pwede na lang pong pasubmit to the committee and then copy furnish my office. Last na lang po, I'd like to bring this up kasi hindi ko po nakita yung sa National Authority for Child Care. Bago po ito, nandito po si Yusek Janela Estrada. Bagong batas lang po natin to. But I don't think na-incorporate po dapat yung appropriation for this. Kasi naging quasi-judicial na siya from Inter-Country Adoption Board, naging National Authority for Child Care. We just passed this in January of 2022. Kakatapos lang dan po ng IRR. But seeing the budget, parang hindi nag-reflect na pagbago. So I'd like to know kung naipasok na po ba natin for the 2023 budget considering na bago na po yung agency na, ibig sabihin bago na yung National Authority for Child Care.
Madam Chair, kung yung mamarapatin po ang aming pong Executive Director po, si Janela Estrada na po ang sasagot, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you, Secretary Tulfo. Madam Chair, dito po sa ating proposal na pinakita kanina for NACC, yan po ay budget ng ICAB. So, hindi pa po natin na ilagay dito yung talagang proposed budget for NACC.
Madam Chair, baka through you, I'd like to manifest that na bagong batas po natin to dito sa Kongreso at sana po matulungan po natin yung NACC. This will help 6,000 pending court cases ng adoption po natin and marami pa po tayo, mga 5,000 po ang nasa child agencies natin. So para mapabuti po natin at mapangalagaan yung mga kabataan po natin, I hope that I could also get the support of our colleagues to support the National Authority for Childcare. I hope, Mr. Secretary, through you, Madam Chair, you can also help us with this one. I hope you're also supporting this program.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Opo, Madam Chair, we will do that. And yung lahat po ng requirements po na hiningi ninyo will be submitted. You'll be copy furnished po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader Bernadette. Let's move on and call in Representative Dominic Pancho from the majority. Dominic Pancho, Representative, if you're not here, let's move to the next. Vice Chair Eric Goya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, unang-una, kukunin ko na tong pagkakataon na to para ihingi ng suporta yung bill ni Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo na yung AIX i-institutionalize na natin. Kasi alam naman natin and nabanggit rin ni Secretary Tulfo kung gaano karami ang natutulungan ng AIX ng mga Pilipino. Kaya suportahan po natin, mag-co-author tayo and we make sure na mapasa natin at maging batas po to ma-institutionalize po ang AIX natin. Madam Chair, ang tanong ko lang po kay Secretary Tulfo, yung 4-piece po ba, ilang taon po ba yan dapat, sir, na nabibigyan kayo bago kayo mapalitan?
Mr. Chair, 7 years po yan.
Kasi Madam Chair, nang naisip ko lang po, kung mag-stick tayo sa 7 years, mapapalitan po sila. So hindi naman po siguro sasama ang loob nila dahil yung iba naman pong mahihirap ang mabibigyan naman po.
Nasa batas po yan, Madam Chair, na 7 years po. From the time na ipinasa po yung batas, ay dyan po sila. So ang problema nga po, nagka-problema ho tayo dyan, Madam Chair. Medyo hindi po nagkaliwanagan. Kasi meron pa po kami mga miyembro na, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, na 2011 pa po nandyan na. Ang batas po ay naipasa noong 2019. So tuloy-tuloy po sila, parang wala naman pong retro. So 2019 po bibilang hanggang 2026 pa po. So sobra-sobra na po actually. Kasi ang batas po, effective lamang po noong 2019 nung naipasa, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, siguro ito po yung nagiging problema natin doon sa mga iba nagsasabi na bakit lagpas na yung iba ng 7 years. So ito po yung sagot ni Secretary Erwin Tulfo na 2019 kasi napasa yung batas kaya doon lang po magsisimula yung sa 7 years. And Madam Chair, pagdating naman po doon sa mga pasweldo, yung mga pagre-regular na mga job contractual po, yung mga COS, Madam Chair, yung service fee po kasi ng AIX is 5%. Yan po yung ginagamit pang pasweldo. Siguro sa DBM, pwede nating isuggest na yung yung tatanggalin sa service fee, i-allot na lang para sa mga empleyado ng DSWD. Kasi alam naman natin, Madam Chair, na si Secretary Tulfo, talagang priority niya na maging regular ang mga empleyado ng DSWD. Dahil tama nga naman, sa amin sa probinsya, yung mga nagbibigay ng ayuda, 5,000, 100,000 hospitalization, nanlulumo sila kasi sila mismo hindi nila alam kung hanggang kailan sila mabibigyan ng trabaho at yung kanilang sweldo ay hindi rin ganun kataas, Madam Chair. So, isa pa pong issue, Madam Chair, yung social pension na nabanggit ni Secretary Tulfo. Kulang po ng 25 billion pesos. So yan po yung malaking challenge natin sa Kongreso kung paano natin madadagdagan. Kasi po naging batas ito and nandirito rin po ang representative ng senior citizen. Alam na alam po niya kung gaano kalaki ang 500 pisong may dadagdag kada buwan para sa mga senior citizen. Kaya, Madam Chair, at the proper time and proper forum, I intend to propose for an amendment to increase the budget of DSWD covering these unfunded mandates, Madam Chair. And lastly, Madam Chair, tungkol naman kay Secretary Erwin Tulfo, gusto ko lang pong sabihin, Madam Chair, yung experience ko sa dating DSWD Secretary. I am thankful na siya po ang naging secretary natin ngayon. Sa mga kasamahan ko dito na naiintindihan yung sinasabi ko, siguro, now is our chance na matulungan at mas maabot pa ang mga nangangailangan na Filipino people. Kaya nga po, Secretary Erwin Tulfo, ang masasabi ko lang keep up the good work at malayo pa, marami pa po ang ating laban. Pagtulong-tulungan po natin yan, kami po na mga kasamahan ko sa Kongreso, kasama mo po kami, tutulong sa mga Pilipino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, sa mga nasabi po ng ating butihing batas from Benguet.
Yes, and I think all members of the House are likewise very open to the institutionalization of the AICs, and like what happened to 4Ps, and I'm sure we are your request is also very welcome. And thank you, Eric, Vice Chair Eric, for bringing that issue on record, because I'm sure a lot of our representatives are also very supportive of that endeavor. Next, let me call Representative Arlene Brosas from the minority.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my question to the Secretary, may we know why there is a budget increase for 4Ps, yet the number of target beneficiaries remains the same? Bakit po yun? Nag-increase tayo ng 4Ps, pero yung beneficiaries natin na target, the same siya.
Madam Chair, kung iyo po mamarapatin, ma'am, mas masasagot po ng mainam ng aking finance director po, si Director Wayne, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Director Wayne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, that is true, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that there's an increase in our budget for 4Ps from 107 to 115 billion for 2023. And the 7 billion increase, Madam Chair, is predominantly caused by our provision for the payment of deficiency in 2017 and 2018 grants in the amount of 4.3 billion pesos. And also we are planning to increase as well the municipal link, city link ratio to the households or the families that are being monitored for case management purposes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, magkano ba ang administrative cost for 2023? Ng DSWD?
Who can answer that?
Clarificatory lamang po, Madam Chair. Ano pong ibig sabihin po ng Madam Chair na admin cost po? Ito po ba ay para sa 4Ps?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair, that's my question.
Kasi may mga service provider kayo for the 4Ps.
Yes, kasi Madam Chair, halimbawa, kung yung listahanan expenses nila stands as 174 million, tapos may 7.8 billion silang, nasaan yung 7.8 billion at saka 2.2 billion na balance nito? Yan.
Madam Chair, yung admin cost po, I'm sorry po sa delay. Ang admin cost po ay nasa 2,263,000,000 po, 74,000, Madam Chair.
So yun, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, kasi based on the President's budget message, the increase in budget will be used, nakalagay, for data validation ng listahan ng 3. May budget lamang na 174 million ito sa National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction o listahanan ayon sa NEP. So nasaan pa yung iba pang 174 million lang yan eh. Tapos nag-i-increase ka ng magkano sa 4-piece. Tapos yung 4-piece, hindi ka naman mag-i-increase ng beneficiaries. So dapat the same yon. Tama ba?
Mas masasagot po, Madam Chair, kung hindi
Yes.
po marapati ni Director Wayne po.
Thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair. The administrative cost for 4-piece for 2023 is allotted at 10.25 billion, and this is like 8.87% share of the total proposed budget for 2023 of 115 billion.
Ilang percent yan, yung admin cost?
Yeah, that's the admin cost, Madam Chair, 8.87%, amounting to 10.25 billion pesos.
10.25 billion pesos. So, yan po yung bukod po dyan, meron pang iba.
Yes, Your
Yung-
Honor, Madam Chair. Sorry po.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the rest would be the 91.13% for the grants and subsidies or cash transfer to our beneficiaries, amounting to 105.35 billion pesos, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, isa sa mga benepisyaryong nakukuha ng 4-piece dati, yung rice subsidy. Ngayong 2022, ngayong 2023, bakit po walang budget for rice subsidy ang DSWD?
Madam Chair, meron pa rin po, Your Honor, 600 pesos po per month, Madam Chair.
Magkano po ang total ninyo for the rice subsidy? Kasi ang 2022 budget ay merong 28.1 billion dati. Ngayon po, magkano po ang total para sa rice subsidy?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, the budget for rice subsidy is about 25 to 26 billion.
Sorry again.
So it is about 25.87 billion pesos, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Bakit po mas mababa doon sa 28.1 billion dati? And you have the same beneficiary naman, tapos baka magdagdag pa kayo, di ba?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, the assumption for the computation for budget for our rice subsidy is that out of the 4.4 million beneficiaries, they usually the compliance rate is usually at 98%, and so usually that's how we project the budget requirement for the subsidy, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So you think that's enough, Madam Chair, para doon sa total number of beneficiaries ninyo, the 25.87 billion? Inibili niyo po ito sa NFA, no? Tama. Hindi. Commercial ba ito?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we provide the rice subsidy in the form of cash transfer. and is also included in the top-up that we submit to the Land Bank of the Philippines. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On to my next question, Madam Chair. Kaugnay po sa utang, magkano ang kabuuang inutang natin sa 4Ps? Hanggang kailan po natin ito babayaran?
Madam Chair, wala po kaming data dyan. Yan po ay nasa Department of Finance, Madam Chair. Sila po ang nakakaalam, Your Honor.
Madam Chair,
I think that issue should be tackled by the DBM. Yes. Kasi
Madam Chair, may we request na lang siguro sa DBM yung magkano yung utang. But you have no idea na kung magkano yung inutang for 4Ps. Tapos magkano pa kailan pa natin yan babayaran?
Wala. Gaan na po kami, Madam Chair. Pero kung ating pong Madam Chair, mamarapatin ho ninyo, maaari po kami mag-request sa ASAP po sa Department of Finance, sa DBM po, ng hinihingi po ng ating butihing mababatas po. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, baka para lang malaman po ni Secretary, noong 2020, inaprubahan ng Asian Development Bank ang utang na 25 billion at 29 billion sa World Bank para dito po sa CCT o Conditional Cash Transfer sa ilalim po ng programa ninyo sa 4Ps ng DSWD. But anyway, Madam Chair, my next question ay yung 1.3 million, as I understand, nung sinabi ninyo kanina, hindi pa yan delisted talaga at binavalidate. Ano po? Pero meron na po bang parang magkano yung savings na gusto nyong makuha dito kung bakit 1.3 million yung inyong i-delist? Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, lilinawin ko lang po, wala pong savings kung magdidelis mo po tayo ng 1.3 na kabuuan po na bilang po ng mga 4Ps. Ang estimate lamang po ay 10.5 billion na hindi po ma-utilize sa katapusan ng taon. Matapos po mag-validate nga po, ma-validate itong mga non-poor household na matatapos po namin September 2022. Yung graduation po ng qualified non-poor na household ngayon ng October, pero may apila nga po. Kaya po ang ginamit po namin, humingi na po kami ng tulong, Madam Chair, sa asosasyon po ng 4Ps beneficiaries. Tinawag ko po sila, nagkaroon po kami ng pulong 3 weeks ago para sila rin po ay magbibigay dahil tama po kayo, Madam Chair. Ako po ay kumilos agad nung nabasa ko po na kayo po ay nagtatanong at this was 3 weeks ago na mailabas po namin yung listahan at sabi nyo, imposible na may 1.3. Tama po kayo. So ang ginawa ko po ay tinawag ko po yung asosasyon po nila, kasama po yung national president nila at hiningan ko po sila ng listahan. Ang sagot po lang sa akin, Madam Chair, ay hindi rin po sila sang-ayon po doon sa 1.3 bagkos ang sabi po nila ay 30 to 40% daw po ay dapat iiwan. Hindi pa po dapat alisin po i-delist. So pumayag po kami at ngayon po, Madam Chair, hinihingan po namin sila ng listahan mula po sa kanila kung sino-sino ba doon po sa kanilang mga miyembro na po pwede na pong mag-graduate. Ayaw po namin sabihin na alisin po, kundi kung sino-sino na po yung pwede na mag-graduate, makakatayo na po sa sarili nilang paa, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, saan po mapupunta? Yun po yung tanong ko. Saan mapupunta yung if you have yung budget na sinasabi ninyo if ever na nag-graduate na, hindi na saan siya exactly yung amount na yun mapupunta?
May waiting list po kami, Madam Chair. Medyo mahaba po yung listahan natin. So kaya nga po nung sinabi po na nung ako po tinanong po ng ilang po mga mamahayag kung ito po ay savings, ay sinabi ko po wala pong savings dito dahil ito po ay ibibigay din naman doon sa mga ipapasok namin, Madam Chair, na matapos po tayong pag-graduate, mag-delist po ng bilang ng mga beneficiaries, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I have so many questions pa no sa DSWD. I know that hindi po ako ma-finish dito. So ang kailangan ko na lang po sigurong sabihin kung ano yung mga kailangan kong papeles or dokumento na mai-submit po in preparation for plenary. And ito po ay yung sa kaugnay po sa request data on the updated list of halfway homes for VAUSI victims, for the violence against women and children victims. Tapos yung breakdown po nung sinabi ninyo kanina, magkano yung sa administrative cost, para mag-total po siya, no? Kasi yung nag-increase nga kayo ng budget for 4Ps, saan ito dapat mapupunta lahat? So hinahanap po natin yon. Tapos sabi nga ng Pangulo, 174 million lang yung para sa targeting system, etc. No? Pero saan yung iba pa? Sinabi nyo kanina may 10 billion na, well, yung breakdown lang po kahit nung mga admin costs and everything na yan. Tapos, Madam Chair, last question po. Bumaba kasi yung IX ng 20 billion, ano po, kaltas. Napakababa. At alam po natin yan po ay direct assistance, cash assistance sa ating mga mamamayan. Madam Chair, ano ang pagtingin ng ating DSWD Secretary na sinabi ng DOF ni Benjamin Jokno na waste of public fund ang pagbibigay ng ayuda, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, lilinawin ko lang po ang at binawi po ito ng ating Finance Secretary na ito po ay ayuda po para po sa pandemya, hindi po actually na ayuda, tulong po ng DSWD sa mga kababayan natin sa mga panahon na ito, Madam Chair. Yung inyo pong request po ng mga dokumento po at explanation ay ipapadala po namin sa inyo po sa lalong madaling panahon, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pandemic pa rin naman po ngayon, ano? So kailangan pa rin ng ayuda ng ating mga mamamayan. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Arlene. You can have a second round if you can wait. There's actually 39 in the waiting list. Okay, the next interpellate is Representative Christopher Yap.
Madam Chair, Majong Buntag, fellow colleagues, DSW families, another resource person. Kong Kokuyap, 2nd District of Southern Leyte. It was mentioned by President BBM that the assistance coming from DSWD for the calamity, especially typhoon, should be prepositioned to the area. I hope it will be implemented. We in our district have experienced the situation. Super Typhoon Odette hit our province twice, landed in my district and province. Saludo kami sa DSWD. They were doing a good job beyond their work. Kasama ko sila before, during, and after the typhoon. My question here is about the educational assistance. If there is available funds for those who did not get through the portals of the application but had made the physical document, especially our indigent beneficiaries who doesn't have the money for the application and has to ask our office to help facilitate for the internet and for the photocopies, na di masyadong malakas ang internet sa aming area. Hope you can reconsider this, especially those who were victim by the Super Typhoon Odette. My other question here is addressed to National Program Management Office. If there is allocation for Zero Hunger and other programs na pwedeng i-implement sa mga biktima ng Super Typhoon Odette. We need all the support from your department and the national government. Daghang salamat o maayong buntag natong tanan.
Madam Chair, una po dun sa unang katanungan po ay ito lang po yung rundown namin, Madam Chair, sa educational assistance na pinamimigay po namin for the past 3 Saturdays na po, Madam Chair. umabot na po sa 256,867 po sa tatlong Sabado po ng pamamahagi namin ng educational assistance. Nang kabuang bilang po ay 647,953,800 sa total po na inihanda namin na 1.5 billion, Madam Chair. Doon sa sinasabi po ay ng ating butihing representative from Leyte, Madam Chair, ay ina-address na ho namin ito. Kung sakasakali man hindi sila tamaan ngayon itong ayuda, ay maaari po sila lumapit po sa mga regional offices po namin. Tuloy-tuloy naman yan, Madam Chair. Medyo inayos lang ho natin at ibinigay natin bago magpasukan. Pero meron po tayong educational assistance din naman, Madam Chair, throughout the year po yan. Kasi hindi lang naman po tuwing pasukan po yan kung yung estudyante po ay walang pambayad po sa school, yung mga kailangan po ng school. Ang estudyante po ay in crisis, pwede pong lumapit. Direkta po kasama ng kanyang magulang o siya mismo, Madam Chair, sa amin po mga regional offices at saka mga provincial offices. Patungkol naman po doon sa ayuda na tinatanong po ninyo hinggil po sa mga tinamaan po ng bagyong Odette, tuloy-tuloy naman po yun, Madam Chair.
Representative Yap, Christopher Yap,
Yes po, Madam Chair.
any follow-up questions?
No more, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next would be DML Francis Castro, Deputy Minority Leader. Franz Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, sa ating kapamilya sa sa DSWD. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, ang ating pong secretary, dating journalist sa ABS-CBN na talagang isa sa mga idol ko 'yan. At sabi niya, ito ngayon, sabi niya ay ibang-iba ngayon si Erwin Tulfo, 'di ba? Doon sa mga dati nang mga naging record niya po. So nakikita naman po natin yung pagtulong niya, especially po doon sa financial assistance sa mga estudyante. Kaya lang nagkaroon lang ng konting problema doon sa distribution. At isa po sa yung na mabilis naman na nag-apologize yung ating secretary. Kaugnay noon, Mr. Chair at Madam Chair, at naanohan po natin yun nagustuhan po natin yon. Isa lang po i-raise ko, Madam Chair, kaugnay nung sa distribution. Kasi may nasabi kasi si Secretary about sa mga teacher na kumbaga parang tanong ko lang, may experience ba si Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, kaugnay sa distribution ng teacher ng mga benefit or mga ayuda from the DSWD? Kasi ang alam ko, never po ang teacher na nag-distribute ng mga ayuda from the DSWD, na si teacher po yung gumampan nun.
Madam Chair, una po ay wala po akong experience. Ako po yung natanong, Madam Chair, ng ilang mamahayag po na bakit hindi na lang po gawin sa eskwelahan ang pagbibigay po ng educational assistance. Binigyan ko po ng 4 na dahilan po, Madam Chair, kung bakit hindi po sa eskwelahan. Una pong sinabi ko ay nabanggit ko ay for security reason na rin po, lalo na kung sa mga liblib po na eskwelahan, Madam Chair. Wala pong pulis o kulang po ang kanilang pulis sa mga malalayong probinsya. Pangalawa po, Madam Chair, sabi ko po baka maubos po ang oras ng ating mga guro. Kailan ba, tinanong ko po ulit yung media kung anong oras ba ibibigay, bago po ang pasok or matapos ang pasok. Kung marami-rami pong bata, baka maubos po yung oras na i-google po ng ating mga guro, Madam Chair. Pangatlo po, sinabi ko po reason ay paano po pag may sobra do sa pera na hawak po ng ating mga guro, wala naman po sila mga safe or mga vault, baka po maransak po ang eskwelahan, Madam Chair. Pang-apat po, sinabi ko, isa pa po ito naman po reaction ko lamang po sa mga nababasa ko po na mga post po sa social media na nakikita na may mga favoritism daw. Hindi naman po binanggit ang teacher. Sabi ko lamang po, baka maakusahan po ang ating mga guro ng favoritism, Madam Chair. Gayon pa man po, may marami yung nag-react at medyo nagalit. Ako hoy, may mga kamag-anak din ako, Madam Chair, na mga nasa public school po, teachers po sa Davao. At ganun din po mga dati ko pong kaklase sa college po ay high school na. Ngayon po yung mga teacher na rin, nagtanong din ho. Pinaliwanag ko na wala pong, hindi po ganun ang aking pong sinabi na inaakusahan ko pa ang ating mga guro. Bagkus ang sabi ko po baka maakusahan po ang ating mga butihing po mga guro. Gayon pa man ma'am ay ako po humingi ho ng paumanhin at pag sa ating mga guro sa buong bansa po, Madam Chair, sa aking mga nasabi ko may mga nasaktan man po na guro, which I believe meron nga po. Kaya gusto ko po sana samantalahin ang pagkakataon na ito, Madam Chair, na humingi ulit ng paumanhin sa ating mga guro po na nasaktan doon po sa aking sinabi na hindi ko naman talaga po silang ibig sabihin na inaakusahan po sila ng favoritism, Madam Chair, kundi po ay yung sa akin lang naman po ay paliwanag po dahil po sa katanungan, Madam Chair. Sana po ako po ay matanggap din po ng mga teacher yung aking pong paliwanag, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, kasi nagkaroon talaga ito ng ng talagang reaction sa lahat ng mga teachers natin dahil alam naman na po natin kung ano yung papel ng ating mga teachers sa ating lipunan. Sila yung pinagkakatiwalaan na mga government employees, alba sa eleksyon, at ito nga yung mga pinapatrabaho po ng DSWD at iba pang maahensya na kahit na hindi nila trabaho ay ginagampanan nila. So, salamat po sa sorry ng ating Department of Social Welfare Secretary kasi kasi ang mga teachers po talaga ay nasaktan. Pangalawa, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, dahil hanggang ngayon, Madam Chair, ang teacher din po yung nagmo-monitor nitong mga 4-piece beneficiary at kasama ito dun sa mga dagdag na problema at alalahanin ng mga teachers na sana ay hindi na maibigay doon sa ating mga teachers. One time po, nagpunta po ako sa Cavite, pumasok po yung mga teachers. Kaya pala sila pumapasok dahil hinihingan sila ng report ng DSWD about doon sa monitoring ng mga 4Ps. Ano po bang masasabi dito ng ating Secretary, Madam Chair? Baka po pwedeng tanggalin na ito na trabaho ng ating mga kaguruan.
Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Pahabol ko lamang po yung sa kanina po na natanong niyo, Madam Chair. Ako po mataas po ang pagtingin ko po sa ating mga guro, Madam Chair. Siguro wala naman ho tayong lahat dito. Wala po magiging Secretary Tulfo. Ito mga kasama kong Secretary, ASEC, USEC po, maging po mga mambabatas kung wala pong guro, Madam Chair. So ako po yung nagpapasalamat po sa mga guro natin at malaki po respeto natin. Pangalawa po doon sa katanungan po, yung po monitoring po ng mga guro natin, Madam Chair, kasi isa po sa mga kondisyones po yun, Madam Chair, na masiguro po kung ikaw ay 4-piece beneficiaries na yung bata po ay talagang pumapasok. Kasi nasa batas din po yun na yan talagang 4-piece na para po sa mga bata, para sa pumasok ang mga bata at pilitin ng mga magulang na pumasok po ang kanilang mga anak. Kaya po naibigay yan, Madam Chair, yung 4-piece na yan for the education po talaga ng mga bata at para sa kalusugan po nila, Madam Chair. Kaya kung mapapansin po ninyo, kung wala ka ng anak na nag-aaral, Madam Chair, gagraduate ka na rin po dyan, Madam Chair. So it is really targeted for education. So yung role po ng mga guro natin, Madam Chair, is to monitor po na every family po na yung mga anak nila, kung sila po ay 4-piece beneficiaries, ay naka-enroll po at pumapasok, Madam Chair.
Gaano po ba kadalas itong reporting na ito? Kasi talagang nababurden na rin, Madam Chair, yung mga teachers po natin dito.
Madam Chair, bi-monthly po yan, every 2 months po. Pero ang nangyayari po dito, Madam Chair, kagaya po na nabanggit ko kanina, bawat po purok, bawat po barangay, meron po mga leader ng 4-piece beneficiaries. At doon po sila diretsa na nagre-report, Madam Chair. At itong mga leader na ito ang nagre-report po sa aming mga municipal link, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, baka dapat ma-review natin yung role din ng mga teachers natin dito. Makagawa ang DSWD ng iba pang mga mechanism para po natin yung mga teachers natin, ma-unburden natin yung mga teachers natin dito. So, Thank you po, Madam Chair. Isa pa pong tanong ko, yung tungkol sa solo parent law, yung expanded solo parents na nakalagay po dito, no, yung mga benefits, additional na mga benefits ng mga solo parents, yung 10% discount sa VAT, 1K monthly subsidy para po sa mga minimum wage earners and low income solo parents. At iba pa. So ito yung tungkol lang dun sa subsidy. So ano po yung plano dito ng DSWD doon po sa bagong probisyon ng Expanded Solo Parent Act?
Ang Madam Chair, ang pagdating po sa subsidiya, yan po ay local government units na po ang may hawak. Para sa update lamang po, ginagawa na po natin yung Expanded Solo Parent Act. Tinatapos na po namin ito pong IRR para magkaroon po ngayong next month po sa October magkakaroon na po ng ceremonial signing, Madam Chair.
So by October ay tapos na po yung IRR. So ito po yung inaantay ng ating mga solo parent. So kaugnay din po dito sa benepisyo sa LGU po. Meron na po ba tayong yung list of solo parents o meron tayong numbers ng mga solo parents para dito sa benepisyo, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, sa local government po yan, unit, Madam Chair, yung mga listahan, nasa kanila po yan dahil doon din po nag-a-apply ng mga solo parent ID, Madam Chair. So wala po kami listahan, Madam Chair.
Okay, next po Madam Chair, yung tungkol last na lang.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So yung last na lang po, Madam Chair, on the adolescent mothers. Ito po yung tungkol doon sa siguro pingi na lang po tayo, Madam Chair, ng data later on. Sa 2022 GAA, as part of national effort to prevent teenage pregnancy, we propose the restoration of social protection program for adolescent mothers and their children with an amount of 10 billion. Bakit wala po dito sa NEP yung atin pong proposal sana dun sa teenage mother?
Madam Chair, patuloy po ang aming ugnayan ngayon sa Population Commission po at bibigyan po namin kayo ng report ng status po hinggil po dyan sa aming ugnayan and working closely with the Population Commission ang mga hakbangin po. Ano po ang pagtutulungan po namin ng dalawang ahensya, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sana meron ding budget dyan kasi alam naman natin yung data kaugnay noong teenage pregnancy na talagang lumalala yung nagiging problema natin. Dapat meron din pong program dyan ng DSWD in coordination with the Population Agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Castro. Next on board is the Deputy Majority Leader, Jose Bong Teves.
Madam Chair, Secretary Tulfo, and the DSWD family, good morning. Isa sa pinakapaborito nating pinakikinggan sa radyo, lalong-lalo na tungkol sa serbisyo publiko, isumbong mo kay Tulfo. Minsan nang napakinggan ko, merong nagrereklamo. Merong isang nagtatrabaho sa pabrika. Inaabot na siya ng 6 na buwan, hindi pa siya nagigirikular. Naging mayor po ako, naging vice governor po ako. Ngayon po ay congressman na ako. Doon po sa probinsya na kung saan ako tumakbo at naglingkod. Ang dami-dami pa pong mga contractual sa DSWD. Dalaga pa sila, binata pa sila. Ngayon, yung iba nga may mga apo na. Kaya sinususugan ko po ang aking kaibigan na si TUCP representative na sana mabigyan po ito ng agarang aksyon. Tulad ng sinasabi natin na binibigyan natin ng aksyon ang mga nagrereklamo sa isumbong mo kay Tulfo. Yung mga 6 months ng contractual pa lamang na dapat sila mariregular na. Maraming salamat. Pangalawa, gusto ko pong malaman kung ano na po ang status ng pag-update ninyo ng master list ng mga eligible na makakuha ng ayuda mula sa DSWD. This is one of the main issues na dapat po munang maresolba ng inyong ahensya bago po kayo mag-release ng ayuda sa 4-piece beneficiaries. Based kasi sa finding ng COA ay may 50% ng 4-piece beneficiaries ay hindi included sa listahan o master list ng 4-piece. Ibig sabihin ba nito ay kalahati ng mga nabigyan ng ayuda ay hindi dapat makatanggap dahil sila ay hindi qualified. Marahil sila ay kumikita na ng sapat para na hindi na makabilang sa listahan. Tutuloy-tuloy ko na lang po, Madam Chair, bago nila ako sagutin. Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, nakakagulo po when the DSWD first rolled out its educational cash assistance to student in crisis situation, the central office last August 20, 2022. I would like to manifest to the good secretary that given the department budget, it should increase its capacity and capability in order to fully utilize its budget for its program. The DSWD should work hand in hand with the local government units in handing out this cash assistance and set up more payout centers nationwide para po mas mapabilis at mas mapadali ang proseso ng pamimigay ng ayuda sa ating mga taong bayan. At sa ganon, maiwasan po na muling mangyari ang mga hindi dapat mangyaring kaguluhan noong nakaraang payout ninyo. Isa pa po, Mr. Secretary, ang application po ng Educational Cash Assistance ay ginagawa online. Papaano naman po yung mga estudyanteng hirap o walang sapat na kakayahan o kagamitan para makapag-apply online dahil wala silang access sa internet o gadgets? Sana po matugunan po agad itong problemang ito dahil kawawa na rin po ang mga estudyante na nanghingi ng tulong sa inyo. And then, malapit na po uli ang panahon ng bagyo. Marami pa pong mga satellite office, ang mga satellite office ang DSWD hindi pa po konkreto ang kanilang opisina. Walang mga satellite phone na pwedeng gamitin tuwing may panahon ng bagyo. At ang isa pa, wala po kayong mga sapat na warehouses para paglagyan ng mga prepositioning ninyo tuwing may darating na bagyo. Baka po pwedeng isama nyo ito sa location ninyo dahil bilang lang naman po ang mga areas o probinsya na may malalakas na bagyo. Nandiyan po ang Catanduanes, nandiyan po ang Kasiguran, Aurora, Batanes at iba pa. Bibihira naman ang may malalakas na bagyo. Bakit hindi nyo po ito bigyan ng pansin? Dahil base po sa experience ko, nung nakaraang Typhoon Rolly na tinamaan ang probinsya ng Catanduanes, 5 days po bago namin nalaman kung ano ang status ng probinsya na yon. Kasi nasira ang inyong opisina dahil hindi naman po konkreto. At yung iba pa na opisina po ng mga DSWD, nakakalungkot lang isipin, ay nirerentahan pa ninyo yung iba ninyong mga opisina. Sana mabigyan nyo ito ng pansin. And lastly po, before I end, Mr. Madam.
Kindly wind up, Representative.
30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would like to commend the DSWD Bicol Region 5 under the leadership of OIC Regional Director Arwin Raso, DSWD Crisis Invention Units of Calabarzon, Regional 4, 4A Mayla, Gatchalian, Region 3 Adi Benos, Revudilla, Region 7 Cebu, Regional Director Shalin Lucero, sa kanilang mahusay na pagganap bilang isang tunay na mga regional director at leader sa inyong mga rehiyon na nasasakupan. Their fast and efficient delivery of service to our constituent. Kaya I am fully support 100% the proposed budget of DSWD under the leadership of Secretary Tolpo. Sama-sama po tayong magtulungan para maiahon natin ang sa kahirapan ang mamamayang Pilipino. Mabuhay po tayo lahat.
Thank you. Kong Teres, go ahead, Secretary.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Yung una pong katanungan po ay, Madam Chair, nasagot na po namin actually yung tungkol po sa regularization, Madam Chair. Ito po ay ginagawa na ho namin ngayon. Nag-request na po kami ng funding sa Department of Budget and Management para po sa pagiging regular ng mga empleyado po namin. Batid ko po, pagdating ko po dito sa DSWD na hindi po nga po pantay. 3,000 sa 29,000 empleyado po ay hindi ho yata tama. Kaya po, una ko pong naipangako po sa mga empleyado na ito dahil napakadami po nila. Tama po kayo, magre-retiro na lamang po ay hindi pa ho nakakatikim na maging regular. Kaya naipangako po sa kanila ay yung bilang ho na yan na 3,000 na bago po ako bumaba ay hihigitan ko pa po yan, dodoblehin ko at triple hanggang sa makakaya ko po para maging regular po ito mga casual po nito or contractual employee. Pangalawa po, yung inyo pong katanungan, nasagot na po namin sa COA po, yung kanilang sinasabi sa pamamagitan po ng special validation po na ginawa po namin dyan po sa COA. Yung pangatlo naman po ay yung tungkol po sa problema po sa educational assistance distribution po namin. For two Saturdays na po, Madam Chair, ay meron po kaming memorandum of agreement with the DILG, kasama po ang ilang LGU para maging maayos po. Ang DILG po ay nagsusupply po ng pulis para masiguro na maayos po ang pila. Ang LGU na po ang naghahanap po ng pwesto para sa amin, para sa mga payout. Sila na po naghahanap at katulong na rin po namin dyan yung kanilang mga city social welfare at municipal social welfare officers sa pag-distribute po yan. Yung pang-apat po na tanong ho ninyo na paano na lamang yung mga wala pong mga internet, wala pong mga capability na makapagparehisto online. Sinimulan na ho namin last weekend po sa Regions 1, 2, 3, 4A at 4B at Region 12 na puntahan po yung mga malalayong lugar, yung mga geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas o tawagin po namin ay GIDA, GIDA. At nakapag-disperse na po kami ng 7,247,000. Ganon din po ang gagawin pa rin namin dahil identified po ito ng mga regional office po namin, yung mga lugar na kung saan wala po mga internet, papupuntahan po namin ng mga tao po namin, Mr. Chair. At panghuli po, yung tungkol po sa mga luma na po at may mga warehouses po namin, opisina ng DSWD. Nagre-request po, in fairness po sa mga nakaraang administrasyon, nagre-request po sila ng malaki-laking capital outlay. Noong nakaraang taon po, ang hiningi po ng DSWD ay 9.2 billion pesos. Ang naaprubahan lamang po ay 1.5 billion Madam Chair. So wala pong kasamang warehouse po doon sa na-approve po na sa capital outlay. As a matter of fact, Madam Chair, kailangan nga po talaga namin at napapanahon na po. Kabilang na po riyan yung transportasyon. Ako po yung nagpapasalamat in advance sa butihing pong speaker natin na nag-donate po ng 3 sasakyan. Yan po yung bahagi ng capital outlay. Wala po akong pambili. So nag-donate po si speaker para sa Region 6, Region 7 at Region 8. Ganon din po si Senator Bongo para sa Mindanao po, para sa Region 9, Region 10, Region 11 at saka Region 12. At ang ating pong butihin na Vice Chair po si Congressman Eric Goyap ay nagbigay po kay Speaker ng isa pa pong wing van at siya po ay magbibigay pa ng isang sasakyan. So meron na po ako, ahawan ng Diyos ay siyam po na mga sasakyan for delivery po ng mga goods and services, mga relief goods po sa aming mga warehouses. Yung pagpe-preposition po namin tuloy-tuloy naman po yun, Madam Chair,
na dahil po yan ay utos ng Pangulo, gusto niya po ay proactive rather than reactive. So pag nagamit po ng isang probinsya o ng example po yan ng Abra, nagamit po nila, kaagad po naming pinapalitan. Ang pinakamalapit po sa kanya ay Region 1. So Region 1 po ang magsusupply po sa kanya para mapunuan po yung mga nagamit niya. Tsaka po namin, papadalhan po siya ng mga supply galing po dito sa National Resource Operation Center. So lagi po yung ating mga probinsya po, mga office po sa probinsya, region po, ay nakastack up na po ngayon in preparation po at anticipation for the incoming typhoons dito po sa November at December, Madam Chair.
Yes, Kong Teves, I think nasagot lahat ni Secretary Tulfo. Yung mga
Pwedeng 30 seconds lang, Madam Chair.
actually, your time is up. We can actually accommodate you sa second round. Or you can also request documents from them or to submit answers to your possible questions pa po. Next, let me call in Representative Raul Manuel from the minority.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning sa ating mga kapwa mambabatas, pati na rin sa ating mga panauhin sa DSWD. Una kong tanong, Madam Chair, ay tungkol sa AIX program. Meron itong 19.8 billion pesos sa ating National Expenditure Program. Gusto ko pong tanungin yung DSWD kung ito ba ay nakakasapat na para sa pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan.
Madam Chair, depende po yan, Madam Chair. Kung yung dami po kasi, kung tatanungin niyo po ako, kulang ho yan. Kasi nung nakaraang taon po ang ni-request po natin ay nung nakaraang taon, Madam Chair, 39 billion po. Ngayon po ay binawasan ng 20 billion, so 19 na lamang po ito. Kaya nga po, Madam Chair, siguro sa tulong po ng komite na ito ay maari po kami po ay hingi po ng tulong na madagdagan po yan dahil kulang po talaga lalo na, Madam Chair, na namigay po tayo ng educational assistance at binuksan po natin sa mga mamayan po yan, Madam Chair.
Okay, batay dun sa binanggit, Madam Chair, dapat din ay dinggin yon ng Kongreso given na kung ang rationale ng Department of Finance ay tapos naman na yung pandemya, fully recovered na tayo, pero actually hindi nga lahat ng mga nangangailangan nung early stages ng pandemic ay nakatanggap ng ayuda. Kaya dapat lamang yung nabanggit ng ating DSWD Secretary ay seryosohin ng ating Kongreso. Now, kasunod niyan, Madam Chair, ay tungkol dun sa educational assistance. I'd like to inquire kung ano yung ating pamamaraan sa DSWD to identify kung magkano yung i-allot for educational assistance sa ilalim nitong total na pondo sa AIX.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Meron po kami, Madam Chair, guidelines dyan. Depende po doon sa mga estudyante. Elementary, 1,000, Madam Chair. Pag high school, 2,000. Senior high, 3,000. At college po ay 4,000. Meron po talagang set of guidelines, Madam Chair, nung una. Kaya nga po, medyo inilabas po natin yan, inanunsyo po natin. Dati-rati po kasi, Madam Chair, limited po yung beneficiaries po niyan. Mga anak po ng mga may kapansanan, mga solo parent, kasama ho dyan, at saka marami pa pong iba. Binuksan lang ho natin at inanunsyo natin, Madam Chair, para sa kaalaman po ng publiko natin na kasi dati-rati po, Madam Chair, pag ikaw ay tricycle driver, hindi ka naman kasama dyan, ikaw ay jeepney driver or labandera or katulong, sinama na ho natin yan dyan, Madam Chair. Kaya nga po, dinagsaho tayo noong unang Sabado. At yun ho naging problema dati, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, yung proposed allotment na 19.892 billion pesos, meron ba tayong kahit estimate kung gaano kalaki dito yung ating i-allot for educational assistance?
Madam Chair, wala po kasing specific na nakalagay po dito po sa AIX na for educational assistance. Dati-rati po kasi Madam Chair, bago po itong educational assistance, throughout the year naman po yan binibigay Madam Chair. Pag po lumapit po yung bata, kailangan po ng bayad sa mga school fees. At wala akong pangbayad ho, pwede po lumapit yung estudyante po or yung magulang. Kailangan na po may babayaran siya mga contributions, pwede po lumapit. Wala po talaga Madam Chair na exact amount na nakapaloob doon as educational assistance po. Lahat po yan sama-sama, isa pong bugkos ho yan, medical, burial, transpo, at even food, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, kaya tayo curious din Madam Chair given na ngayong nagbabalik eskwela na yung ating mga estudyante, while excited sila na makapasok pero isa din sa mga hinahanap nila ay paano din sila matutulungan sa transportation, yung mga bumibiyahe papunta sa kanilang mga paaralan at iba pang mga dapat nilang pagkagastusan. Kaya again, I reiterate na marapat lamang na magkaroon ng sapat na pondo itong AIX at doon din sa educational assistance component nito. Thank you din sa mga sagot, Disability Secretary. Sunod naman ito ay directed sa NCIP na isa sa mga ahensya sa ilalim ng DSWD. Noong August 6 ay merong inilabas na pahayag ang NCIP na nangre-red tag ng mga progressive organizations. Ito ay nilabas noon pang August 9 mismo sa celebration ng Indigenous Peoples Day. Pati mga Indigenous Peoples groups ay nired tag. Kasama dyan yung organization na ating dating mambabatas na si Congresswoman Eufemia Culyamat. Gusto kong tanungin sa NCIP kung alam ba ng ating National Security Advisor na si Ms. Clarita Carlos yung inyong outright na pangre-red tag?
Madam Chair, mas masasagot po. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Mas masasagot po yan ng aming NCIP chairperson po na narito kasama po namin si Allen Capuyan.
Go ahead, Director Allen.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. We are not red tagging. We are truth telling. As former executive
Point of information, Madam Chair, doon pa lang sa sinabi hindi nang red tag, malinaw po, may kopya po tayo ng naging press statement ng NCIP. So once again, I'd like to ask, straight to the point naman po yung aking tanong, alam ba ni National Security Advisor Clarita Carlos na part pa rin ng policy ngayon ng NCIP yung red tagging?
Okay, when there was a change of leadership of the LCAC and the Secretariat, I turned over to the National Security Advisor all the PowerPoint presentations, research and data to the members of the NSA. But let me mention that in 2021, the Commission in Bank, through a resolution, issued 4 separate commission.
Madam Chair, I think the resource person is not answering the question kasi kaya ko ito na itatanong dahil popondohan natin yung NCIP at gusto nating ma-fulfill na ating mga government agencies yung kanilang mandato. Pero mahirap na magbibigay tayo ng pondo sa mga ahensya na yun pa yung nangunguna sa pagpahamak ng buhay na ating mga kapwa Pilipino. Kasama dyan kahit yung mga former legislators at nakaka-apekto din yun kahit dun sa mga iba nating public officials. Kaya once again, last chance po para masagot ng NCIP, alam po ba ni NSA advisor na nangre-red tag? Kasi sa ngayon po, after ng pronouncements ni NSA advisor Clarita Carlos na wala na dapat red tagging sa administrasyon ngayon, bilang po sa kamay. And I can identify kung sinong mga government officials yung nagpapatuloy sa red tagging. So once again, yes or no question lang naman yun, Madam Chair.
Before you answer, sir, please direct your answers to the chairman or vice chair of this committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All actions of NCIP as part of the NTP-ELCAC are posted in the Bible groups of the NTP-ELCAC, which include the National Security Advisor. Lahat na ginagawa namin ay sinasabi namin doon sa mga Bible groups ng mga talking heads. So yun po sir ang ginagawa namin.
Yes, ayun. Ngayon, at least malinaw sa atin na may basbas ng NTF-ELCAC pati ng mga leaders nito, yung ating NSA advisor at sa structure din ng NTF-ELCAC na yung chief executive sa Malacanang ay siya yung head ng NTF-ELCAC. So at least malinaw sa atin na kahit may pronouncement na walang red tagging, nagpapatuloy pa rin yung ganong policy at nandiyan pa rin pala yung whole of nation approach na coordinated effort yung red tagging at different levels. Sunod Madam Chair, ito naman ay tungkol sa mga programs ng NTF-ELCAC under the DSWD.
Excuse me, let me remind you, your time is almost up. So.
Okay, thank you Madam Chair. Meron akong tanong tungkol dun sa LSG or Livelihood Settlement Grant. Magkano yung allocation nito under the Sustainable Livelihood Program at ilan yung target beneficiaries for 2023, Madam Chair?
Secretary?
Madam Chair, hingo kami paumanhin, hindi po namin nakasama yung aming pong si Undersecretary Tanhusay po ang mas makakasaguto niyan. Pero kung bigyan niyo kami ng ilang saglit, Madam Chair, aming pong titignan ho dito. Pero ang alam ko ho ay kung yung exact figures po ang hinihingi niyo, if you can give us a few moments, Madam Chair, para to look at our records. Madam Chair, masasagot na po ng aming finance director po, si Director Wayne, Madam Chair. Kung yung
Yes, Director Wayne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So for the Sustainable Livelihood Program under the EO70 or Executive Order 70, we have allotted under the current appropriations 255 million pesos for this program. And so far we have obligated 109.5 million pesos for a utilization rate of 4.86. However, there's also a continuing appropriation for this purpose, also under the Sustainable Livelihood Program, an allotment of 6.4 million for the current year, and then the obligation for under this continuing appropriation is at 4.4 million pesos, accounting to a utilization rate of 68.72 for the livelihood program under EO70. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you Madam Chair. So given the time limits, ako na lang ay magre-request ng iba pang mga data related dun sa programs ng NTF-ELCAC. Nahingi po tayo ng breakdown ng lahat ng pondo under DSWD na connected dun sa NTF-ELCAC, pati na rin po sa ating supplemental feeding program na kailangan lalo ng ating mga malnourished children dito sa ating bansa. Yun lamang Madam Chair, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Please take note of that and submit the necessary response to the representative. Let me just make a comment. No? Yung kanina kay Mr. Kapuyan, is that your personal view, yung sinasabi ng or is that the NCIP policy? Kasi kailangan delineate natin yung sariling opinion nyo at saka yung sa NCIP as an institution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a personal opinion because in 2021, the Commission in Bank, composed of 7 commissioners, received the complaints from the communities of the atrocities committed by the CPP in PND in collaboration with this front organization. So malalim po ito na research na ginawa not only of the NCIP, but this is the work of the entire 12 national clusters of the NTF-ELCAC, agreed upon by the intelligence agencies of government at mga live witnesses who are victims of this organization. So it is both a position of the NTF-ELCAC and even my personal position, because I was once a military officer and I am a witness on the ground being an indigenous peoples. I retired early, 8 years ahead of my service, to join the communities, and I saw it with my very eyes. I heard it and felt it. So
Okay,
it is an opinion of NTF-ELCAC, position of NTF-ELCAC, and the position of NCIP Commission in Bank,
Yes,
and my position, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Point of privilege, Madam
Donna,
Chair. Gusto ko lang ma-put on record, and our office intends to file this to be part of the official records of the committee, yung press statement ng NCIP bilang isang komisyon. And I believe na hindi dapat ma-desecrate itong ating August body by allowing red tagging at yung patuloy na pag-defend pa nito dito sa ating komite. I won't allow na popondohan ng Kongreso yung red tagging operations ng kahit sinong agency dito sa ating gobyerno.
Yes, yung sentiments niyo po ay pareho tayo. No? But just the same, you can have your second round if you wish to. So next we go to Representative Vice Chair Teodorico Haresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me welcome the DSWD family. Welcome po to the House of Representatives. And welcome Secretary Tulfo, ang puso ng public service. Welcome po. Unang-una po ay gusto po taus-puso nagpapasalamat sa DSWD family in behalf of West Aklan to include Boracay. With kami po sa West Aklan ay parang suki ng kalamidad. Every November, December, almost every year, tinatamaan po kami ng bagyo galing sa Leyte. And dahil po doon, ang DSWD family mula noong 2019 ay taus-puso po nagsusuporta sa West Aklan. Ay tinubaan po kami ng Ursula December 25. Nagpahinga lang po ang DSWD family led by then RD Evelyn Macapobre and now OIC Delia and all the staff. Nagtrabaho po sila mula December hanggang March 14. Day and night, hindi po sila nag-New Year, nag-Valentine's, nagsilbi po sila. Ay pagkatapos dumaan ang COVID, pagkatapos ng COVID ay dumaan naman ang Typhoon Odette. Ay sana po, Secretary, masama niyo kami sa prepositioning highway ng DSWD ang West Aklan. Ang pangalawa po, magtatanong po ako sa budget. Sana po ang USEC, Admin and Finance ay mabigyan po ako ng mga papeles tungkol sa obligation and disbursement rate for the year that stands at 43% and 34.3%. For which program does the department need to fast-track obligations and disbursements in order to sustain its high obligation and disbursement rates? Padala nyo na lang po sa akin in writing. Sa 126.8 billion that still remains unobligated for the department, of this amount, 121.8 billion is unobligated. Papaano nyo po gagastusin yan mula sa September hanggang December 2022? Number 2, according to the DSWD NEP, the promotive social welfare and protective social welfare program are both expected to receive lower new appropriations for 2023. 2.2 billion less for the former and 19.3 billion less for the protective social welfare program. How will this decrease in the budget affect the poverty level target rate 2028? Can the department provide a geographical breakdown by region and province of the projects and beneficiaries under the two aforementioned programs? Meron po special provision now, Pantawid Pamilya, which will decrease by 20.2 billion according to the 2023 NEP. Ano po ang rasyonal ng secretary, why is there a revision of the list? What was the department's mechanism in adopting this lower provision? Pang-apat po, sa office ng secretary, there's around 1.91 billion undistributed cash advances for the SAP in regions 6 and NCR. Majority po nasa NCR. Thank you po, Madam Chair. Ayun lang po, nagpapasalamat po ako. At saka again, welcome to the DSWD family led by Secretary Tulfo.
Secretary, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Una po sa lahat, yung una pong katanungan, Madam Chair, doon po sa kanila sa West Aklan. Tuloy-tuloy naman po ang pagtulong po. At hindi lang po sa West Aklan, kundi sa buong bansa po ang aking pong utos na siguraduhin lahat po ng mga regions at probinsya at maging ang aming po mga satellite offices o mga munisipyo kung meron po silang mga warehouses na pwede po pag-imbakan ng preposition goods, mga relief goods po, food items, ay padalahan naman po para lalo na po dyan po sa inyong lugar na banggit ho ninyo ang una ko pong instruction. Lahat po ng dinadaanan po ng bagyo, pinapasukan po ng bagyo, ito po nga Eastern Seaboard ay inatasan ko na po ang aking mga regional directors na siguraduhin yung bawat lalawigan dyan, pati bayan na nga, kung meron po siyang imbakan ng mga food items, ay bigyan na rin po para mas madali na pong maibigay ng LGU. Kasi nga po dati nung pagpasok ko po ang sagot ho sa akin first responder po ang LGU. Kaya binago ko yan. Sinabi ko na hindi na first responder. Paano ko yung LGU ay 5th or 6th class municipality. Wala siya ipapakain sa mga tao niya. So papasok at papasok tayo dyan. Hindi natin pwedeng ikesyo antayin pa natin ang request ni Mayor. Tulad po na nangyari po doon sa Abra, isang 6th class municipality. Wala naman pala maipakain. So kagad po kaming responde, Madam Chair, doon po sa sitwasyon. So ngayon po, hindi na, it doesn't matter kung first class, second class o 6th class municipality ka. Ang utos ko po ay lagyan na po yung LGU at preposition na po ng mga food items at saka non-food para madali na pong hatakin ng LGU at maibigay po sa kanya mga kababayan rather than wait pa po na manggagaling po sa region o sa probinsya. Pangalawa po, doon sa inyong katanungan po, magsusumiti po kami ng mga dokumento po para po ninyong ma-review po yung inyo pong hinihingi. At yung pangatlo pong yung katanungan po ninyo na decrease sa protective programs po natin ay yun naman po wala ho tayong control kundi bagkus yan po ay nanggaling po sa executive level po doon sa DBM po yan nung isinabit po sa amin. At pang-apat naman po yung tinatanong ho ninyo sa SAP yun po talaga dahil nag-expire na ho yung law, Madam Chair, kaya automatic po kinukuha at ibinabalik po yun. Sana po Madam Chair, nasagot ko po lahat ng katanungan.
Congressman Haresco, Are you
Yes,
satisfied?
Yes, Madam Chair. Gusto ko lang po ipaliwanag po kay Secretary na sa West Aklan po ay nagpapasalamat po dahil sa nung panahon ng COVID, umabot po ng 3 times the national average yung suicide rate sa Boracay ay dahil po ay wala po makain. Ang ginawa po ng DSWD, nagbigay po ng SLP at saka sa mga ready-to-lay chickens ay punti na lang po sa height ng COVID ay may nakain ng mga itlog ang mga taga-West Aklan. Ang tama po ng bagyo ay sobra-sobra po na 22 electric cooperatives ang nagtulong sa West Aklan kasi 700 electric posts bumagsak po at saka 62,000 houses were completely and partially destroyed. Up to now po ay nagbibigay po ang DSWD ng tulong base sa mga nasiraan ng mga bahay. Ay, again, maraming salamat, Secretary Tulfo.
Thank you very much. Next to interpolate is Representative Marisa Magsino.
Magandang hapon po, Secretary Tulfo. Of course, pareho po tayo na sa broadcast media kaya I'm sure napakalaki pong dagdag sa ating experience na makarelate tayo lalo na po sa ground. Yusek Taduran, of course, Janela, sa lahat po ng ating DSWD team, Madam Chair. Ang ating pong Department of DSWD, ang budget po natin ngayon ay 202 billion rounded na po at ang ating proposed budget for 2023 naman po ay 194 billion rounded. Ano po ba ang reason na binigay ng DBM kung sakasakali na meron po ba binigay ba't nagkaroon ng slash? Ang akin po ngayong katanungan, if there's any reason na binigay ang DBM, in particular, nagkaroon po tayo ng allocation for locally funded projects. Ito po ay mula sa 5,791,087 pesos noong 2022 to 3,169,221 for 2023. Ano po ang mga locally funded projects na naapektuhan nito dahil sa decrease at ano po ang mangyayari sa performance indicators ng project na ito dahil sa pagkakababa po ng funding nito, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, ang una pong tatamaan dyan ay yung binawasan po ay halos lahat naman po ng programa ay okay naman po hindi binawasan. Ang binawasan lang po yung assistance for individual in crisis situation. 20 billion po yung natapyas po sa aming pong pondo at tanging ang Department of Budget and Management na lamang po, Madam Chair, ang maaaring makasagot po niyan.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, after po ng locally funded projects, meron naman po tayong foreign assisted projects. Nagkaroon naman po ito ng increase ng 5 billion from 5,108,152 ng 2022 na increase naman po ito ng 11,890,023 ng 2023. Gusto ko lamang po malaman, Mr. Secretary, ano po ang mga foreign funded projects na ito na nilagyan natin ng allocation dahil sa increase at are there increases in our counterparts in these projects? Ano po ang justification at reason po sa increase, Mr. Secretary? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Ito po yung mga pinupondohan ng mga foreign assisted projects o programs, Madam Chair. Nandiyan po yung Kalahi Seeds National Community Driven Development Program. Nariyan din po yung Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project. Kasama po dyan yung Beneficiary First. Isa pa po dyan yung Kalahi Seeds, yung kapangyarihan at kaunlaran sa barangay. Yan po yung mga pinupondohan po ng mga foreign assisted projects.
Okay, so
at saka base po sa loan agreements po yun, at kaya kung may pagtaas man po yan, base po yan doon sa napagkasunduan po, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, meron din po itong, kasama na po ito sa counterpart sa projects natin na locally.
Tama po kayo, Madam Chair.
Okay. Nako, Mr. Secretary, rest assured na ang ating lone OFW party list po will be giving the full support sa DSWD dahil sa mga OFW families left behind na talaga naman pong nangangailangan ng inyong tulong. Maraming salamat, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much. Wala ka ng question, Yun na?
Opo na po.
Good. So the next is Representative Villa Vergara. We still have a long list here. And still, nagpalista pa yung mga kasama natin. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Rep.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary Tulfo, and to the DSWD family. Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, of the amount of funds po of your agency, may I know if you know how much is in cash and how much is in kind in terms of percentages?
Madam Chair, lahat po is in cash, Madam Chair. Yung nakikita po ninyo siguro sa news po ay yung po ay pinapurchase po ng aming office po yung mga food items po, Madam Chair.
Siguro sir, I'll clarify. So yung mga pinamimigay niyo pong cash, anong percentage, at yung pinamimigay in kind, anong percentage? Can we say like 80% is mostly cash and 20% in kind?
Kung ang inyo pong ibig sabihin, Madam Chair, ay sa AICS, yung Assistance for Individual in Crisis, Madam Chair, yun po ba?
No
Yung inyo
po.
pong
So
ibig
meron
sabihin?
po kayong AICS, meron kayong 4Ps, meron kayong scholarship for indigent. In short, I just like to find out sa benefits na ipinamimigay, anong percentage is cash ang ibinibigay, anong percentage in kind in terms of family kits, disaster kits, food kits?
Karamihan po sa ipinamimigay namin, Madam Chair, ay cash po. Nagbibigay lamang po kami ng mga items, food items, mga hygiene kit. Sa AICS po yung pag-disaster, Madam Chair. Otherwise, lahat po ay cash na, Madam Chair.
So, halos cash.
Opo, Madam Chair.
Sa inyong pag ni-record nyo po sa DSWD, pag lumabas na po yung cash sa DSWD at na-download na, when do you consider it po na it's no longer in your agency? Pag naibaba nyo na po sa financial service provider, in your books po, it's considered fully disbursed?
Pag naibigay na po namin sa beneficiary, Madam Chair, wala na po sa kamay namin. Lalong-lalo na po dito po sa aming AICS. Pag binigay na po namin yan, wala na po sa kamay natin. Direkta po yan eh. Ganon din po sa Pantawid program po natin. At yung mga SLP, lahat po ng programa, Madam Chair, pag ibinigay na ho namin, wala na ho sa kamay namin, Madam Chair.
So, pero Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, may instances na gumamit po tayo ng FSP or Financial Service Provider.
Sa SAP po yun, Madam Chair, nung pandemic po. Otherwise, other than SAP po, Madam Chair, ay wala na po, Madam Chair.
So nung SAP po, nung na-download po sa FSP, considered dispersed na po yun sa DSWD?
Yung pag naipadala depende po sa liquidation po yon, Madam Chair. Then doon ho namin nalalaman na kung yun po ay na-disperse na. Pero usually po pag dinownload na ho namin, naibigay na po sa mga kababayan ho natin, lalo na sa at sinasabi niyo pong sa SAP po, wala na ho sa kamay namin, Madam Chair.
Opo. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, dahil nangyari po sa amin na i-download na sa FSP, nung nagre-reklamo po kami sa Regional Director ng DSWD, sabi nila tapos na yung disbursement. So ang naging pakiusap ko po noon, sana kahit pag nasa FSP, subaybayan pa rin na mada-download dun sa beneficiary para hindi po nagkakalituhan. Ang sunod na katanungan po, meron po tayong community-based monitoring system na naging batas po nung 17th Congress. Nagagamit po ba ito ng DSWD para ma-align nyo yung targeting system nyo para mas maganda po yung mga beneficiaries ng iba't ibang programa ng DSWD?
Ginagamit po namin yan, Madam Chair, sa yung aming pong National Housing Targeting Office po or Service, Madam Chair.
Sa ngayon po, doon pa lang sa National Housing po.
Opo, Madam Chair.
Pero may plano po gamitin para sa halos lahat ng programa.
May pag-uusap na po, Madam Chair, para magamit po yan sa ibang mga programa, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Secretary, nakita ko po sa presentation nyo, nabawasan po ang inyong budget. Marami po kayong request for additional funding, pero pwede pong malaman ano po yung priority. We have limited resources because nanggaling tayo sa pandemic at hindi po lahat mapagbibigyan. Ano po ang pinakamahalaga po na talagang hindi po pwede natin hindi pagbigyan dahil maapektuhan po ang serbisyo ng DSWD?
Ang hihingin po namin, Madam Chair, at with prayer po ay kung maaari po yung sa social pension, Madam Chair, at sa Centenarian kasi baka hindi na po nila abutin. Kasi meron po akong backlog ngayon, Madam Chair, lalo po sa Centenarian na baka hindi na po nila abutin sa susunod na taon, Madam Chair. Kung sakasakali hindi po maibigay pa rin po ito po sa Centenarian. Gayon din po sa social, sa SOCPEN natin, Madam Chair. So yun na po yung aking pong hihilingin kung sakasakaling mapagbigyan lamang po ako. Yun na po isa social pension po at saka sa Centenarian, Madam Chair.
Idagdag na rin po natin, Mr. Secretary, yung mga contractual na maging permanent positions, 879 DSWD employees. Priority din po.
Opo, Madam Chair. Sa DBM na po yun, patuloy naman po, lagi po kami nagre-request, Madam Chair, at binibigyan namin sila ng listahan, Madam Chair, kung ilan po ang kailangan namin. Pangako ko rin yan, Madam Chair, nung aking pong pag-assume sa DSWD, na dodoblehin ko po yung aming regular from 3,000 kung maaari po, kung kakayanin po 6,000 po and more bago tayo bumaba, Madam Chair.
Tapos, ngayon po, wala nang pandemya. Ano po ang ginagawa ng DSWD para mas mabilis po ang response ng DSWD in the event na may magkaroon ng ibang klaseng pandemic? Ngayon na hindi na tayo naka-pandemic mode, are we putting systems in place para hindi na tayo nangangapa kung magkaroon ng isa pang pandemya?
Base po sa experience, Madam Chair, marami tayong lessons na natutunan, lalo na po ngayong pandemya. I believe nakahanda po ang DSWD sa anumang eventuality sa mga darating na panahon na hari nawawag naman po. At marami po kaming adjustments at ongoing po yung aming learning process. Isa po dyan, Madam Chair, yung educational assistance, medyo nagulantang po kami, hindi po kami nakahanda. Pero I do not think na, I wouldn't say that it was a blessing in disguise. Na I think we're the very first agency to see, Madam Chair, the picture after the pandemic, kung kumusta yung mga kababayan natin. Nakita po natin doon sa first educational assistance payout po natin kung gaano karaming kababayan po natin ang nangangailangan ng tulong. And I think it was a blessing, and not a blessing I would say, kundi litrato po ng kalagayan po ng mga kababayan natin after pandemic. Kung baga, when the smoke cleared po, doon po natin nakita yung picture. So, ito po yung mga nangyayari, Madam Chair. We need to recalibrate and we have to adjust base po doon sa mga pangyayari. And we keep on learning, Madam Chair. Ito pong prepositioning po because we learned from the past, we learned from Yolanda, we learned from Odette. Now we have to preposition goods, ma'am, para hindi po nangangapa, hindi po natataranta ang gobyerno bagkos nariyan na po ang ayuda at hindi na po mag-aantay ang mga kababayan, Madam Chair. We continue to innovate, Madam Chair, and adapt to the situation, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, with the answer of the good secretary, I would believe that the national emergency cash transfer that the World Bank proposed, that's in place po, and if ever it's needed, that's ready to go. Tama po, Mr. Secretary.
Tama po kayo, Madam Chair.
I'd just like to thank Madam Chair, the good secretary. Ang syudad ko po ay na-awardan noong 2020 as one of the national awardee for the 4Ps program, and I'd like the good secretary to look at the best practices your organization has done across the Philippines po and replicate it in other areas para po mas mabilis po ang pagdaloy ng tulong sa ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Rep. Ria. But before we move to the next interpolator, I'd like to turn over the chair to my co-sponsor, Congresswoman Rachel Arenas.
Is Congressman Abalos ready to ask his questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Kong Abalos.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank Secretary Tulfo and the DSWD family for making their presentation today. Before I start my questions, I would like to make a short manifestation. I thank the agency for its service in providing assistance and aid, especially to those Filipinos who are in need, as a party list that is focused in championing the advocacies and needs of the marginalized sectors. I find great joy in seeing your agency responding as effectively and as efficiently as they can to help our fellow kababayans. That being said, ayon po sa 8-point socio-economic agenda ng ating Pangulo, sinabi po niya na mahalaga ang pag-strengthen ng social protection natin at malaki po yung papel na gagampanan ng DSWD para mapatupad ito. That being said, my first question is, meron po tayong 8 billion budget decrease sa 2023 NEP versus sa 2022 GAA. Despite this, may increase po tayo sa 4-piece program allocation. Can you explain po to us why is this such?
Secretary, go ahead.
Madam Chair, yung AX po ang may decrease, Madam Chair. Yung 4-piece po ay wala naman pong decrease po doon, Madam Chair.
My next question po, Madam Chair, is paano po maaapektuhan ng budget decrease yung target priorities ng agency in relation po sa socio-economic agenda ng Presidente po?
Actually, Madam Chair, yung mga main programs po, yung poverty alleviation, hindi naman po naapektuhan, Madam Chair. Yung Pantawid, ang naapektuhan lamang po ay yung assistance for individual in crisis situation, Madam Chair, such as medical and burial benefits, transportation, and educational, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I would like to manifest that the 8 billion budget cut is quite large, especially na marami po tayong constituents in need. Now, my next question is, does the budget cut, does it have anything to do po with the unused appropriations of the agency? And magkano po yung unused appropriations noong 2021 and 2022?
Actually, Madam Chair, wala naman pong kinalaman yung budget cut po doon sa mga unused funds po. And sa personal opinion ko, siguro po ay ititipid lang po yung pamahalaan at sa mga cabinet meetings naman po, lahat po ng ahensya po ay tatamaan po. May mga budget cuts po sila, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, my next question is, with the 4-piece being the national flagship program, having a budgetary increase, mukhang bumaba yung budget allocation natin para sa financial assistance, SLP, at supplementary feeding program. I would like to ask po the department kung bakit po ganito.
Secretary.
Mas masasagot po yun, Madam Chair. Kinalulungkot ko po, hindi ko po kayang sagutin. Ang makakasagot po niyan, Madam Chair, ay ang Department of Budget Management. Pero I can give you the answer, Your Honor, after this meeting, sir.
I would like to manifest po na it seems to me ho kasi na yung may mga programs po na madedevolve sa local government, and hopefully po I would like to know if pwede po natin makuha yung commitment ng DSWD para matulungan po yung local government sa transition po in case ma-devolve po yung mga programang ito ho.
May mga programs po, Madam Chair, na should have been devolved next year. Subalit hindi po pumayag ang mahal na Pangulo at kailangan daw pag-aralan muna ng mabuti, Madam Chair. Kabilang na po dyan yung AX at saka yung SLP na I believe AX po ay ngayong March na ho sana pero hindi po pumayag ang Pangulo at gusto pag-aralan daw muna pati po yung Sustainable Livelihood Program, Madam Chair.
My next question po, has the delisting of the 1.3 million families been finalized and tumaas or bumaba po ba ang numbers na ito mula sa huling announcement po ng DSWD?
Patuloy po, Madam Chair, ang pagbaberipika ng 1.3 matapos nga pong questionin po ito ng ilang pong kasamahan ho ninyo din sa Kongreso na hindi po siya naniniwala na itong 1.3 medyo gumanda ang buhay immediately after pandemic. So ang ginawa po ng inyong lingkod ay nagpatawag po ako ng isang pulong. Lahat po ng mga opisyalis po ng samahan po ng 4-piece beneficiaries sa buong bansa ay pinulong po natin na sila mismo po ang tinulong natin, Madam Chair, na kung maaari makapagbigay sila ng listahan kasi maging sila po ay hindi sang-ayon doon po sa listahan ng 3 na sinasabing 1.3 million Filipinos ang graduate na po at hindi na kailangang isama sa 4-piece. So, tinanong ko sila at maging sila nagsabi po, Madam Chair, na 30 to 40% ay hindi po, ay dapat wag mo nang alisin. So, ito po yung listahan, ito ikukumpara ho natin. Pag isumitin na po nila yung listahan nila, sa listahanan po namin at ganoon din po sa municipal link po namin na listahan at gayon din po sa 4-piece po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, the proposed budget for 2023 for 4-piece is about 115 billion pesos, which corresponds to the 4.4 million households beneficiaries. My question is po, nagkaroon po ng recent listahanan survey where merong 5.59 million Filipino families who belong to the poorest of the poor. So my question is po, ano yung target number ng household beneficiaries para sa taong ito? Magko-correspond po ba tayo dun sa 5.59 million sa listahanan?
Madam Chair, hindi po mababago po yun. Ang target lang po talaga natin lagi ay nasa 4.4. So yung i-delist po natin yung graduate, sabi po ng ilan, tingin po ng ilan ay savings, hindi po savings kasi may papalit po tayo na another 1.3 po. So hanggang 4.4 lang po talaga, Madam Chair.
I would like to manifest ho na maganda rin sana kung makonsider po natin na maipaangat ho yung number ng beneficiaries considering na tumaas ho yung households na makaklasify natin as poorest of the poor. Now, my next question po is, meron po tayong targeted cash transfer program. And ayon po dito, ito po yung composition ng beneficiaries. 4 million mula sa 4-piece, 6 million non-4-piece but former beneficiaries ng cash transfer program, 2.4 million families mula sa DSWD poverty list. My question is, lahat po ba ng tao under the TCP galing po ba sa listahanan 2?
Madam Chair, kung inyo po mamarapatin, mas masasagot po ng aming Finance Director, si Director Wayne po.
Director Wayne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So for our targeted cash transfer, we have a total target of 12.4. And out of the 12.4, 10 million of that will come from the former beneficiaries of our UCT. And in our UCT, we have 3 components: the 4-piece, the social pension beneficiaries, and the listahanan UCT beneficiaries. So the question was if all of these beneficiaries came from listahanan 2.
Yeah.
Probably not, Your Honor, Madam Chair, as the 4-piece beneficiaries covered all the way from the start, no? And some of these beneficiaries would come from the listahanan 1, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So ito po yung susunod kong question ho, Madam Chair. out of the 12.4 million family beneficiaries of the TCT program, 4 million families come from the 4-piece program. 1.3 out of which na-assess na non-poor pero patuloy po natin silang ina-assess. So my question po is, ano po talaga yung totoo dito? Are the 1.3 million delisted families non-poor or among the 50% poorest of the population, considering na 4 million pa rin ho yung 4-piece beneficiaries na nasama sa listahanan?
DSWD, before you answer, Rep. Abalos, your 5 minutes is up already. Is that your last question? Secretary?
Yung 1.3, Madam Chair, galing po sa listahanan 3. Yung sa TCT naman po ay galing po sa listahanan 2, Madam Chair. So, dalawa po yun na pinaghango po sa dalawang listahanan, Madam Chair.
Rep. Abalos, if you have other questions, do you want to go on a second round?
Ma'am, I'd just like to make a short manifestation to
Go ahead.
interpellation.
Go ahead, Representative Abalos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The framework of 4Ps is modeled from the successful social protection program in Latin America and Africa that are aimed at having long-term impacts where families and individuals will ultimately be self-reliant and the generation's poverty will be put to an end. This means that the goal of our program is really to have fewer beneficiaries. Fewer beneficiaries, not because it will look good on our year-end reporting, rather fewer because there are less Filipinos who experience poverty. And our so-called savings for our social protection programs like 4Ps needs further development so that it will enhance the capabilities of our people and improve their lives. So which I hope would be the next step of development for the country. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you also, Congressman Abalos. The next person to question the DSWD is Representative Chiron from the majority.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir Secretary, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Congratulations so far on your initial performance of the job being the head of the department. And of course, good afternoon to the other members of the DSWD family. Actually, Madam Chair, my first question was already asked by Representative Abalos. I will not dwell on that again. It's pertaining to the devolution of the programs to the LGU. So, nasagot naman ng Good Secretary. I just would like to direct the next question to the Commission on the NCIP. I think the Commissioner, the Chairman is here. If you may, I'm looking at the report or figure dito sa inyong performance indicator, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, as to the approval of CADTI and CALTI, and which is placed here at 90% target na meron lamang actual accomplishment to 1%, no? And then sa number of stages of CALTI application na complete within the year, na ang tinatarget ay 296, eh meron lamang 67 or a percentage of 22%. And then yung last item na projects implemented ay nagkakaroon kayo ng target na 22 na ang actual accomplishment ay 2. But then if you look at the financial report, you have a disbursement or expenditure of 71% from your allotment of 65,403,000. So I'd like to know from the good chairman of the commission, what could have been the reason or reasons for the dismal performance or accomplishment as far as this program is concerned?
Chairman Kapuyan.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. The process for the CADTI delineation and titling is a long process. So meaning to say, if you start, for example, the processing say January, the process itself will take for almost a year or even 1 year. That's why the community and the NCIP will be using funds according as it progresses. So that is the cause of the delay. Not to mention that there are instances also on the ground because of the pandemic that our employees are prevented from going to the communities because there are also communities that lock up their territories. They are not allowing the entry of public officials. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, is not the application for CALTI and CADTI filed by a clan? Am I correct?
It is true, but at the same time, it will be a combination of several clans. Madam Chair, usually what happened is the clan talk among themselves, then they agreed to file for an application. But the limitations there is because of the limited funding, there are also applications that are not acted right away because it depends on the funds available to the community.
Madam Chair, kasi what's happening in my district in General Santos, where there are so many applicants for CADTI and CALTI, parang iba ang nangyayari. Dahil while you are indicating a slow approval or margin of approval in your CADTI and CALTI, in Jensen, halos lahat ng mga nag-a-apply doon madaling nakakakuha ng CADTI at CALTI. So I'm seeing a different situation in my place. Parang ano ba to, palakasan ba to o powerful ba ang dating kaya pwedeng ma-actional mabilis ang ating application for CADTI and CALTI? Madam Chair?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
The trend that is happening nationwide, it appeared that applicants all over the country, yung mga taga Region 12, kadalasan are the ones spending money for the delineation. Because delineation is supposed to be funded by government, but it does not stop communities to fund for their delineation. Ang kadalasan kasi sa Region 12, ang application ay maliliit na lugar and we have funds for it. Hindi naman po lahat. So that is the reason. But I will check, Your Honor, on our records. Say, for example, from 2019 till now, kung ilan ang naaprubahan na CADTI at CALTI sa Region 12 or Jensen area as compared in other areas of the country.
Well, anyway, Madam Chair, may I just request from the Commission, if you could provide the committee a copy of, let's say, those CADTI application already approved as of July 31, 2022, including those that are still pending as of that date. And please furnish a copy of the same to this representation. I am through with my questions, Madam Chair.
Chairman, can you give the copy of the documents that are requested by Congressman Charon? Can you submit it to his office?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are going to comply to that. So
Thank you.
complete the data.
Thank you,
And
Madam
please
Chair.
copy furnish the committee.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The next is Representative Sergio Dago via Zoom. Congressman. Is Congressman Dagook in Zoom?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Congressman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to the DSWD family. I will just center my interpellation, Madam Chair, on the issue of enumeration of the beneficiaries. Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, narinig ko kanina yung ginagamit natin ngayon. 4 ba yun na listahan? Kino-compare natin o 3?
Secretary.
Madam Chair, Yung sinasabi kong isa lang ang listahan natin, Madam Chair, yung listahanan, yung po ang official. Iko-compare lamang po natin yung listahan for evaluation po. Yung listahan na ibibigay po sa atin ng samahan ng 4Ps, Madam Chair, at saka yung listahan po ng aming municipal link at saka ng 4Ps mismo, Madam Chair, para makuha po natin, Madam Chair, yung totoong bilang. Kasi nagre-reklamo din po, Madam Chair, yung mga miyembro ng 4Ps dahil sinasabi nila hindi sila naniniwala na 1.3 million na member ng 4.4 na beneficiaries ay maayos na ang pamumuhay. Kaya po humingi tayo, Madam Chair, ng listahan din doon na mismo sa mga leader po ng 4Ps beneficiaries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No? Mr. Secretary, alam kong bago lang kayo sa departamento, pero pwede po bang malaman ng kinatawang ito, ano po ba talaga yung pinagmulan ng listahan ninyo sa department? Ano yung proseso na ginawa noon bago kayo nakabuo ng, sabihin ko na lang na yung official list sa departamento? Kasi yung iba pala, kino-compare lang ninyo. So, ano pinanggalingan noon? Mayroon ba tayong official na memorandum circular o IRR ng isang batas na nagiging basis sa pagbuo ng yung official na listahan na yan? Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Secretary.
Madam Chair, yan po ay hango po sa isang executive order. Titignan ko yung tamang bilang po, pero ang pagkakalam ko ay 8867 ho yata, pero babalikan ho kita dyan, Madam Chair. Yan po ay nagtatatag sa NHTO, National Housing Targeting Office, na layon po para malaman ng DSWD yung kalagayan, sitwasyon at bilang po ng mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan po ng ayuda. Meron po kaming mga every 3 years po kami gumagawa nitong listahanan po na ito kung saan umiikot po yung aming mga tauhan. Ito po yung mga tawag namin na enumerators, Madam Chair, para umiikot po, pag magbahay-bahay at magtanong po ng kanilang status, kondisyon mismo on the ground, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. No? Buti at nabanggit po ni Secretary yung enumerator kasi talagang sinulat ko po yan dito sa notes ko habang nagpipresent si Secretary kanina. Yan po yung tumbok ko na enumerator dahil Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, papunta po ako doon sa problema natin sa mga job order. Yung pong enumerator ninyo, yan po ba talaga ay nakatalaga sa regional office, sa provincial o sa municipal, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Ang mga enumerator, Madam Chair, ay nakatalaga po sa field offices po yan, sa mga DSWD field offices, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, anong specific na field office? Kasi alam ko po, palagi po akong nandyan sa kadalasan sa mga evaluation ng beneficiaries ng AX. Kasi kadalasan po, ginaganap po yan sa multipurpose gym ng Electric Cooperative po ng Siargao. Taga Siargao po ako, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Sa regional office po ba nanggagaling, sa provincial o sa hanggang saan po ba yung mga national employees natin, national government employees, hanggang saan po bang level yung deployment natin? Sa regional lang o provincial?
Madam Chair, hinahire po ng DSWD ito po mga enumerators natin for nationwide po ito. Hanggang po sa provincial level na bababa po sila, Madam Chair, para magbahay-bahay, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, yung mga enumerator natin, particularly dito sa 4Ps beneficiaries, ay hinahire lang po natin tuwing nagkakandak tayo every 3 years. Tama po ba, Madam Chair?
Tama po yan, Madam Chair. Kasi otherwise, Madam Chair, every 3 years lang po ito, sasahod po sila sa numerator na wala naman pong gagawin. So ito po talaga ay ang mga hired lang po ito, seasonal po ito. Ito yung tinatawag na seasonal employees po ng DSWD, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, sa sagot. Doon po sa mga enumerators na hinahire natin, ano pong plantilla posisyon ang nagsusupervise po sa kanila doon sa enumeration, after which ang nagmumonitor po, anong mga unit ng DSWD ang nagmumonitor doon sa galaw ng mga enumerated na beneficiaries every 3 years po?
Meron po tayong head po ng National Housing Targeting Office, Madam Chair, Your Honor, na isa pong director at Director 4 po ang kanyang rango level, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Tapos meron po kami sa National Office ng mga contractual employees po na tumutulong, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. Doon po sa nire-request natin sa DBM na budget sa personnel services para ma-regularize yung ilang mga matatagal ng mga job order employees sa departamento, alin po doon or ilan Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, sa buong bansa, the whole country, ilan po diyan yung gusto nating i-regularize na naka-assign po dito sa enumeration ng mga beneficiaries ng iba't ibang social yung mga social works natin kagaya ng pamimigay ng AX, purpose at iba pang mga programa na namamahagi ng cash. Ilan po doon, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, ang involved?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, may request po kami earlier ng 1,000 or less, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Pero inaayos pa ho namin ang listahan as we go along, Madam Chair, Your Honor. At muli po namin isusubmit po ito sa DBM, Madam Chair.
So, with that, Madam Chair, this representation would like to strongly manifest through this honorable committee na kailangang tulungan natin yung request ng DSWD sa personnel services budget, most especially, most particularly, yung mga plantilla positions na involved doon sa enumeration, monitoring, at saka sa pamamahagi. Kasi I have seen a chaos doon sa enumeration pa lang, tuwing nagre-release na, payout na, ang daming nagrereklamo. Kawawa yung mga, in our case, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, kadalasan mga tauhan po sa regional office yung nagkakandak ng payout. Kawawa po sila kasi nagrereklamo po sa kanila yung hindi napasama sa listahan. So, siguro matugunan lang to kung magkaroon tayo ng strengthening doon sa pag-institutionalize nung pag-enumerate at saka pag-monitor. Kung 3 years po yan, baka pwedeng 2 years, ganon, kung may mga personnel na tayo para maiwasan po yung mga reklamo. Kasi mayroon po talagang dapat matanggal dyan, mayroon pong dapat maidagdag kasi marami pa po talagang hindi napasama. Pero marami din po talaga ang napasama na hindi na dapat. At maaalis lang po natin, ma-minimize lang po natin yan kung hindi man ma-eliminate kung mayroon tayong mga permanenteng tauhan dyan sa unit na yan. Yung enumeration, yung monitoring. So, yan lang po, Madam Chair, at maraming po salamat, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang sagot po doon sa katanungan po ng butihin po nating mambabatas po ay yung pong bill po na i-final po ni Senior Vice Chairperson Honorable Kimbo para po gawing ma-institutionalize po ang AX program para magkaroon po siya ng sariling opisina. Sa ngayon po kasi ito po ay under sa amin pong Program Management Bureau sa Crisis Intervention Unit. So maliit lang po siya. Pero kung gagawin po siyang institution, tulad po ng 4Ps, magkakaroon po siya ng mga tauhan, magkakaroon po siya ng mga opisina sa iba't ibang mga rehiyon at maging sa mga probinsya na rin, Madam Chair, Your Honor, yun po ang sagot doon.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Rep. Dago, are you satisfied? That's your last question na po, no? Because you're
That's
5.
my last question. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Bago po kayo magpatuloy, iulitin ko lang po kasi napansin ko 5 times na po na itanong kay Mr. Secretary doon po sa nakikinig sa Zoom at nandito po, nasagot na po ni Mr. Secretary yung tinatanong na 1.3 million na listahan sa 4Ps. Nakipag-meeting na siya sa mga leaders ng 4Ps at sabi ng 4Ps na 30 to 40% has to be retained. Tama ho ba, Secretary? Kasi feeling ko baka itanong po ulit sa inyo.
Tama po yun, Madam Chair. Yun po yung sabi po ng samahan po ng 4Ps dahil sila po yung nakakaalam at sila po ang direktamente kausap po ng mga beneficiaries. Bawat distrito, bawat po sityo, meron pong leader po sila. And I was informed, Madam Chair, na bawat leader may hawak po na 40 hanggang 80 na beneficiaries bawat tao po. So, nalalaman po nila, sila po nakakapag-monitor. At ito pong mga 4Ps leaders po na ito, ang parang parent leader, ang nagre-report po sa mga municipal link po namin. Doon po namin nakukuha. So, we really do believe na ito pong mga reports po nila is accurate, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Inulit ko lang po because I noticed that you answered that 5 times already. So para po malinaw na din po dun sa ating mga kasamahan. Ang susunod pong magtatanong si Representative Ray Florence Reyes from the majority. Sir?
Hi, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon po. So to make it quick po, my question is more directed to the one who is in charge po sa supplementary feeding program sa children's po. May we know kung sino po sa DSWD would be able to answer the questions.
Kami na rin po, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, thank you. I was reviewing po yung supplementary feeding program and this is in line kasi po with 2 of the Republic Acts, which is the Early Years Act and yung masustansyang pagkain sa batang Pilipino. Now, I understand po dun sa sa supplementary feeding program is a portion of this, I think this is conducted po sa mga daycare centers po natin. Tama po ba, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Tama po yan at saka sa supervised neighborhood place, Your Honor.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Tama. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So, Madam Chair, the other one kasi po is that some of the daycare centers based on the Early Years Act is supposed to be converted to child development centers po with a 500 million budget po from PAGCOR. I wish to ask Madam Chair also and the Secretary if by any chance does the DSWD have any knowledge with regards to the development of these centers and if they have any knowledge on the status of its completion po.
Madam Chair, wala pa po but dahil PAGCOR po yan, yung nabanggit po ninyo.
Okay. Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Then the other one na lang po is with regards to the actual food and the milk that is provided po to the children. Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, if we may know kung ano po yung breakdown. And I know that part of the feeding program po kasi is that there is milk. Now, based on the Republic Act, we will be providing milk as far as practicable. But hindi ko po alam on what is the metrics on what is considered practicable and how much of that is actually locally sourced. And ang pagkaintindi ko po, if I may confirm, is that this is supposed to come from the Philippine Carabao Center. Tama po ba? And is what the Philippine Carabao Center already providing sufficient already for our child feeding program?
Doon po sa katanungan po ninyo, so yung katanungan po ninyo, tama po yun, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Okay. Tapos ang Department of Science and Technology and Nutrition Research Institute po ang nag-approve po ng cycles po. By cycles po yung menu para po doon sa feeding program natin, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. So just to clarify po, so wala pong set na nag-iiba po yung menu of this of what is being fed, but I believe the milk is consistent. Tama po ba, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Fresh milk po, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Fresh milk po, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. This one is the locally processed or it is imported again as what is?
Locally processed po ito are required, Madam Chair and Your Honor.
Okay, so most of this is the Philippine Carabao Center naman po.
Tama po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, would we actually have the actual volume that the Philippine Carabao Center provides DSWD?
Rep Reyes, do you want DSWD to submit those information to your office and also to the committee?
If maybe just so in the interest of time, Madam Chair, yes, I would like to.
Is that okay, Secretary, to submit the information to the Office of Representative Reyes and furnish the committee a copy as well?
Yes, we will do that, Madam Chair, Your Honor, immediately.
All right, Madam Chair, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Maraming salamat
Thank
po.
you. Thank you. Vice Chair Ching Bernos of the majority.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my distinguished colleagues and to the DSWD family. I pose no question nor objection to the budget of the Department of the Social Welfare and Development. Rather, I would like to manifest my sincerest gratitude to the DSWD family, led by Secretary Erwin Tulfo, for their quick response after the magnitude 7 earthquake in Abra last July 27. Admittedly, we were still governed by fear of aftershocks of whatever post-earthquake effects may show up hours after the earthquake. The SWD was there to immediately assess the situation on the ground, surveying the scene and asking us provincial officials of needs and of how the DSWD can be in service of all Abreños. We will ceaselessly think that the DSWD can be of the service of the DSWD family for their continuous distribution of assistance to our province and for maintaining a strong presence that is activated immediately when calamities strikes. Even up now, more than a month after the earthquake, they continue to give assistance to affected communities. The proposal budget of the DSWD is 192.62 billion for fiscal year 2023. Of that budget, 4.2 billion is proposed for its disaster response and management program. Madam Chair, given the propensity of natural disasters happening in the country, I manifest my support to the budget of the SWD. If we can find ways to increase the budget of the SWD, whether it is for their disaster response programs or for the financial assistance to all Filipinos, this representation on behalf of all Abreños of the DSWD had helped so much in the last few months. We'll extend our help to ensure that all Filipinos will experience the similar quick response the DSWD had imparted to us when we needed their help. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if you would please, sususugan ko lang po yung sinabi po ng ating Rima Babatas from Abra. Maraming salamat po sa inyong sinabi, ma'am, Your Honor. Pero hindi lang po sa Abra ang gagawin po namin. Lahat naman po, kahit anong lugar ho yan, region CAR, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hanggang Caraga po, yung po kasi ang nararapat, Your Honor, na tulungan po. Ito po yung trabaho po ng Department of Social Welfare and Development. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary.
Is that all, Rep. Bernos?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I now yield to the chairman of the Chairman Josie Lim Kai Chong.
Thank you very much, Kong Rachel. So the next interpellator is a good friend from Bohol, Representative Edgar Chato.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Josie, and to our colleagues, Secretary Erwin, the rest of the DSWD family. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, allow me to manifest my very strong support to the budget of DSWD. I'm a bit sad na merong lower budget ngayon compared to last year. We know the relevance and the very importance of DSWD in addressing the needs of the country. Bohol has been badly hit by an earthquake, typhoon, all sorts of calamities, and DSWD was always there. So let me thank you and our support to the budget. If we can increase it, I was talking with Congressman Lagman, we should look for ways to increase the budget of the DSWD. And my concern is only one. This is actually a reiteration of my earlier manifestations during the last pre-budget discussions. And I think Yusek Marco was with us at the time. This is regarding a House resolution which I filed 183 upon the opening of Congress, and asking the Department of Budget and Management and the SWD to look into the possibility of releasing the funds that were expected by the Boholanos after President Tigong visited us after Typhoon Odette. The first fund release was directed to the local government units, direct release to the LGUs. And not all were given, although the president promised that it will be to all families who were victims. And the DSWD has that list already. And then the DBM directly released the funds to the LGUs. But since the funds released to the LGUs were not enough, solving the problem, the DBM again released funds to the DSWD. And many were expecting the remaining balances of families that did not receive will be receiving from DSWD. And we were told later that the National Housing Authority came also into the picture and was providing funds again for the Odette victims. And these were released to the LGUs. But still, there are still families, quite a number of them. The DSWD has records of that. And I am happy that our regional director, by the way, allow me to commend Director Shalane Lucero of Region 7. They're trying to help us out in resolving this issue. And then finally, because when Congress opened and I filed this resolution, hoping that we will be able to accomplish the mission of providing the Odette funds to the remaining families that did not receive them. Only last week, I heard an information from media that 1.5 billion was released to certain regions, except Region 7. And yet, I also heard in my local station that there will be releasing of funds to complete it by September and October. And I would like to know whether the information is correct. Is DSWD releasing the fund, the remaining fund for the balances of families that did not receive by September or October? I am a little bit confused because I was also told that Odette funds released did not include Region 7. And I checked with the Housing Authority, their direct release to the LGUs did not cover still all the families that were targeted. So I would like to be enlightened from the DSWD. Of course, Secretary Irwin was not yet there when this happened, but the rest of the department may be able to shed light on the matter. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Secretary.
Madam Chair, thank you, Your Honor. We do not have the funds yet, the one that you're asking about September, October release, sir. We don't have it yet. However, I have already informed and requested the Department of Budget and Management because I was able to talk to the governor of Bohol last month, sir, Your Honor, regarding that problem. And I was informed. So I informed verbally, though, during one of the cabinet meetings, the Secretary of Department of Budget Management, that we owe Bohol because the former administration owes Bohol this X amount of money as it was promised. So the secretary said she will look into it. But the one that you're saying, Your Honor, about the 1.5, it is to cover the funding requirements for the provision of shelter assistance to families with totally damaged houses due to Typhoon Odette in December 2021, per the Office of the President approval dated May 12, 2022. Sir, so we're still waiting for the release of the budget from the Department of Budget Management for Bohol victims, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So to clarify, Madam Chair, the shelter component was 10,000 per victim, like totally damaged. In the case of Bohol, what was given was 5,000 per family. The release of NHA, the release of DBM, and also the release of DBM straight to the LGUs. So what I'm very certain here now is that Bohol has not been part of Region 7 of the 10,000 per family released on the 1.5 billion. It's not part, the region, and Bohol in particular.
I was informed, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that it's the National Housing Authority that will cover the needs of Field Office 7. Sir, which is
for the shelter.
For the shelter.
For the shelter.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I have here the figures, Madam Chair, Your Honor. The total NHA total NDRRMF funding requirements 1.1 billion. The DSWD total NDRRMF funding requirement is 1.5. But I don't see any Region 7 here,
yes.
Fortunately, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Our chair is also from Region 7, so we should have this concern also. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, but one categorical answer lang so that I can bring home the same information is that the rumored release of September and October of the 5,000 per family is not yet there because the budget has not yet been released by DBM. Because these were the same answers, Mr. Secretary, before you assumed office. DBM was also being asked by your predecessors to really release that fund. And until now, it seems like it has not been released. But there were, information there from local media that September and October, we don't want to create unnecessary expectations that cannot be realized because it will, again, be blamed on the DSWD or national government. So that's why we really wanted to get the right information.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, unfortunately, that September, October release that you're waiting might not come here because we don't have the funds yet. But once we get it, then we will download it immediately. But the DBM has been informed, and I informed her, the DBM Secretary Pangandaman, last month about your plight, about the requests of the Boholanos. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Secretary and the DSWD family. Once again, thank you for the continued support and collaboration. Good day.
Thank you. The next is Representative Nicolas Enciso. Kong, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Nick Enciso from Bicol Saro Party List. Good afternoon, Secretary Erwin Tulfo and staff. We have data that shows juvenile delinquency is still rampant. Yung mga bata, they're still exposed to illegal substance at an early age. What program, if any, does the department have to address this?
Actually, sir, it's under the juvenile justice welfare, our juvenile justice welfare, who's handling that matter for the DSWD. We have a Yakap Bayan program, Madam Chair, Your Honor. It is an aftercare. It's an aftercare service program, though, for children who use drugs, and it has been endorsed by the Dangerous Drugs Board. But to combat or to prevent, we don't have at this point yet, Madam Chair, Your Honor. But gladly that you inform me because we are so focused on other matters. But we will look into that. Probably tomorrow, I will convene my EXICOM and MANCOM pertaining to your question or your concern, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Pakalaking bagay yan eh. Thank you. And then I have another question. In distant areas such as Bicol, yung mga barrios namin walang venue that can host yung mga civic activities. Does your department provide venues such as a civic center?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, unfortunately, it is not in our program, though. It's not part of our program. It is should be under the local government unit, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. That's all. Thank you.
That's all, Rep. Enciso. Representative Jeffrey Soriano.
Magpapasalamat lang siya, wala. Yes, right? Opo, magpapasalamat lang sa tulong ni Secretary Tulfo. Okay na ho yan.
Secretary, the Honorable Congressman just wants to thank you for your help. The next is Representative Panaligan. Representative Panaligan.
Nasa Zoom?
Is Representative Panaligan in Zoom? Can we go to the next if Representative Dimaporo?
Oh, sure. Khalid.
Rep. Khalid Dimaporo, is he in Zoom? Representative Rodolfo Ordanes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Kong.
Madam Chair, my dear colleagues, to Secretary Tulfo, and to DSWD family, magandang hapon po sa inyo, sa ating lahat. Una-una po, ako ay nagpapasalamat sa DSWD sa mga assistance at ayudang natatanggap po ng mga senior citizens. Malaking bagay po sa amin yan. Ang aking po lamang katanungan, Secretary, kung ano na po ba yung status ng transition ng DSWD to National Commission of Senior Citizens.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, meron na ho kaming usapan po or agreement with the National Senior Citizens Commission, sir, Your Honor, for the transition po dito po sa commission na ito from the DSWD. Inaasahan po namin, sir, hopefully by early next year, tapos na po yung transition na yan, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Ito po kayang taon na to matatapos.
Early next year po siguro yung transition. Ongoing po ngayon, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Kasi nga po, noong August 31, nag-privilege seats ako. Kasi po dalawang taon nang nakaupo si Chairman Quijano, ay hindi ko pa po nakikita ang malinaw na transition po ng function po ng DSWD at saka papunta sa NCSC. Kaya ako po ay nag-privilege speech for investigation in aid of legislation po kung meron bang pananagutan ng ating ang ating komisyon dahil sa matagal na po ito. Sabi ko nga po, nakadalawang sekretary na tayo ng DSWD, nakadalawang presidente na tayo ng Pilipinas, at 2 taon na rin po naghihintay ang mga senior citizens dito sa transition.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sa administrasyon po na ito, ay ang senior citizen po ay magkakaroon na po ng sariling tanggapan at it will be a different agency, Your Honor. At pinapangako ko sa inyo, pag sinabi ko early next year po yan, pakisabi lang po kay, at alam po yan ni Yusek Quijano, Your Honor, para matulungan. Marami po tayong kaibigan din po, Your Honor, Madam Chair, mga senior citizens. So nakakausap ko po sila sa aking tanggapan at sila ho'y napapasyal. Yun nga hong pangako ko sa kanila na early next year tapos na ho yung problema na yan at maayos po natin kagad. Naabutan ko lang kasi, Your Honor, Madam Chair, yung sitwasyon nung dumating po ako, mukhang mayroon hong kailangan ayusin ho sila yung transition team. Pero ngayon ho ay unti-unti na ang okay na ho yung agreement, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Ongoing po ang kanilang hiring ngayon ng mga tao. Ang problema po kasi nila ay tauhan personnel, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Regarding po sa request nilang additional funding, sana po ay magawa natin ang paraan. Kasi po yung 25 billion ay umaasa po ang ating mga may 4 million na senior citizens na matanggap nila ito sa susunod na taon. Ito po ay maliit na halaga pero malaking bagay po sa aming mga senior citizens. Isa pa po ang hinihingi ko ng gawa natin paraan, yung pong waitlisted ng mga Centenarian. Alam niyo po, kung minsan nakakaawa po ang mga Centenarian natin, patay na, hindi pa nakukuha yung kanilang Centenarian gift sa isang kadahilanan lamang po na walang pondo. Nakakaawa po kasi ang ating mga senior citizens. At sinasabay ko na rin po ang pakiusap na doon sa supplementary feeding program ay sumusuporta rin po ang inyong representative na kung maaari ay gawan din po natin ang paraan. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat po sa ating lahat. Muli ay isang magandang hapon.
Thank you. Babalikan po natin si Representative Khalid Dimaporo.
Hindi ba?
Okay. Susunod po si Vice Chair Raul Bongalon. At yung napakaganda, Representative Maria Alana Santos.
Bakit wala pa kayo?
Deputy
Wilter Palma,
Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma.
Balikan na lang natin.
Representative Luis Ro.
Paalam din. Balik din daw.
Representative Salvador Plato. Representative Amante. Wala via Zoom. Representative Adyong, Zia Adyong.
Andyan?
Representative Wowo Fortes. Fortes.
Cortez.
Representative Fortes. Deputy Majority Lead. Yung napakaganda rin pala. Janet Garin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be very quick. No, I just wanted to ask the Honorable Secretary, how come that officials of the Department of Social Welfare and Development look very refreshed despite the very taxing? Would you have a secret that makes your skin glow? Is it part of your de-stressing mechanism?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, wala po eh. Siguro nasanay na yung pagmumukha ko namin sa problema kaya ho ganun. Medyo na-training na po. We know when to smile and how to smile even under pressure, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Secretary, hindi naman po na maraming nagkaka-crush sa'yo pag umiikot ka. Now, seriously speaking, Honorable Secretary, I just want to touch one topic, the Sustainable Livelihood Program. While this is a laudable program, we are very much concerned as to the sustainability and the impact on the Filipino community. I'm putting forward a proposal that portions of the SLP be piloted, probably in the Visayas, if the Honorable DSWD family will agree. We have two proposals. First is an alignment with, I just came from DepEd, where we also tackled the proposed budget. And one of the problems that we are looking into is the safety of food canteens. So if it will be possible for DSWD, because DepEd is very open to the proposal, it will be a sustainable livelihood program jointly implemented with DepEd to have pilot schools for the construction of school canteens. Initially, my proposal was to have the PTA as the recipient. Just this morning, their recommendation is to have selected cooperatives. So it will be a school canteen, approximately 200 square, that will also be the implementer of the student school children feeding program. So that's one. And the next is the possibility of, again, having a pilot project come 2023. Kasi meron namang mga bagsakan centers. But being one of the co-chairs who's also defending the proposed budget of the Department of Agriculture, we found out that one of our major problems is that the farmers are not earning much because their produce is being bought by middleman who sells it to another middleman. Ang daming dinadaanan. So if we can pilot a semi-small market or bagsakan center, maliit lang, in central barangays along the road, para daanan ng tao, where people will know that this is a DSWD program, where farmers in that catchment area can put their produce. The beneficiary for this will be the farmers cooperative. So two things under the SLP, both pilot programs, school canteen, which will be contained in a memorandum of agreement between DSWD and DepEd. And the other one is a MOA between DSWD and DA. Yung sa DepEd is the school canteen to be piloted for 2023 with the recommended 10 venues. And for the bagsakan, for the small public market, it's a pilot project for 5 farmers cooperative. If the Honorable Secretary is amenable to this, then yours truly is volunteering to do the groundworks and lay down the pilot implementation. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, yes, that's a very good idea, Your Honor. I've heard of that a couple of months ago. We will immediately look into that. I will convene my policy and plans beside me, Undersecretary, and then standards and capacity, because they are the group that will be studying this. But this is very, very feasible, ma'am.
Your Honor, with your proposal. And I believe it will work. So it's just, and I agree with having a pilot program in your area. Yes, we do, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Secretary. I would love to put forward more questions, but the bedroom voice of the Honorable Secretary gives me shivers. With that, I would like to end my interpellation.
Representative Alana Santos.
Good morning.
You, Kong Garin.
Good morning, Your Honor, Secretary Tulfo, and of course, esteemed members of the DSWD family. Your Honor, I would just like to ask two questions, not just two questions. It's regarding the AX allocated for year 2021 and 2022 for Region 12 and the Cotabato Province. I was just asking kung meron nga ba po talagang pondo, and if it's possible, can we ask for a copy kung magkano nga po ba talaga yung ibinigay sa Region 12 and specifically Cotabato Province?
Secretary?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we will submit, Your Honor, probably the next day to your office, and we give a copy to the Committee on Appropriations to Your Honor.
Secretary, please have DSWD submit that information to the office of Representative Santos, and please furnish the committee a copy of that. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary. And for my second question, it's regarding the issue of 4Ps. Ang tanong po kasi namin, especially for Region 12, is regarding, Secretary, meron kasing incidents na kung saan ang listahan po ng 4Ps, kasali pa po ang mga kagawad sa barangay. And I know this is not supposed to be the case, no? And if that is the case, what is the action of DSWD towards that issue? Na merong mga tao na sumasakay sa magandang sasakyan, pero meron po silang 4Ps. Meron pa po talaga tayong mga government officials, ang pamilya nila na napasok sa 4Ps. And of course, not only one member of the family is in 4Ps. How do we actually go about it?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yan po yung since I assumed office last July 1, yan ang po yung tinitignan natin. And then meron po tayong grievance desk, meron po tayong hotlines, at meron po tayong yung sa DSWD na email po na pwede pong mag-report. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, Madam Chair, meron po akong create na grupo, yung RIT, Research and Investigative Team, para sila po mag-process, sila pong mag-iimbestiga kung may mga reports po na gano'n. Marami na po kami natanggap this past few weeks, Your Honor, Madam Chair, na yung kapitbahay niya ay magandang trabaho. So ang ginagawa ho namin, kinukuha namin yung pangalan, and then we compare it sa 4Ps. Nagne-negative naman po, meron pong pailan-ilan undergoing po investigation, at tinatanong na rin ho namin sa 4Ps, isamahan po ng mga 4Ps na bakit kasama ito, nakapasok ito. We're just waiting for the response, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Your Honor, alam naman po talaga natin na when it comes to vetting, it will take time. And especially dahil maraming regions po dito sa Pilipinas. I just wanted to bring it up so that it will come to your attention at the same time so that we will have action. Gusto rin po natin maliwanagan din po ang ating mga Cotabateños, ang ating mga Pilipino, na meron nga po talagang incident so they can actually stand up and speak for themselves. Para nga po mabigay ang oportunidad sa mga taong nangangailangan. Yun lang po, maraming po, Mr. Secretary. And of course, Madam Chair, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Santos. Now we move on to the next interpellator, Representative Imano. Are you here? If not, then let's call in DM Franz Pomare. Yeah, my meeting. How about Deputy Majority Agabas? Rules pa rin. Okay. Vice Chair Mitch Tahayon Uy, sorry. Next, Representative Rodante Marcoleta. Wala rin. Again, Rep. Jolo Revilla. Zoom. Okay. Representative, I believe you're-
Ito. Kasi tinawag, tas naka-online.
Mitzi, we cannot hear you. Balikan na lang, no? Let's move on. Representative Migs Villafuerte. Migs Villafuerte. Ano iwan na lang dito? Maybe Representative Florida Robes. Okay. Are you on board? Representative Robes? Yes. Go ahead. Si Mitch. Robes, yeah? Rep Robes. If she's not yet ready, let's call in Representative Jose Maria Zubiri. Para matatapos tayo pag wala lahat tinatawag natin. Next would be Representative Jefferson Kogmun. Wala rin. Vice Chair Lucille Nava. I just saw her went out. Maybe she thought. Representative Agustina Pancho.
Sige lang, tawag ka.
Representative Richard Gomez.
Sa rules mo.
Representative Adrian J. Advincula. 3 more to go. Tatapos na tayo. Representative Rufus Rodriguez. I think he's in Zoom. Representative Rufus, are you ready? Last two minutes. Deputy Majority Leader Lawrence Defensor. Nasa meeting. Siguro pinano mo.
Yes, hello.
Okay.
Was I called already?
Yes. Kumpare, Representative Rufo.
Chairman Josie?
Yes. Favorite ka, kaya ikaw kaagad tinawag. Fast break ito. Go ahead. Go ahead. Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, our dear Comadre, Chairman Josie. Good afternoon to my colleagues and good afternoon to our distinguished guests today for the budget, especially my good friend Secretary Erwin Tulfo, and of course with him are also friends of mine who are USECs and ASECs, and I just refer to of course USEC Nina Taduran, my colleague, and of course USEC Edo Punay and USEC Vilma Cabrera, and to the entire DSWD family. First, let me just therefore state that I congratulate Secretary Tulfo. For the first time, there is a massive assistance, educational assistance to our elementary, junior high, senior high, and college students. And on behalf of the 2,510 beneficiaries of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, amounting to more than 7 million. On behalf of the families, the parents, and the siblings of our 2,510 beneficiaries, my thanks to Secretary Tulfo for conducting this massive assistance at the time they needed it most, and that is the opening of classes to our students. So thank you very much, Secretary Tulfo. I have a letter for you because I am very interested to really strongly implement the Sustainable Livelihood Program. We have been doing that with your very active directors. And let me at this point thank you and thank our former regional director, Mariflor Dulyaga Libang, who for 3 years during my term in the 18th Congress helped us in all during the pandemic, to the AIX, to the assistance and everything. She's really an outstanding regional director, and that is Director Mariflor Dulyaga Libang. Now, we have an equally very efficient regional director because he has already touched base with me and all the officials in the region, and that is Regional Director Ramel Hamen. Thank you for these two working regional directors assigned in Cagayan de Oro. And now, may I proceed now to my first request? My first request, Secretary, is I really believe in this livelihood, sustainable livelihood program. And my request is that our budget is not so big for Region 10. And you know, Cagayan de Oro is the capital of Region 10. And of course, when you have an urbanized city, there's a lot of beneficiaries, a lot of those marginalized families. And so, may I request the Secretary if you can add to the NEP 2023 just 5 million for sustainable livelihood project, my dear Secretary.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we will definitely look into your request, Your Honor, pertaining to a request for additional funding for your Sustainable Livelihood Program. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, because we have been doing this with the past, in the past, and we have many recipients, and they have been able to have sustainable livelihood. The second request, Mr. Secretary, is our supplemental feeding program. There are really so many children in the daycare centers that we have, about more than 50 daycare centers in Cagayan de Oro and my district. Can you also ask a possibility for you to consider just an additional, I'm not asking so much, just also 5 million for the supplementary feeding program for the second district of Cagayan de Oro, Mr. Honorable Secretary?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sir, depende po kasi doon sa sinasubmit ng regional office po namin, gaya po sa inyo sa Region 10. It really depends. So, tatawagan ko po after this meeting, sir, yung aking regional director, si Director Hamen, para tignan po yung inyong request at pag-aralan at kayo po ay makausap niya personal, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I know my daycare centers because I rebuild their daycare centers. I build them, I repair them, and expand them. I put fences on them. That's why I know. And I know there are more than what has been given in the budget. And then just the third request is that we are requesting for additional AIX because as we go along in this particular process where still there is difficulty because of COVID-19 and our people have not been able to go back to their work, is it possible to get additional for this year? If there are still, I'm sure there are still funds so that it can tide over our assistance to individuals in crisis situation for this year of 5 million and additional for 2023 of only 5 million. You know, my requests are very small, Secretary Erwin. Yes.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I'll look into that immediately, or I'll have one of my staff from the Crisis Intervention Unit, our AIX, to talk to you regarding that matter, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And my second to the last question, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, is this is now the capital outlay. For so long, there is no capital outlay for Region 10. So they requested in their budget proposal to the DBM, they requested 7 items. But Secretary, I only request 3 priority projects, which is only costing 39 million. The first one is very much needed. Construction of a 4-bay regional warehouse, 30 million only. We need a warehouse because the field office Region 10 distributes all these goods to the different provinces. 30 million. Second is the construction of the COA and the field office records bodega. We have to have records to comply with the requirements of COA to make sure that we properly spent the amounts given to the Region 10. It's only 5.7, Mr. Secretary. And lastly, the concreting, we need the ground to be concreted so that those asking for assistance are not in the heat of the day, of the sun. And before they were in the road, outside the regional office, but because of the expansion of the road, they have no more place. And so we just have to request only 4 million for the concreting of the field office grounds. Can we have them, Mr. Secretary? Just for the capital outlay, we are asking you, you have 1.5 billion for 2023 capital outlay. We're only asking for 39 million, Honorable Secretary.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, we requested for like 9.9 billion, 2.36 million for our capital outlay, and unfortunately in our NEP right now it says 1.5621 million, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Even next year, Your Honor, unfortunately, we don't have that. But hopefully, we'll look for some savings in the near future, if we will have any, Your Honor. I don't want to put your hopes high, but I promise you to really work around it right now. To tell you honestly, Your Honor, I've been going around asking for some of my friends from lawmakers, like, I really need capital outlay, particularly in transportation, where we need the wing vans to move our food items. Fortunately, I got help from Senator Bongo, and then I had help from who donated, Speaker Romualdez donated 3 vehicles, and 2 more from Congressman Eric Oyap of Benguet to providing us. So I was able to raise about 9 vehicles. I have to look for about 6 or 7 more. But I really do thank these people for helping me out, and some foundations providing us transportation since I assume office. So it's not impossible. Probably I can ask some of our friends to, or even DBM, for additional funding regarding your request, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that answer, Secretary Tulfo. And can you assign some of the donated vehicles to Region 10?
There is already, Your Honor, it was assigned 4 vehicles. Region 9, Region 10, and Region 12 were given vehicles, and I think Caraga region wing vans.
Thank you. Finally, Madam Chair, may I therefore move, Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the DSWD budget and their entire family of 204 billion plus. We have to restore the 8 billion that was reduced from the proposal of 196 billion. So we would like to ask that we approve the 996 billion for 2023 plus the 8 billion that was last for the DSWD entire family. And I move that we approve the DSWD proper budget of 194 with an additional 7 billion, so that the requests of congressmen like me who are just voicing out the need of our districts and our regional office of DSWD will be accommodated. So move, Madam Chair.
Congressman Rufus, we're not yet done with the interpellation, but of course we would want this briefing to end as early as possible. But unfortunately, we still have many congressmen waiting in the list, still in the list. So salamat for all the support.
Thank you very much, and more power to Secretary Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you very much. The next to interpolate is from the minority. Let me call in Representative Arlene Brosas. Gusto mo? Sorry. Let me call in Vice Chair Mitz Kahayon Uy for her
Yes.
interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the SWD family, headed by our good secretary, Secretary Erwin Tulfo. I'm glad to see the family that I used to be with before. As a matter of fact, this is the major thing that I need to raise, the concern of the Council for the Welfare of Children. So if I may just, Madam Chair, I will not give any I will not ask anything from the family that I used to be with, but however, I just want them to inform that my eyes will be on the issue of the people in CWC because this is a matter that will. I am afraid that I am concerned with the integrity of the department that I used to be with. So I have spoken to Yusek Javier and Yusek Taduran that if you could spare me some time later to discuss in private about this, because I do not want to appear too personal on this matter, sir, because this happened under my leadership on the CWC. So I am just worried of the fear that arises from the employees of the agency. So just being with them before, I know them all. That's why I am bringing up this to you, sir, because I love the agency that I had been. So I do not want to tarnish the integrity of because you have hired someone. I do not know if that is legally and officially already, but however, being her on the ground, same ground ng bahay natin, ay medyo makakasira po ng reputasyon ng ating ahensya. So saying that, Madam Chair, I just want to place in record that I will keep my eyes on the action that we could do. I will be more than willing to give the documents needed for them to be aware of. It might because I'm afraid that the secretary were not apprised much, or parang not that given that much knowledge on what happened, but I am more than willing to give the good secretary the documents needed for him to give light on the matter. So saying that, Madam Chair, I just some sort of parang saying lang po na I am with you. I will be supporting the budget and whatever concern. Let us just be one. I am joining you. Let us just be one to the integrity of the department. That's all, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Thank you so much.
Would you like to respond to that, Secretary?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I'll be available. I will your request for a private meeting. Yes, with my staff, we will do so. Even though without mentioning me the problem or that employee, we've been looking into that. We're seeking guidance right now from Malacanang, from Presidential Management Office pertaining to that individual. So we're just waiting for that guidance, Your Honor. And then we will act. Whatever decisions, whatever order that they will give us, then we will follow. We will abide, Your Honor. Rest assured, madams.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms.
I'm just signifying my that support that I am with them, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much for your support, and it's really best, to address the issue internally, with the secretary, since you also came from the same family. Next to interpolate is Vice Chair Rachel Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary Tulfo, and to the DSWD family who's been supportive of the city of Cebu for very many years. Sec, I would also like to ask for more IX because, like everybody, we all got hit by the pandemic, but Cebu City specifically got hit also really hard with the typhoon. Christmas for us last year was without electricity and without water, so it would be highly appreciated. And another thing, Sec, is I came from my district last week, and two of my constituents came up to me saying that for the educational assistance, they were not able to get in online because I have 16 mountain barangays. The thing is, as soon as you even head towards the mountains, you lose signal on your mobile. So hence, you don't have internet also. So maybe if there's a way that we can make sure the people with no internet can still register for that. Thank you, Sec.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, since last week, we've been entertaining. As a matter of fact, we have sent some people in geographically isolated areas in regions 1, 2, 3, regions 4, 4B, and a few other regions, and we will be doing the same. The purpose of those people being deployed in those areas to do a manual payout to poor students needing assistance or children needing financial assistance for their education, like school supplies or school fees. So, and we will be doing that again until our last Saturday. So we have 3 more Saturdays coming up. We'll be sending people in geographically isolated areas of the country. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Sec. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wait. Is that all? Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair. Next to interpellate is Representative Florida Robes online or in Zoom, via Zoom. Rep Robes, yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Good afternoon to our beloved Secretary Erwin Tulfo. I would just like to ask this question about the query of my constituents about the Pantawid Filipino program that have been delisted, as they say. First, I'd like to thank the Honorable Secretary for taking good care of our constituents, because I heard that they went to you and visit you and at the same time talk to you about the matter. Thank you for that. But of course, this is just a reconsideration that in the near future that you will be having the listahanan thing, the issue of that should be raised again for the immediate release of it. Because nagulat po lahat ng ating mga kasamahan ng mga mahihirap na bigla na lamang daw po silang natanggal sa listahan. At ito po ang sagot ko naman sa kanila ay wala naman ako magagawa pagdating sa ganong anggulo. But of course, I will still deliver this and tell this to our beloved Secretary na baka naman may magawa siyang tulong sa mga natanggal at matatanggal pa na hindi ko naman alam kung ito po ay kumpirmado. Madam Chair, may I just hear the Honorable Secretary about it, kung ito po may pag-asa pa or ano po ba ang status nito mula po sa lungsod ng San Jose del Monte, Bulacan po, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, wala pa po kaming tinatanggal doon po sa 1.3 na listahanan na sa 4Ps na nai-anunsyo po namin because ongoing po yung aming evaluation. Nagpatulong na rin po kami sa 4Ps beneficiaries, samahan po ng 4Ps beneficiaries dahil sila po ang mas nakakaalam, Your Honor, ang status po. Kasi ang pagkaalam ko, bawat leader po ng 4Ps sa isang lugar ay may hawak na 4 na po hanggang 80 miyembro. So sila po ang nakakaalam. Pinulong ko na po sila, Madam Chair, Your Honor, 2 or 3 weeks ago para bigyan po ako ng listahan naman nila para maikumpara ko po doon sa listahan na namin kung sino. Kasi maging po sila ay hindi po sang-ayon doon po sa 1.3. Ang sinasabi nila mga 30% or 40% po sa listahan ng 3 na 1.3 ay dapat hindi pa po alisin. So ang sinabihan ko po sila kung ganon, then maari bang bigyan niyo ako ng listahan kung sino na ang pwedeng ipag-graduate ko para ito ang ikumpara ko sa listahan na namin. Ganon din doon sa files ng aming municipal link officer at ng 4Ps. Para po nang sa ganon ay wala pong basta-basta na lamang alisin kung talagang hindi pa siya nararapat na graduate. Yun po yung utos ko. Hindi ko po alam kung saan nanggaling po yan na sinabihan na po sila na graduate na sila. Yung mga sinabi yung wala na po sa listahan ay yun po yung graduate na po. Yun na po yung sila mismo yung mga nag-volunteer na graduate na sila or yung mga galing po mismo sa mga leaders po nila na isinumiti po sa aming mga municipal link officers na ito po DSWD ang mga graduate na at pwede nang alisin sa listahan. Ganun pa man, Your Honor, hindi naman po totally na mawawalan po na silang ayuda mula po sa DSWD dahil meron naman pong maari po silang ipasok po namin o enroll tulad po na Sustainable Livelihood Program, Your Honor. Ito po ay pangkabuhayan. Maari pa rin po silang makalapit at humingi ng tulong dito po sa Assistance for Individual in Crisis Situation, mga medical, burial, at saka educational, pati transpo, Your Honor. So, wala pa pong ganon. Hindi ko alam kung saan ho nanggagaling na inalis na ho sila dahil wala pa po akong order or instruction. Ang aking instruction lamang po, Your Honor, ay i-revalidate po, evaluate. Yun na nga po, doon naman po sa side ng kanilang mga grupo, yung samahan po ng 4Ps, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Robes? I think you're...
Madam Chair, yeah, sorry, medyo may problema lang po tayo for technical reasons. I'm muted madalas. But anyway, Madam Chair, I would just like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our secretary who happens to be my co-parent. At the same time, I will never forget that those were the days that I see him a very, very good parent talaga. Mr. Secretary, gusto ko lang pong sabihin sa inyo na I hope you understand where these people are coming from. Of course, I appreciate you. Tinanggap po nila talagang na nandyan po kayo at sila po ay kabahagi po ng inyong buhay o kabahagi sila ng inyong buhay sa paglilingkod. That is the reason why I'm just verifying it. And thank you for answering all my questions. And also thank you also for the help na pwede mong ibigay sa lahat ng mga gagraduate kung meron man. Muli po sa ngalan po ng lungsod ng San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, na napakarami pong 4Ps members at nakinabang at nanatili pong naging masaya sa panahon po ng 4Ps ay maraming salamat po. At maraming salamat din po sa lahat po ng AICs na ibinibigay po at ibinababa po ng DSWD sa aming lungsod. Madam Chair, that's all. Maraming salamat po. And again, salute to DSWD family. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robes. Next on board is Representative Gerville Luisvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our fellow public servants from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, most especially to our esteemed Secretary, the Honorable Erwin Tulfo. My first question is, of course, Madam Chair, this representation commends the initiative of Secretary Tulfo in the DSWD's distribution of educational assistance from elementary to college. May we know from the good Secretary if it is the indulgence of the DSWD to institutionalize the program by passing a law?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we will definitely support that, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I wish to manifest my intention to work with the legal staff, perhaps of the DSWD, in drafting the bill which will institutionalize the distribution of educational assistance from elementary to college, of course, initiated by no less than our good secretary. For our next question, this representation used to be with the LGU, and I have personally witnessed indigent senior citizens, indigent students, indigent parents whom I personally believe are qualified but were not included in the DSWD programs. May we know the thoughts of our good secretary and as far as these individuals are concerned?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
This representation, Madam Chair, used to be with the local government unit, and I have personally witnessed a huge number of individuals. Some are seniors, some are students, and some are parents, whom on my personal assessment are qualified, but were not included in the DSWD programs. May we know the thoughts of our good secretary in as far as this concern of these individuals are concerned?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, it depends on what kind of program the honorable representative from Batangas is talking about, if it's SLP or 4Ps, but they can always apply, Your Honor. They can always apply to be included in our program. With regards to the 4Ps, we're doing our evaluation right now because we're set to remove or graduate over 1 million members. So if the honorable representative from Batangas means is like for the 4Ps, then we will be opening it up. We still have to clean our list from 4Ps, our 4Ps beneficiaries before we can open up again and accept applicants or to join our program, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
May we know, Madam Chair, if we can be allowed by the good secretary in appealing these concerns of individuals whom we believe are qualified under the programs of the DSWD in our capacity as legislators, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we have grievance committees to handle those. So we're open to that, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Noted on that, Madam Chair. And for our third concern, may we know the programs of the DSWD exclusively intended for our persons with disabilities?
With pertaining to the programs for our persons with disabilities, so far we have there's no actually, if you're talking about, Your Honor, monetary support, financial support, we don't have that at this point. But there is a bill right now in Congress, here in Congress, that was filed by a party list group headed by Congressman Eric Yap for persons with disabilities to be given a monthly cash assistance of about 1,000 pesos each. So we're waiting for that, and hopefully our lawmakers here would support that, and I do support that that program. And another thing, last week before the president, a few days ago before the president left for Indonesia, he gave me a call asking if there is a financial assistance being extended to persons with disabilities. I said no. So he wants me to look into this, even just a one-time payment of for 4Ps, for PWDs. And I said that probably I will look for savings here, Mr. President, if I can find some. And he said, like, how much? I said, like, more or less about 2,000 pesos by December. So that's about 500 pesos per month. But this is just a one-time payment only. Probably we'll do that by December until that law will be passed here in Congress for PWDs, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, let me express my appreciation on the manifestation of the good secretary as positive actions in favor of our kababayan PWDs. My last points of concern, Madam Chair, is more of manifestations. First, relative to the centenarians, which were raised earlier by Kong Lagman. I understand that the national government has data on our demography. So with all due respect, may I suggest that for the succeeding budget hearings, or perhaps for the current budget hearing, we can come up with a forecast of possible centenarians and appropriate the necessary amount in order to avoid these delays. I lament that the delays in giving the centenarian awards greatly compromise the joy and satisfaction of our centenarians. That is a manifestation, Madam Chair. And lastly, I wish to express my utmost support, of course, to DSWD, most especially to our hardworking and dedicated secretary. Please count me in among the affirmative votes of the congressmen for DSWD budget for 2023, including its all possible increases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Sorry. The next interpellate is Representative Migs Villafuerte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everybody, most especially our Secretary Tulfo. Congratulations, sir. Please expect my support in the budget deliberations and your leadership in the DSWD. Lalong-lalo na po nandyan yung aking kaprobinsya na si dating Congresswoman ngayon, Yusek Nina Taduran. Welcome po ngayong araw. Isang katanungan and maybe suggestion na rin din po. Since 2 weeks ago, Sec, meron na pong info sa amin na ready na yung mga payouts for educational assistance, SLP, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns in my district. Pero ang sabi, September 15 onwards pa daw po. And that's one concern, and weekdays lang daw po pwede mag-payout. Number 2, each town on average, mga 1,000 po ang beneficiaries po natin. And during the last payout, mga 2-3 lang po yung paymaster. So inabot po ng mga halos 5-6 na oras per town per payout. So suggestion lang po kung pwede, if gusto, tumulong or mag-augment, like for example, yung capital employees, city hall employees, municipal employees, para mapabilis po yung payout. Yun lang po.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yun ang pagkasunduan po namin sa Department of Interior and Local Government that they will provide yung police, and then yung LGU ay yung po yata ang sa pagkakaalam ko ay binigyan po ng instruction ni Secretary Benhar Abalos, yung mga mayors po natin na tulungan po kami. Hindi lang po sa paghahanap ng venue at ng mga location, kundi tumulong na rin po, pahiramin po kami ng mga empleyado nila mula sa Municipal Social Welfare at City Social Welfare Office. Sila po yung mag-i-screen, kami lang po yung paymaster. So ibig sabihin, para pagdating po, natapos na po ma-screen, ma-check po yung mga dokumento, babayaran na lang po ng mga DSWD staff po namin. So dapat po katuwang po namin at yan po hiningi po namin sa mga LGU. Nabigyan po kami ng mga tauhan mula po sa Municipal Social Office nila at or sa City Social Welfare Office. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you po.
So no more follow-up questions?
Natanong na po ng mga kasama.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next interpellate is Representative Jefferson Konghun.
Good afternoon, Secretary. Lahat po ng mga kasama natin sa DSWD. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. At gusto ko lang pong i-manifest ang aking suporta na isa po ako sa sumusuporta na maipasa madagdagan ng budget ng DSWD bilang isa sa mga pinaka-importanteng departamento ng ating pamahalaan. Secretary, may tanong lang po ako. Sa social pension po ng mga senior citizen, almost 20 to 30% lang po ng mga senior citizen sa buong Pilipinas ang nabibigyan natin ng social pension. Pag ikaw po umabot ng 60 years old, tulad po sa amin sa Zambales, ang talagang bilang ng senior citizen sa amin is nasa 120,000 plus. Pero ang nabibigyan ng pension sa amin is almost 30,000 plus. Tanong ko lang, Secretary, hindi po ba mas maganda kung bigyan po natin lahat ng mga senior citizen natin ng pensyon? Lalong-lalo na po ngayon, nagkaroon po ng batas na dagdagan ng 1,000, naging 1,000 pesos per month imbes na 500. Hindi po ba mas maganda kung bigyan muna natin yung mga hindi pa nabibigyan ng 500 pesos na pension? Kasi po, naging mayor po ako ng 9 na taon, nag-start po yan nung last term ko. Sa bigayan ng social pension, marami pong umiiyak ng mga senior citizen pagkatapos pong nakakakuha yung iba. Ano po inyong masasabi dito, Secretary?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, sang-ayon po ako sa inyo pong sinabi. Maging aking ina po ay senior citizen na rin. Maging yung aking pong mga nakatatandang mga kapatid ay senior citizen na rin. Subalit meron po kasing nasa batas po kasi, Your Honor, Madam Chair, na yung qualifications po nila kung inyo po mamarapatin, tulad po ng isa dapat ay 60 years old and above, tama po kayo. Nariyan din po na dapat may disability, mahina na at may sakit at wala pong natatanggap sa GSIS, SSS, veterans, AFP or anumang ayuda or pension mula po sa pamahalaan, Your Honor. At wala pong permanent source of income, wala po talagang kinikita o yung ibubuhay sa kanya at wala rin po suporta mula po sa pamilya. Yung po, Your Honor, ang mga qualifications. So kung meron po siyang pensyon, AFP, PNP or sa SS at meron naman pong tumutulong sa kanya na pamilya, kaya ina-assess po, Your Honor, ang bawat senior citizen po na mag-a-apply po ng SOCPEN kung tawagin namin, Your Honor.
Yun nga po yung diferensya, Madam Speaker, Secretary. Siyempre, mga senior citizen na po natin yan, minsan po hindi po nila naiintindihan yan, hindi po nila nauunawaan yan. Ang nauunawaan lang nila is wala silang natatanggap. Talagang sobrang bigat po rin sa puso ko nung ako yung naging mayor na hindi lahat makakatanggap. So sana po kung inyong mamarapatin, makikipagtulungan po sana ako o kami sa inyo para baguhin po sana natin yung nasa batas, amyendahan yung nasa batas para mas marami po tayo mga senior citizen na matulungan. Kasi po sa totoo lang hindi po nila nauunawaan yung ating mga ibinibigay na pasubali na kung saan hindi sila makakakuha ng ating social pension, sir.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, kaisa niyo po ako roon. Araw-araw po sa tuwing papasok po ako sa opisina, may pila ho dyan sa aming tanggapan. Mga senior citizens po, humihingi po ng medical, burial assistance. Ilalapit po Pag tinatanong ko merong wala ho sabi nga wala ho ka natatanggap. So medyo masakit ho sa puso. I mean, nakakalungkot ho halos maiyak. Pero yun nga po kasi ang sabi na batas, siguro ho, sangayon po ako kung meron ho tayong para reviewin po yung batas na ito. Kasama niyo po kami, Your Honor, all the way.
Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, pangalawang katanungan ko po, sa mga senior citizen din po na Centenarian na nakakatanggap ng 100,000, hindi po ba, Madam Speaker, Secretary, mas maganda kung ibaba natin yung threshold ng kanilang mga edad? Kasi kung 100 years old tapos doon lang palang sila makakakuha ng 100,000, karamihan sa mga senior citizen po natin, hindi na po napapakinabangan yon. Sa totoo lang po, hindi po mas maganda yung ibaba sana natin yung edad na kung saan sila makakatanggap. Imbis na 100,000 sa 100 years old, baka naman po pwedeng 100,000 sa 90 years old.
Ay, kami ho gusto namin gawin ho yan, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Unfortunately, nasa batas po kasi yan. Pero kung maamyenda nito, may mga narinig na po ako mga kaibigan ko po na mamabata sa kasamaan ho ninyo. Pwede ba, Secretary, sa edad pa lang na 70, ibigay na, utay-utay na, ibigay na yung 30, ibigay na yung pagdating ng 80, bigyan ng 20, hanggang sa makarating ng 100. Palagay ko, yun na lang ho siguro yung solusyon doon. Kung ika nga, utay-utay na lamang or 80 mag-uumpisa, 90, ibigay ho, tigit 25 or 70, 25, 25, 25 para maramdaman naman ho, matikman naman no, Centenarian natin. May kukwento lang po ako sa inyo, Your Honor, kasi nung pag-upo ko, 2 weeks after, meron pong 103 years old. Pabuti po, umabot pa siya ng 103. Nag-apply po siya 100. After 3 years pa lang ho nabigay, kaya ho napagalitan ko yung aking regional director. At binigyan ko ho ng warning. Kasi sabi ko, paano kung hindi umabot ng 100 yan? Or sinasadya ba ninyo na hindi ibigay yan? Kailangan ninyo ibigay yan. Pag nag-apply siya ng 100, dapat it should be given to him or her before her birthday or his birthday para naman maramdaman ng kanyang mga mahal sa buhay. Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary. Kaisa niyo po ako sa inyong mga misyon upang mapabuti yung pagtulong sa ating mga kapwa.
Okay.
Pangatlong katanungan po, sa ating mga preposition goods na sa bawat lugar na ating pinaghahandaan yung mga trahedya, bagyo na dumarating. Isa po yung lalawigan ng Zambales, Olongapo City, sa laging tinatamaan ng bagyo. At talagang napakalayo po yung pinanggagalingan ng aming mga goods na kung saan natulong galing DSWD. Meron po kaming meron po kaming government center na po pwede po namin kayong bigyan ng lupa ang DSWD. Baka lang po gusto po ninyo na tignan para naman po kasi po lagi pong lumalabas sa amin ng bagyo. Sa Zambales, yun po laging tinatamaan. Baka naman po pwede, bibigyan po namin kayo ng isang lugar doon kahit gaano po kalaki ang gusto ninyo. Basta po malagyan nyo lang po ng isang warehouse o isang lugar na kung saan po pwede pong maging pwedeng paglagakan ng preposition goods para po sa Bataan, Zambales area, Region 3 po pwede po yun. Kasi po sa amin po madalas lumalabas yung bagyo.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, maraming salamat po. Napakalaki pong tulong yan. Ganun po ang ginawa namin. Kami ho ay walang warehouse sa Palawan. Nagre-renta po kami o nagagaling pa po dito sa Luzon. To address po yung problema po sa prepositioning, nag-volunteer po ang pamahalang palalawigan ng Palawan na bigyan po kami ng isang lugar. So ngayon ho ay inaayos na ho namin, doon ho namin ilalagay sa likod lamang po ng kanilang kapitolyo. Pero kung kayo po ay meron pong ibibigay po sa amin, tatanggapin po namin yan, lalagyan po namin definitely po ng warehouse po yan para ika nga doon sa preposition. Kasi target naman ho talaga namin ay kung maaari po halos lahat po ng bayan sa Pilipinas ilagyan po ng mga preposition na food items kasi yun po talagang kailangan. Dahil marami ho tayong lugar sa ating bayan, Your Honor, na bagamat ang LGU po ang first responders, minsan ho kung mahirap po yung bayan, wala ho ipapakain yung LGU. So ang utos ko po sa mga tauhan ko sa regional at provincial level sa SWADs namin na kumilos na, huwag nang antayin ng LGU request. Kung talaga nakita nyo na hindi kaya, dahil tansyan nyo naman yan na sino ang mahirap na munisipyo, tulungan at padalhan na. So, ang aming pong target, Your Honor, ay maglagay hanggang sa municipal level ng preposition food items, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
May last question po, Secretary. Yung pong inyong opisina sa Olongapo City, dilapidated na po, kailangan po ng social help yung opisina sa Olongapo City, hindi na po magamit ng ating mga DSWD. Actually po, nasa isang mall na po sila ngayon nag-opisina dahil po talagang hindi na po talaga magamit. Sa totoo lang, may mga request po sila sa national office po ninyo na kung saan po pwede pong sanang ma-repair o magamit yung kanilang opisina. So, ako po ay nagiging boses nila, lalong-lalo na po sa pagpapagawa ng kanilang opisina, no? Again, pwede po
Excuse
namin
me.
silang bigyan ng lupa o kung kinakailangan. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Is
Madam
that your
Chair.
last
Thank
question?
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Yes, answer please.
Madam Chair, naku, maraming salamat po, Your Honor, sa inyo pong kagandahang loob po na magtulungan po kami. Yun ang problema natin ngayon, Your Honor, Madam Chair, yung ating pong capital outlay sa mga repair po na gano'n, construction po ng additional warehouse. Nag-request po tayo ng 9-point-something billion for next year. Ang inaprubahan lang po sa NEP ay 1.5, so hindi po sasapat. Kaya ang ginawa ho ng inyong lingkod, simula po na umupo tayo, nilalapitan na po natin ang mga LGU para humingi po ng tulong. Kung may mga lugar po sila na maaaring pong bigyan tayo, katulad po, nakausap po ni Yusek Niña Taduran, ang pamahalaan po ng Kamsur na tutulungan po kami para makapagpatayo po ng warehouse. Salamat din po sa inyong pong offer po. Tatanggapin po namin yan. Hindi lang po pang warehouse, pati po opisina. Naku, maraming salamat. Doon po sa sinasabi ho ninyong mall, it's very ironic, sir. Ang pambayad po namin doon ay yung AX po namin. That's how we pay the rent, sir, from our assistance for individual in crisis situation. That's a very sad story po. That's the whole truth, sir.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next on board is, let me call Representative Adrian J. Advincula. Via Zoom. Rep. Advincula. Okay. So maybe we will call in the next interpellator, Deputy Majority Floor Leader Lawrence Defensor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary. Thank you for funding Kalai Seeds for 2023. And I understand that based on the NEP proposal, we have 11 billion for Kalai Seeds NCDDP. May I know what is the percentage out of the 11 billion for AF or additional funding for the menu on infrastructure for local governments, barangays and municipalities?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think my Director for Finance will be better position to answer your query, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary.
So yeah, thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Indeed, for 2023, we have that budget for our Kalahi Seeds National Community-Driven Development Program for 11 billion for next year. And all of these funds, of course, there are certain portion here for administrative costs, but certainly, predominantly, this will be for the grants, Your Honor.
For what, Director?
For the community grants.
Community grants. If we are to distinguish Kalahi Seeds KKB to that of the AF where infrastructure is allowed under the menu, would they have the same allocation based on your proposed budget? Because under the Kalahi Seeds KKB, if you look at the accomplishment for fiscal year 2022 as of July 31, we have 0%. For fiscal year 2021 to July 31, we have a 9% accomplishment or a variance of more than 1,000 for the 2021 and a variance of more than 4,097 for fiscal year 2022 as of July 2022. Are the budgets for the KKB and AF equal in amount?
Your Honor, let me answer first your question, Madam Chair. There's a difference between the Kalahi Seeds, the KKB,
Yes.
and the other one, the NDCs. The Kalahi Seeds KKB is for cash. It's cash forward coming
That's
from
right.
the GAA, Your Honor. While the NDCC is it's coming from a loan, Your Honor.
Yes, Secretary, may I know what's the reason for the low percentage accomplishment for fiscal year 2022 as of July 31? And as well as the fiscal year 2021 up to July 31, 2022.
Your Honor, the cash for work has a preparation, pero it's ongoing, the social preparation right now. Kaya po hindi kaagad siya maigasta because may mga ginagawa po mga preparations, Your Honor.
Sige po, sana matutukan natin ito para mas maganda yung budget utilization natin for the KKB program. Tapos salamat po na pinondohan niyo ulit yung sa additional financing for local government na may counterparting po sa barangay at sa mga municipalities. May I request if the department can reconsider the floor amount of or the ceiling amount of 20 million. At saka minsan po kasi napakalaking bagay naman na may project from DSWD, Kalahi Seeds. If the absorptive capacity of the municipality of barangay could be increased o mas kaya nila more than 20 million at may counterpart naman, baka po pwede ninyo ma-reconsider yung policy ninyo na yung ceiling amount is only 20 million pesos. Can you review that, sir? Baka sakali po.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, yes, we will do that. That's a very good point po. Within this week po, I will form my committee to look into that request, Your Honor.
Salamat po. And one more recommendation, also for the Kalahi Seeds infra for local governments, is it obligatory under your policy na dapat may counterpart ang local government unit? At kung may counterpart po ang local government unit, is it possible na pwedeng i-exempt ang mga 4th and 5th class municipalities or ang mga barangays under the GIDA category? Kasi po, most likely, hihingi naman sila ng tulong either sa provincial government, kung bayan po ito, o sa barangay from the municipal government. But if our funds are sufficient, baka pwede pong ma-subsidize na lang ng DSWD under the Kalahi Seeds program for 5th class municipalities and 4th and 5th class as well as GIDA barangays po. Baka pwede niyo pong ma-reconsider yung policy.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, I think the best person to answer that is our Assistant Secretary Janet Armas, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, for the required counterpart, this was in consideration of the increased era that was deliberated when we were working on the loan proposal. But with the situation, Madam Chair, this can be reconsidered, but it has to be discussed with the DBM and DOF, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. At least you're open to reconsidering the counterpart because under your guidelines and your current policy, negotiable naman po ang counterpart. So, konti lang naman po yung mga 4th and 5th class municipalities na kaka-avail ng malalaking projects. But if you can exempt them from their counterpart, hindi na po sila mahihirapan. Mas malaki po ang budget utilization ninyo, lalo na sa mga geographically disadvantaged barangay na far-flung or upland. At least mas confident silang maka-avail and they can complete your requirements and improve your budget utilization. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Madam Chair, may we inform this body and Your Honor that the counterpart can be in cash or in kind, and in times of disaster, the counterpart can be negotiable.
Yes, thank you. I also note that yung counterpart minsan labor, di ba? So if ever there is a requirement under your policy na dapat cash talaga, baka pwedeng lagyan ng exemption si 5th class, 4th class, and si GIDA barangays. Salamat po. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Let me recognize Representative Peter Miguel. Peter Miguel.
Madam Chair, salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Sec, magandang hapon po at sa lahat ng kasama niyo. Sometime po noong July, nagbisita po sa office niyo po. Ang dinulog ko po about yung sa Kalahi seeds na i-implement sana to the tune of 20 million doon po sa Banga. Maalala niyo pa yung pag-usapan natin. Tatanong lang po ano status po noon, tinuloy po ba yun or natigil ayon sa ating napag-usapan? Yun yung si RD Makuto, yung tinawagan natin, tinanong natin bakit nag-download doon na tapos ang sabi nag-request daw si RD. Pero sabi naman ni RD, Central po nagbaba ng 20 million. Right? Kung naalala niyo po yun. Gusto ko malaman pa kung ano yung updates po.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, opo, naalala ko po yun. Mabuti po ay paalala niyo po sa akin. If you would please, Your Honor, and give me a few minutes, I will have to contact my director para po makuha ko po yung tamang sagot. Sa kanya mismo po, sa director po nitong Kalahi Seeds po namin. If you could just give me a few minutes, Your Honor.
And one thing about, additional thing about Kalahi Seeds doon po, not only Banga, sir. In fact, the information I gathered around is that not only 20 million in Banga, but there are 20 million in each municipality, around 5 municipalities each for that cash forward program. So to the tune of 100 million ata. If I'm not mistaken, kung mali man ako, sana mali ako. Pero yun po, may ikot na kwento doon. 20 million sa Sorala, sa Tiboli, na ika-cash forward pa lang po. Yan po yung ating napag-usapan na bakit ika-cash forward pa lang ngayon, hindi pa nga ipoprogram pa lang dapat. Yan po.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, tama po. Actually po, na-download po kasi yan during the past administration po. Pero sisilipin ko ho at pinag-i-explain ko na po yung aking tauhan. Hindi pa po akong binabalikan. Yung sinabi ho ninyo, naalala ko ho yun, na pinapasilip nyo nga dyan sa Banga na I think, if I'm not mistaken po, 20,000 lang yung tao, 20 million po i-download po doon. So
40,000 yung tao.
40,000. So parang tigpa 500. So sisilipin ko po, sir, before matapos po nito, Your Honor, yung meeting, meron na po akong sagot sa inyo.
Salamat po. Another thing, hindi ko alam po kung totoo, yung bi-download po na parating na assistance po. Totoo po ba partly doon po ginamit po sa pagbigay ng cash assistance for educational assistance? Yung pera po dumating ngayon lately around 5 or 9 million supposedly for AX and other assistance. 4 million po ginamit sa educational assistance po. Totoo po ba na ginamit yung intended for AX but ginawang pangbigay doon sa estudyante yung lately na pinagkakaguluhan?
Your Honor, ang educational assistance po ay nasa ilalim po ng assistance for individual in crisis situation. Isa lang po siya sa component doon kasi AIC, sir, is medical, burial, transport at saka education po, pati nga food, Your Honor. So kasama po siya doon isang lump po.
Isang lump. So in effect parang nabawasan nga yung medyo nagulat lang po kasi kami na mayroong biglang doon nang galing yung akala namin yung educational assistance na pinamimigay natin lately, akala namin po yung ibang fund source. So doon din pala sa AX nakuha rin po.
Sa AX po mismo din yung educational assistance po. Actually, Your Honor, kahit wala pa po itong pamimigay namin, any time of the year pwede naman po humingi yung mga kababayan natin na mahihirap or maging constituent po ninyo, lumapit po at humingi po ng educational assistance. Pero one time lang po ito for every year, makahingi po siya kasi it's part of AX po educational, burial, medical po at saka transport, pati food pa nga, Your Honor, kasama po siya dyan. So pwede pong ihingi ito ordinary days, Your Honor.
Lastly po, alam niyo po yung leadership doon sa region namin, Region 12, as far as our regional director is concerned, medyo hindi stable because we've heard magre-retire, pwede po bang mapalitan na lang siya as soon as possible time so that we can have a stability as far as implementation as well as future planning and coordination with us. Yung regional director po, pwede po bang palitan na lang kagad-agad? Kung pwede lang po.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, nag-retire na po at papalitan na po. Inaantay na lamang po yung papasok po na bagong RD ng appointment po mula sa Malacanang. May doon po kami ng mga regional directors po sa mga field offices po namin. Meron po, may mga inalis po kami, may mga transfer po kami kung saan sila mas effective po. Lalo na po dyan sa Mindanao, may pag-iikot po ng mga regional directors po dyan, Your Honor.
Speaking of Rigodon, sir, pwede po bang i-Rigodon din yung purchasing people in charge sa pamimili doon ng mga supplies for feeding and all na binibigay niyo sa tao? Pwede bang i-Rigodon na rin yung buong region, yung mga positions doon po para magkaroon kami ng fresh start? Mahirap po kasi para kaming facing a blank po. Pag inausap niyo po yung mga tao doon, nakatingin lang parang pag hindi tanong, hindi rin sasagot. Hindi rin mag-explain na it's not transparent as it can be. Yun po yung ideal sana na maging transparent. So we think there is something that we're not accusing, but it's better probably to have a fresh start. Probably irigado na rin pati doon sa mababa ang mga position po.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, depende po kasi sa regional director sa guidance po yun. Sumusunod lang po yun. Or otherwise, siguro mahina po yung management or leadership skill po ng regional director. Kaya ho, nag-retire na po yun, medyo may problema ho. Hindi lang ho kayo nagreklamo, may mga reklamo po mula sa ibang mga mambabata sa LGU. Kaya napilitan po akong palitan ho yun. So, asahan niyo po na may pagbabago po dyan sa pagdating po dyan po sa region ho ninyo, Your Honor. Kung wala pa po, ay balikan niyo ho ako, tawagan niyo po ako para magawa ko na paraan.
Salamat po. My support to the department at I have no more questions, Madam Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you. Next, let me call Representative Geraldine Roman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa pamilya ng DSWD sa panguna po ng ating mahal na Sekretaryo, Erwin Tulfo. So unang-una gusto kong mag-follow up dun sa katanungan ni Kong Edsel Lagman regarding sa implementation ng Mandanas Garcia ruling. I would also like to receive a copy of your implementation plan. And I would also like to further this question by asking you, do you intend to come up with strategies to prevent the politicization by the LGUs of these basic social services? That's my first question, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, if you're talking about the devolution of the assistance for individual in crisis, it has been postponed. The instruction coming from the president 3 cabinet meetings ago, because I raised this issue, the transfer, devolution of AIX to the local government unit will start next year around March. So I informed the president that, and I asked his guidance, and he was the one who told me not to pursue it yet, to hold it off. Not only AIX, but also another program, the Sustainable Livelihood Program. So it will still remain with the agency, Your Honor, Madam Chair. And there's a bill filed by the good Vice Chairperson, Honorable Kimbo, to institutionalize actually this program. So, and like I said, and I told the Vice Chair that I will support, the DSWD will support that bill, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, this representation also supports the institutionalization of the EIX. My second question refers to gender fair policies. I would like to inform the good secretary that during the height of the pandemic, many families, alternative families, what we call today, were discriminated against. and particularly LGBT couples who were in dire need of assistance from the government, especially yung tinatawag nating ayuda, but were rightly denied this help simply on the basis of their sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. So I'd like to ask the good Secretary, Madam Chair, if he intends to correct this anomaly.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, when I assumed office, like on July 1, last July 1, I have instruction to my people because I've been receiving negative reports about the attitude of my people around the country on how they handle complaints and clients. We call them clients, this would-be beneficiaries. So I instructed them to treat them fairly and equally, including the members of the LGBTQ plus community, that the DSWD will not look at the sexual orientation, religion, color, but rather to look at that individual or in front of them, the client, to look at the client as a Filipino, not as because of his or religion, sex, color, or belief, but rather because he or she is a Filipino. So, and our services, ma'am, will Your Honor, will be like it is for everybody. We will not choose, because helping, assistance, charity doesn't have a color at all, be it red, green, blue, yellow, white, it doesn't matter. I mean, charity is colorless. Charity is love, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the good Secretary for giving us assurances that his department will implement gender-fair policies. My last question is a practical question. We were discussing, Kong Edsel, Lagman, and I, regarding the preparations in case of, let's say, a disaster, the ones that we can foresee, like a typhoon. Is it the standard practice of the DSWD to store relief items in a place before the disaster strikes, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, it was a practice before, but it was stopped during the last administration because it was politicized by some, not all, but some local government officials, only giving out to their supporters, to their leaders. So the former president stopped it. But when I assumed office, I got a clearance from the president himself to go ahead and do the prepositioning immediately, all the way down as much as possible to the municipal level. So that will be the norm now, Your Honor. We will preposition goods before the calamity strikes, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I welcome the decision of the good Secretary to preposition relief items ahead of the disaster. And on a practical note, as a congressional representative, I would like to inquire, do you have any kind of minimum size requirements with regard to the storage space to be used for the prepositioning of these relief items, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think the best person to answer your query would be our Disaster Management Undersecretary Marco Bautista, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Undersecretary Bautista.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. The minimum area of the warehouse, as far as our national warehouse is concerned, is 800 square meters. So we have warehouses in every region, as well as our prepositioning on the localities on the different LGUs and provincial warehouses. So we are now undertaking this prepositioning in preparation for this disaster, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, maraming salamat sa kasagutan ni Yusek Bautista. Pero ang opinion ng representasyon na ito ay medyo malaki ang inyong minimum requirement. ang kahalagahan ng paglalagay ng isang warehouse sa gitna ng mga bayan, ang tinatawag natin mga poblasyon, ay mahalaga sapagkat syempre dapat mayroong accessibility, dapat malapit sa mga kliyente. Pero ang katotohanan ay napakahirap humanap ng ganito kalaking lupa sa mga bayan. I would like to enjoin the department to review this minimum size. Floor area po ito, Madam Chair, 900. Okay, so medyo mahihirapan ng maraming kabayanan. Kasi kami bilang kongresista, we can actually earmark funds for the construction of these storage spaces. But with this kind of land requirement, mukhang mahihirapan po kami. Baka naman naman, sabi nga nila, ay maaari ninyong revisahin itong minimum requirement na to, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sisilipin po namin kaagad yung inyo pong request, katanungan. Tama po kayo, and I agree with you na mukhang malaking depende siguro na lang sa size nung bayan o nung lungsod ng populasyon. Kasi kung sasabihin niyo po 800 square meters, medyo may kalakihan nga ho yun. E paano ko yung isang bayan ay maliit lamang ho na bayan at di naman po ganun kalaki ang populasyon. So I definitely agree with you, Your Honor. We will review and talk about it within the next few days, and we will give you a full detailed report on this matter, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, yun lang po ang aking mga katanungan. Sa puntong ito, nais ko lang ipaalala sa lahat na aking mga kasamahan sa Kongreso ang di matatawarang papel na ginagampanan ng DSWD. Sa kanilang kamay, nakasalalay ang survival ng napakaraming pamilyang Pilipino. At mula po sa Kongreso ay kinikilala namin ang trabahong inyong ginagampanan. Pinahalagahan po namin ang atensyon na binibigay ng mga social workers na araw-araw na bit-bit ang napakalaking pasensyang humaharap sa napakaraming pamilyang Pilipinong nangangailangan ng tulong. Bagamat inuulit ko po ang panaginip po namin mula sa Kongreso ay magmenos at hindi po dumami ang mga kliyente ng DSWD. Sabihin po noon ay nakagraduate na po sila sa kanilang sitwasyon ng pangangailangan nila at nagiging independent na po sila. So mula po sa representasyon ng unang distrito ng Bataan, ang aking full support para po sa budget ng DSWD. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Okay, next in line is Majority Leader Wilter Palma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My fellow workers in government, mayong hapon kanatong tanan. I'll go straight to the point. May I know if the Council for the Welfare of Children, the head is present? Sir?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes.
Andito ngayon?
Opo.
Kindly raise your right hand and then introduce yourself so that we can... Wala?
Your Honor, he excused himself. He just went to the bathroom.
Okay. National Authority for Child Care. Introduce yourself and then so that we can recognize you.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I'm Janelle Ercito Estrada from the National Authority for Child Care.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. National Council on Disability Affairs.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po.
Your name, sir?
Junior Fadez po, Executive Director ng NCDA.
Okay. Juvenile Justice Welfare Council. Juvenile Justice Welfare Council, wala?
JJWC.
Madam Chair, represented po yan ng may representative po sila, bagat wala pa po kaming executive director, pero nandito po yung kanilang
may emergency meeting lang po. Pero meron pong representative po ang aming Juvenile Justice.
Madam Chair, if I'll continue.
Go ahead.
National Anti-Poverty Commission.
Good afternoon po.
Sorry.
Yusek Penelope Belmonte po. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Yeah, thank you. Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Yeah.
LP Jordan po for the Presidential for the Urban Poor.
Yes. NCIP. Over.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Introduce yourself, sir.
I'm a chairperson of Inclusivity.
So that others can hear you also.
Yes, I'm a chairperson of Inclusivity.
Thank you. In the interest of time, may I just request those agencies attached to the DSWD to please submit your accomplishment for last year, since I myself, I'm quite surprised na may mga agencies pala attached under DSWD. So that we can review your performance, and if it warrants for our help, then we can discuss during the plenary. Okay. Lastly, NCIP, looking at your budget, something at 1.4 billion. Would this be enough to cover the entire Philippines, Mr. Chairman? No, the Chairman, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. With a budget of 1.4 plus billion a year, covering an area of almost 1/3 of the Philippine territory, with an IP population of 16 million, the best explanation for that is our regional director has an MOE of only 10 to 15,000 pesos a month. Our provincial officer has an MOE of 7,500 a month. And our community service center head covering 5 towns has a monthly MOE of only 1,000 to 5,000 pesos a month.
Madam Chair, if I may, would that be enough, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. And the best explanation is after 25 years, there are 11 important undertakings of NCIP to do in the community. When I assumed office in 2019, we found out that out of that 11 important activities to cover the 1,500 ancestral domain, what NCIP had accomplished in 22 years is only something like 22%. And for this year, we are on the 25%. So parang 1% per year. So yun lang, sir, ang naabot namin, kaya talagang kulang siya. Parang sinasabi natin, we need 75 more years to cover everything. And if I will be allowed, during the SONA of the President, he made mention of food security. He made mention of ecotourism, arts and culture, climate change mitigation. Almost of what the President said is inside the ancestral domain. And the first question now is, are the ICC's IPs prepared to engage the programs of government, which is so much? And before it can be answered, is NCIP capable of doing its task given this new direction by our President?
Madam Chair, if I may, ano yung intervention ginawa mo? Considering yung budget mo is only roughly 1.5, did you ask something from your boss, particularly Secretary Tulfo and the rest from DBM or what? Because you said 1% lang yung accomplishment mo. Paano ka mag-perform yan considering that in every endeavors that we are undertaking, NCIP is always consulted?
Madam Chair, in 2019, when I assumed office, I presented to the former President a requirement of an intervention of 1 billion pesos for the last quarter of 2019. We end up with 23 million pesos. The following year, I also presented again a requirement of 1 billion in the year of 2020. and 2021. For 2020, we were given 14 million. For 2021, another 25. But for last year, I mean this year, we were given 50 million. But that's not really enough. And there's a lot of limitation because all our partners are in the GIDA's areas, in the mountain ranges. And that is where the center of the problem of our national security. That's why I keep on saying as a former executive director, tayo po ay nananaginip ng gising na matapos natin ang insurgency sa ating bayan kung ang mga pamayanang katutubo sa buong Pilipinas ay punong-puno pa rin ng takot sa gawain ng CPP, NP, NDF. So there is a disconnect in solving the problems of our country.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, can you please direct your answer and please shorten so that others will be given also the opportunity? Never mind, my time is up. Can I have one manifestation, Madam Chair, before I wind up? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to manifest regarding the DSWD. In our province, we call this Domingo, Sabado, walang descanso. So in short, it's 24/7 ang trabaho ng DSWD. And I would like to comment the dedication of our people. And having said that, I just want to manifest my support to the budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Palma. Next, may I recognize Representative Anthony Goles.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary, for new appointment as the Secretary of DSWD and the rest of the family of DSWD. Madam Chair, I was listening this morning about the discussion on digitalization of systems in DSWD, especially in the payouts of the beneficiaries. It was mentioned this morning also that the best idea to have seamless and efficient distribution of ayudas would be using the digital technologies that were mentioned this morning. And naniniwala po ako, Mr. Secretary, na yan ang tamang daan para matapos ang problema sa pagbibigay ng ayuda. Madam Chair, Your Honor, I would just like to know how many of your beneficiaries do you think would have smartphones or who has access to the digital technology? Do you think meron po kayong datos dyan?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we do not have, unfortunately. Our only data is those who have cash cards. Other than that, we don't, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Because after that question, if we have those data, my next question would be how many of those would even know how to navigate smartphones, reaching to the digital technology solutions that we are mentioning? Your Honor, Madam Chair, from before, the system of DSWD would be from DSWD money, central office, it goes directly to beneficiaries. But somewhere along the line, because of the immense number of your clients or the beneficiaries, you would really expect glitches, especially in the distribution. So we evolved from that to involving banks and ATMs, but somewhere along the line also, there would be glitches because there you would see a long line or queues in all land banks and all of its ATMs. Madam Chair, through the digital technology, what we are going to do is from DSWD, it goes straight to the beneficiaries. But what you are giving the beneficiaries, Madam Chair, is not the actual money, but the actual digital, whatever you call it. So then you would still have a problem having just a different name. You will still have a problem because your beneficiaries would still not be able to get the actual cash. So, Madam Chair, Your Honor, I would just like to manifest that when you see the problem using digital technology, that you would always consider the unbanked sector. As per BSP or Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the unbanked sector reaches to close to 50%. So it means to say 50% of the population would not have access to any banks or digital technologies or what have you. So when you come up with the terms of reference to solve that problem, the unbanked sector need must be addressed, or else it will be all for naught. You will not still be serving the problem. Nobody in the country or in the world has uncovered the solution to the unbanked sector. If somebody did, then all of these giants in the world would come and get that technology. So please, Madam Chair, Your Honor, I would like to manifest this representation would want to put in the consciousness of the good secretary to reach the unbanked sector in order for us to have a more efficient distribution of ayudas, which for me is a perfect program that you guys are doing. Congratulations. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you very much, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, we continue to look into this proposals. Even before I came in at the DSWD, it was already the plan to digitalize the system for easy payout, not only for the safety of the beneficiaries, but also our people, because sometimes it takes them about the whole day in interior municipalities and isolated areas. So, but we also have to take in consideration, like what you've said, those unbanked sectors. So yes, it is good. Yes, it's right. It's a balance between those without who do not know or who doesn't use banks, and those who use, and those people who are have smartphones. So all of this we're trying to balance, Your Honor. Like we'll look at it right now. We're studying at it, the concept, and we're getting inputs from the legislators and from the people around us that come to our office. So we will look into this. We will do that with your manifestation, Your Honor. Definitely within the next few days, we will study it, and I think it's a good idea. What you're saying, Your Honor. We will do so. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Lastly, the unbanked sector would mean that they have not either seen a bank, have made transaction in a bank, or have a bank account. Notwithstanding those areas, especially like in the Sierra Madre or what have you, in Tawi-Tawi, that they do not have any cell sites. So these are the areas which comprise of 50% of your beneficiaries. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, and to the rest of the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rep. Goles. We are up to 3 before we go for the second round. Let me call in Representative Sancho Waminal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to commend the proactiveness of the department, especially in serving the people in need. Right now, under the leadership of Secretary Erwin Tulfo, and I likewise would like to manifest my strong support in the fast approval of your 2023 annual budget, which I even believe na kukulangin pa sa kailangan talaga ng ating bansa. Madam Chair, I just like to ask a few questions, or rather I would like to manifest some requests to the good secretary and to the whole department, especially when it comes to the listahan. I was a city mayor before, and one of the challenges that we've had is pag nagbigay ng allocation po yung congressman or yung senador na to be chosen by the city mayor, part of the guidelines usually is dapat hindi kasama sa 4Ps or hindi kasama sa SOCPEN and UCT. And yung problema po kasi wala po kaming copy ng 4Ps list, SOCPEN list, and yung UCT list. And if ever man na nagkakaroon kami, it's not updated. Kaya po, yung process of submitting our proposed beneficiaries and then binabalik po ng DSWD kasi yung iba hindi qualified. Let's say we submit a list of 200 proposed 200 beneficiaries, yung 40 po ay hindi qualified. So binabalik po nila and then we go through the same process. And Madam Chair, it is also similar in the case of the DOLE programs. We have the TUPAD and we have the yung sustainable livelihood program po ng DOLE. So part ng guidelines din po nila is supposed hindi miyembro ng 4Ps and hindi SOCPEN beneficiaries. So it takes a lot of time po na yung sinasubmit natin na list bumabalik because tinatanggal nila yung 4Ps SOCPEN and UCT beneficiaries, which the LGU does not know kung members po sila or beneficiaries nung 3 administration programs of the department. So is it possible kaya or can we request na mabigyan po yung mga office ng mga congressmen ng copies po ng mga list para when we submit beneficiaries, proposed beneficiaries, hindi na po kami or titingnan po namin na hindi talaga sila kasama sa 4Ps, UCT, and social pension po. That's my first manifestation and request po, Madam Chair.
Would you wish to respond?
Yes,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir. We can do that, Your Honor, if per request. If that's what you want, we can give you a list. I mean, your office. We can do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, sir, and thank you, Madam Chair. Next po, with regards din po sa other program ng DSWD, yung SLP beneficiaries, because I understand na meron pong allocation na binibigay po sa congressman na to be determined, and meron din pong sa yung department po yung nagde-determine. Now, yung problem po, just like in our case, when I was the mayor, we have a local livelihood program na binibigay po natin sa mga PWODs natin or yung persons who use drugs. So yung nangyayari po, since yung pag-determine ng beneficiaries nitong livelihood program ng DSWD ay hindi po nako-consult yung local government. This is what happened before po. So yung ibang beneficiaries po, nakatanggap from the city, nakatanggap from the province, nakatanggap sa DSWD, at nakatanggap din po sa DOLE. But yung iba po, kahit isa, wala pong natanggap. So if we could request na itong mga administration programs of the department, if the department would partner with our local district offices para po na we can help in determining the beneficiaries, and we will coordinate also with the local government para po na yung mga other programs ng LGUs hindi po madodoble yung mga beneficiaries. So could we request po for that, Mr. Secretary, sir?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, wala pong problema, Your Honor. So long as meron po tayong ugnayan, and we can help you with that. Identify, tutulong po kami kung saan po ninyo, kung sino po yung beneficiaries. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think all congressmen will be very happy if that will be implemented already, considering na ngayon po marami na pong mga lumalapit po sa atin na humihingi ng tulong, and yun nga po yung iba nagdodoble-doble po. And last, Madam Chair, similarly with regards to the Kalipi CI Kalahi projects po, very noble, and I truly support the program po. Yung request ko lang din po similarly is if the identification of the projects could be coordinated with the Office of the Congressman and of the LGU. Kasi sa amin po, may nangyari po na yung Kalahi, nagpagawa po sila ng pathway sa isang barangay. Yung congressman po namin before, pinagawa niya po ng daan. Kaya may Kalahi na pathway, and on the same area, meron pong farm to market road. And then yung LGU din po, na yung mayor ay hindi po kaalyado ng congressman, naglagay din po ng budget under BUB, yung bottoms up budgeting. Kaya yung nangyari po, 3 pondo in one project, nagunahan po ng implement. So nauna po yung LGU namin, not our LGU, yung LGU nung municipality na yon, nauna siya kasi si mayor po yung nagpalagay, so inuna. So yung budget ng DPWH and yung budget ng Kalahi, hindi po yung Kalahi na move po automatically. Yung sa DPWH po, hindi po siya na move, tinira po ng mayor na ghost project kasi gawa na po daw. So hindi po nagamit yung pera, nabalik po sa national government. So if we could request similarly, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary Sir, na if we can be given a copy before of the list of proposed projects under Kalahi, para po we can inform the LGU and hindi na po namin re-requestan sa DA or sa DPWH, and magkakaroon po ng parang coordinated efforts, and hindi po magdodoble yung pondo sa isang project po. Madam Secretary and Mr. Secretary, sir.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as long as wala pong duplication, we can do that. We can inform you. It is the Kalahi Seeds po kasi is community-driven project. So kung gusto po ninyong ma-inform or identify that we can do that. Kanina po doon sa una pong tanong ninyo, basta yung tungkol po, hindi po kasi kami basta-basta nakapagbibigay ng listahan po because there's yung data sharing agreement, yung privacy po, data privacy po kasi. Pero per your request po, per personal po yung office nyo, we can do that para po doon sa inyong district lang po. We can do that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary, sir. And once again, I would like to congratulate the department for a job well done. You really hit the ground running, sir. And rest assured that this representation will continue to support your leadership in this department, because I believe na mas marami pa pong matutulungan ang department under your leadership. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Rep. Waminal. Let's move on. It's now your turn, Representative Mark. Go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Secretary Tulfo, magandang hapon po, and the other officials of DSWD. Your total proposed budget for 2023 is 194,626,306. Magkano po yung original proposal po ninyo bago po na isama ito sa NEP, itong 194 billion? Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, 223,149,381,000. Yan po yung proposed namin. Ang naprubahan po ng NEP for 2023 is 194,626,306,000, Your Honor.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dito po sa approved budget ninyo and compared it to your original proposal, meron po bang maapektuhan ng mga proyekto ninyo, mga programa ng DSWD kung hindi po maibalik yung original proposal ninyo na more than 224? At kung meron po, ano po ba ito sa ating bayan?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, una pong tatamaan po dyan yung assistance for individual in crisis situation po, na yan po yung program namin para sa kababayan natin na lumalapit po na hingi ng tulong everyday, pang medical, burial, educational, etc. Yan din po yung ginagamit natin pag may mga calamities na needing cash po ng mga victims po natin. Diyan din po natin hinuhugot. So maapektuhan po yun. Isa pa po yung capital outlay, Your Honor, na nabanggit po kanina ng isang kasamahan po ninyo na bakit bulok na yung mga tanggapan at warehouses po ng DSWD ay kasi po nababawasan po lagi yung capital outlay po namin. May request po kami actually ng 9 billion. Ito po ay nabawasan, naging 1-point-something billion na lamang, Your Honor, Madam Chair. So yun po ang unang tatamaan po kaagad yung AIX po program namin at saka po yung mga construction and repair po ng aming po mga warehouse and ng mga offices and reception centers, Your Honor.
So nandito po sa sa MOOE. Your MOOE, if you compare it sa 2022, nabawasan po ng 10 billion. And if we add the additional budget that you have recommended for 2023, which was not approved, mas malaki po siguro ang nabawasan sa MOOE ninyo. Inclusive nito yung AIX program na ginagawa po ng DSWD. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, tama po yun. Ang AIX po kasi ay nakapaloob po sa MOOE, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Kung tatanungin ko po kayo ngayon, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, how much really do you really want to be able to do the function or the programs that you have identified, considering the fact that your original proposal is 224 billion and what was approved in the NEP is only 194. So magkano po talaga ang kailangan nyo pang additional para po siguro yun ang i-consider natin for the approval of Congress pagdating po sa plenaryo, ito pong amount na ito, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yun na po, yung 223 billion po na request po namin, kung talaga pong maibibigay po yon, then magagawa po namin, we can really move yung mga buildings namin, construction, repair po ng mga facilities po namin, pati transportation po, additional transportation to move yung mga food items po namin for relief, for disaster. Tapos yung nga po yung AIX, then mas marami tayong matutulungan, Your Honor. Mas marami tayong mabibigyan, mas maraming beneficiaryo, Your Honor. Pag naibalik po lahat yan, maibigay sa amin. Sa bagay, wish list lang naman po ito at 223 billion po.
Ano po yung barest minimum, Mr. Secretary? Kasi po ang addition lang natin for 2023 na budget is only about 200 billion from 2022. Ang 2023 po natin, 5.268 trillion at yung ating 2022 is only more than 5 trillion. So ang additional po is 200 billion. Sa tingin po ninyo, considering all the things that you can do in 2023, magkano po lang ang pwede nating may dagdag dyan? At ito pong representation ito will file a motion sa plenaryo para po ma-include yung talagang kailangan po talaga ng DSWD. Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, uunahin na po namin ang i-request po at pagigiitan muli. Naitanong na po sa amin kanina pero pagigiitan po namin yung social pension po ng mga senior citizens po natin at saka lalong-lalo na po yung centenarians po natin na kailangan po talaga
sa SOCPEN po kasi itong batas po, itong bagong batas, kailangan po namin ng additional 25 billion po dahil magiging 1,000 na po ito every month from 500. Tapos po, meron po kaming backlog sa Centenarians. Medyo humahaba na po ang buhay ng mga Pilipino, Your Honor. So, kailangan po namin ng 66.2 million para sa mga Centenarians po natin, Your Honor. Yun na lang po muna ang hihingin po namin kung talaga hindi po kaya for our senior citizens and for our Centenarians, Your Honor.
Tama po yun, Mr. Secretary, kasi kami po ang may kasalanan yan kasi kami ang nagpasa ng batas ng gawing 1,000 yung social pension ng ating mga indigent senior citizens. So there is no reason why we should not support yung pong additional cost na yan kasi kami naman ang kagagawan yan. Kaya po ay kayo ngayon ang nagkakaroon ng problema dahil in-increase natin yung social pension ng ating mga senior citizens. So ako po ay sumusuporta rito at gusto ko pong magpasalamat sa DSWD sa aming pong lungsod ng Baguio. Napaka-aktibo po nila. Lahat po ng tao na pumupunta sa DSWD with or without any endorsement from our local officials, from our office, talaga pong tinutulungan nila. Regardless of whether talagang kung sino man ang nag-endorse. Yun po ay napakaganda at sana maging institutional po itong programang ito para hindi na po pupunta sa iba't ibang tao yung ating mga indigent individuals needing support from the DSWD. So maraming po salamat at yun lang po at ito pong representation ito will file a motion sa plenaryo para ma-include po yung inyo pong hininging 25 billion pesos for the senior citizens at saka po yung ating mga ibang pangailangan ninyo, lalong-lalo na yung nabanggit nyo kanina. So maraming po salamat at magandang hapon po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mark Go. And of course, we look forward to your support at the plenary in due time. So next, we have Representative Joseph Tan.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. At ganoon din po sa DSWD family. Magandang hapon sa bawat isa. Una-una po ay tayo nagpapasalamat sa DSWD sa mga tulong sa solo parent na nakatanggap na 1,000 pesos monthly. At sa social pension naman, tanggap na rin ng ating mga senior citizen ng 500. Then soon, baka maaaring mapondohan na rin yung 500. Pabigay ng Kongreso na mag-1,000 na. So more or less, mga 50 billion pesos po yan kung susumahin ho natin. Kaya tayo nagpapasalamat ho dyan. At siyempre, maliban ho sa mga ayudang binigay po ng CSWD, maraming salamat po. Ang tanong po natin, gusto lang natin clarify, ano ho ang naiambag po natin? Kinikilala po natin ang Association of Social Welfare of the Philippines. Ano ho ang naiambag natin? Kasi doon natin nakikita yung mga LGU kapag nagpe-perform ay nabibigyan ng mga incentives. Ano ho ba naibibigay nating tulong doon sa Association of Social Welfare of the Philippines? Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, meron po kami ugnayan sa mga iba't ibang social welfare associations, mga social workers. Partnership po, malaki po ang tulong nila sa amin. Pagdating po sa ayuda po, wala naman din ho kasi silang hinihingi ho sa amin. So, wala ho kaming naibibigay po sa kanila, binibigay sa kanila. In return for that
Madam Chair.
Ugnayan po, partnership.
Kasi po, meron po kasi mga LGU na nanalo na sila, na nakuha ko nila bilang most outstanding city mayor of the Philippines as far as social services ang nakukuha. Bagamat sa narinig natin, medyo siguro konting ayuda lang po. Sana po, Secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sige po, ano pong pag-uusapan po yan.
Kaya ko po nasabi, Madam Chair, no, tayo kasi mismo nakatanggap tayo ng 2 magkasunod na taon bilang most outstanding city mayor of the Philippines as far as social services is concerned. Mukha kong medyo parang wala eh. Pero anyway, proactive naman po tayo. We hope so. Pangalawa ho, no, Madam Chair, meron ho ba tayong nilaan na pondo o tulong na pwedeng tulungan sa pondong, o bagamat alam naman po natin may kakulangan dahil nanghihingi pa nga ho tayo, di po ba, no, Madam Chair? So may mga tulong ho ba tayong nilaan sa mga mendicant, mentally challenged, runaway minor, abandoned senior citizen, at sa mga strandees? Meron ho ba tayong mga intervention na pwedeng gawin sa 2023 ayon ho sa nilaan nating pondo?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, meron po basta yung tao po na nabanggit ninyo are in crisis. Like yung mga senior citizen na napabayaan, yung mga bata po na inabandona. Sa amin po yun. So pwede po sila sa assistance for individual in crisis, or kung mga bata po yan, mga matatanda na po, mga senior citizens na who are frail, who are sickly, then we can accommodate them po doon po sa aming mga retirement homes. Sa aming po mga reception centers, lalo na po yung mga batang na-abandona, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Opo. Doon ho kasi sa mga, ano ho bang nagiging mas maganda interventions natin doon sa mga batang, kung sabihin na ho natin mga batang kalye o yung nangangalabit-kalabit sa gilid-gilid natin, ano ho kaya sa nakikita nyo ang dapat nating pagtunan ng pansin?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, na-devolve na ho yan yung pagdating po dyan sa mga street children sa local government unit. Pero tinatapos lamang ho namin, Your Honor, ito po nga distribution namin ng educational assistance. Pinag-aaralan na po yan ng aming standards and capacity at saka plans and programs. Nakikipag-ugnayan po kami sa local government units. Siguro unahin lang po natin yung mga big cities tulad po ng NCR, Cebu, Davao, kung marami po mga street children. Pwede po kasing kunin or mag-operate, mag-rescue ang mga LGUs sa mga bata at pwede pong dalhin sa mga reception centers po natin. Meron po tayong mga reception centers kasi yung po ang nagiging problema na nakikita ko, Your Honor, medyo nagdadalawang isip po ang LGU kasi kung saan naman nila ilalagay, mag-ooperate po yung
batas po kasi dyan, hindi pwedeng diretso sa kulungan o sa...
Tama po. Meron po tayong reception center po na pwedeng pong paglagyan ng mga bata na ito at the government will take care of that, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Lalo na ho, Madam Chair, kapag midnight, nakita ang bata kakalat-kalat o nagkaroon ng problema, hindi malaman ngayon kung saan talaga dadalhin. At siyempre, usually po kasi sa nakikita natin, talagang dapat dalhin niya sa barangay muna, tapos tatawagin ng parents, Madam Chair. So, meron pa hong isa tungkol sa 4Ps. Bagamat alam ko naman marami na napag-usapan tungkol sa 4Ps, ang gusto lang nating malaman kung paano nating ma-encourage yung mga beneficiaries na yan na nakita naman po natin ng DSWD. Dapat nga ang tawag na dyan, Department of 4Ps na dahil mas malaki na ang pondong nalaan sa kanila. Pero hindi naman tayo against, no? Pero napapansin po natin kasi sa barangay level, itong mga 4Ps na to, bagamat may mga city link tayo doon, no? Pag magwalis, hindi nila nagagawang magwalis, ayaw nilang tumulong at yung mga ID nila nakasangla na. Ano kaya, Madam Chair, ang dapat na interventions para sa ganito? At nagsusugal pa sila pati.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, ngayon po kasi pinag-aaralan na talaga natin yan. Simula po na pasok po ang inyong lingkod sa DSWD, may mga nakausap mo tayo na ilang mambabatas who agree with me na kung maaari siguro pag-aralan po natin na para hindi po sila turuan na mag-antay na lang po ng ayuda mula sa pamahalaan. pag-aralan po siguro na bigyan po ng parang isang lump sum po yung ayuda na yan for 1 year para ipangkabuhayan nila. I don't know if it will work or not. Kaya ho pinag-aaralan. Pag-aaralan ho namin kung po pwede po yan. Pero nasa batas po kasi, Your Honor, yung at saka institutionalized na po yan, yung 4%.
Opo, kasi minsan, Madam Chair, no, yung mga CityLink po natin sa mga parent leader, talagang yung mga local chief executive hindi mautusan. Kumbaga may barrier daw, hindi raw sila pwedeng pumasok, parang ganun. Pero hindi naman tayo pumapayag basta gusto rin naman ng local chief executive, wala naman din sila magagawa. So ito pa ho isang sana, no? At
Can't you wind up,
yeah, ito.
Honorable?
Ayan. Ito na last, Madam Chair. No? Kumusta naman po ang most child-friendly city of the Philippines? Nag-exist pa rin ba po siya? O andyan ang seal of child-friendly local governance?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang makakasagot po niyan ay yung aming pong Executive Director po ng CWC, si Director Tamales.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor. The child-friendly audit for your child-friendly local governance audit is conducted primarily by the DSW, by the DILG. The role of the CWC here, Your Honors, Madam Chair, is to assist the DILG in training the local government units to comply with the indicators, because there are many indicators pertaining to children so that local government units can comply. The CWC does this through its monitoring and evaluation division, and also our localization division, Your Honors. These are the divisions which handles and coordinates with the local government units so that when the DILG conducts the mandatory audit, LGUs can comply. There are many indicators involved in this audit, Your Honors, Madam Chair, like child participation, child protection, child development, and child survival. As for the seal of local governance, if a particular LGU passes the child-friendly local governance audit conducted by the DILG, the Council for the Welfare of Children grants a particular local government unit a seal of child-friendly local governance. And when the CWC grants a particular LGU this seal of local governance, that's the first step of being qualified or being able to compete for the presidential award for child-friendly municipalities and cities. However, Madam Chair, Your Honor, this particular presidential award is now under review. The CWC board has issued a moratorium last year, and we are reviewing this because to review the indicators and also the prize money that will be granted to LGUs. As for the compliance, Madam Chair, Your Honors, of LGUs to the child-friendly local government audit being conducted by the DILG and of course with the participation of the CWC, a lot of local government units are really complying, but of course with the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, understandably, in 2020, the DILG and the CWC, the Council for the Welfare of Children, conducted a survey among its regional directors and coordinators, and we agreed, Your Honors, Madam Chair, to suspend this audit because all the efforts of the local government units were directed towards responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, with the easing up of the pandemic, Your Honors, Madam Chair, it is the intention, of course, of the DILG and, of course, our department, the agency, the Council for the Welfare of Children, to strengthen this audit, Your Honors. That's why we are also pleading with everybody, Your Honors, because our monitoring and evaluation division and our localization and institutionalization division, which directly gives technical assistance and of course guidance to LGUs because of the slashing of our proposed budget, Your Honors. Practically, their operational budget for next year is non-existent, Your Honors. What was left was only a budget allocated for personnel services. So we promise, Your Honor, that we will do everything to make sure that local government units will be able to comply with this audit, especially with the advent of the Bandanas ruling, Your Honor. But of course, the other side of the coin is we also plea for help from this August body, Your Honor, to allow us to do our mandate, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, magkano ba sa tingin niyo po APO-USEC ang kailangan para sa pondo rin? Kasi ito ho, no, ang nag-award ho kasi nito Malacanang. Kapag naging seal of good, most child-friendly city of the Philippines po kayo, ang Malacanang po nag-award. It so happen, ang City of Santiago, Hall of Famer po tayo, kaya medyo kabisado natin ng konti. At saka yung award ho natin, ang tatantsa ko, naalala ko, 50,000 pesos na lang ho yata. Baka naman, sa tingin niyo ho ba, magkano dapat maitulong? Kasi dyan ho lahat umikot ang 10 karapatan ng bata. Kayo nabanggit nga ni Sir, yung mula sa survival rights, development rights, protection right, at saka participatory rights. Yan ho yun. Yun ang pagmamahal natin sa ating mga kabataan sa ating sa bansang Pilipinas. So magkano ho sa tansya yan?
Kong Joseph?
Yeah, tapos na oras.
Yes.
Sige, thank you Madam Chair. Thank you po sa ating mga tigas.
Sagot na lang
DSWD.
Madam Chairman, Honorable Joseph Tan, sorry sir, I did not recognize you because we talked earlier here. Santiago City is one of really the Hall of Famers as regards this particular audit. Your city, Madam Chair, Your Honor, is a beacon, an example to other cities. We agree, Your Honor, that per that particular executive order, the price is really it's just a token price, and considering the efforts that LGUs go through to pass and to meet all the indicators, Your Honor, the CWC board, of course, with the leadership of our good Secretary Erwin Tulfo, we are currently looking at this, reviewing, so that LGUs like Santiago City, Madam Chair, Your Honor, will be compensated, and a lot more LGUs will follow suit and try to meet this child-friendly local governance audit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sige, salamat po. Next is Deputy Majority Leader Agabas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry, natawag na raw ako kanina, but sir, being the Deputy Majority, it is our team's duty today on the floor. That's why I'm late. Most of my questions were already asked this morning. I have some parochial concerns, but I will just approach the Secretary later on together with some of the USECs and the Regional Director. Just for clarification, sir, one question lang po. You have presented top 10 programs of the DSWD. Sir, which of these programs will be devolved to the LGUs? Mayroon po ba o wala po?
Supposedly, wala pa po, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Dapat po ang pinaka-immediate na madidevolve itong AX po, pero pinigilan po yan ng Pangulo. So, it will remain in the agency. At saka yun po yung Sustainable Livelihood Program. So, wala pa pong madidevolve, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. So, yun pong AX at saka po yung SLP, hindi pa po madidevolve. So, at pati po yung feeding program, actually, nade-download naman po sa kanila yung pondo. So, maraming salamat po. Hinabol ko lang po yung hearing nyo just to say, in behalf of the 6th District of Pangasinan, sir, nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyo lahat sa DSWD. Isa po ang departamento ng DSWD na talaga pong nararamdaman namin sa aming distrito. Yung AX po, yung SLP natin po, nakakatulong po talaga yung livelihood na yon sa mga tao. And despite the fact nakakunti po ang tao nyo sa baba, damang-dama po namin, Sabado nagtatrabaho, kung pwede kahit Linggo nagtatrabaho pa rin. So I heard there's a problem doon po sa personnel. I support that at the proper time and opportunity, Madam Chairman. I would like to manifest that the 6th District of Pangasinan is in full support of the budget of the SWD. And if there is a need to increase said budget, we would support the same. So again, maraming salamat po, sir, sa inyo pong lahat. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader Agabas. Now, let me recognize, and we have here, of course, our very active Senior Vice Chair, Stella Kimbo.
Gagayahin ko po si Rep. Agabas. Magpapasalamat po ako sa pag-aalaga po sa constituents ko po, District 2 ng Marikina. And at the same time po, napakahusay po ng DSWD staff na assign po sa amin. Sana po huwag niyo palitan. And number 2, of course, papasalamat din po ako kay Secretary Tulfo for supporting po itong panukala na ma-institutionalize ang AIX. And anyway po, marami na po nagsasabi na gusto nila mag-co-author dahil medyo nabanggit din na po. Number 3, which is really my main question, is about senior pension, senior citizen pension. So, of course, no, katulad na marami, sinusuportahan po natin yung paghahanap ng pondo para mapondohan yung dagdag na 500 pesos. But just to give you some context, the original version of the bill actually called for universal coverage of senior citizens. Kasi ang problema po, Sec, is kapag merong sistema ng pilian, ang problema is kung hindi mo best friend po yung naglilista, hindi mo makikita pangalan mo sa listahan. So ganun lang po kasimple. And doon po sa batas, may parang may role po ang LGU, pati na rin po ang OSCA sa paglilista. Hindi ko sinasabi pong may favoritism dyan, but that's really human nature. Meron pong naiiwan talaga kung merong medyo subjective po yung paglilista. So, yun ang dahilan kung bakit ang naging panawagan is to have universal coverage. So, I guess ang first question ko po is, syempre nasa kamay po ninyo sa pag-craft ng IRR ng batas is, babaguhin po ba ang pagpili ng beneficiaries dito po sa senior citizen pension or ganun pa rin po?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang mga problema po kasi nasa batas na po yun. Pero if you're asking if we can visit, siguro po manggagaling po sa inyo dito po sa Kongreso kung kailangan po nating silipin muli ang batas na yan kasi meron po siya mga guidelines na sinusunod po lang namin. So kung gusto po ninyo ng pagbabago po dyan, dito po manggagaling yon, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay po, salamat po. Siguro sa pag-aaral po ninyo, tignan nyo na rin po dahil hindi ko na matandaan yung specifics but ang recollection ko po is may leeway po ang kagawaran sa pag-specify mismo ng proseso. Kasi yun ang isa sa pinagtalunan namin nung TWG. But anyway po, you can let us know anytime po that you decide to alter itong guidelines po. And number 2, ang tanong ko po is, may appetite po ba ang department sa pagsuporta ng pag-increase nga ng coverage nitong senior citizen pension? Kasi kung titignan natin, kung naging successful tayo at maka-raise tayo ng another 25 billion, so that's 50 billion. So that's enough to cover about 4.2 million seniors. Kasi 12,000 per year, hindi po ba? That's about 1/3 of the total number of seniors sa buong bansa. So, ibig sabihin, 1/3 is already covered. At the same time, ayon sa mga datos, 1/3 of the seniors are covered by SSS and GSIS. So, ibig sabihin, 2/3 na yun. So, isang tumbling na lang po, the last 1/3, makukover nyo na po ang lahat. Ibig sabihin, if you have 2 funding sources, meaning your pension schemes like SSS, GSIS, and the like, then you have another which is government subsidizing it. Kung dadagdagan nyo lang po ng konti ang both, baka naman makover na talaga ang lahat, in which case, baka mas sa katuparan yung tinatawag na universal coverage. Ibig sabihin, as soon as you turn 60, matik, considered ka na qualified for senior citizen pension. And then of course, kapag ikaw ay covered ng SSS, GSIS or the like, doon ka kukuha. Ngayon, meron ding opt-out mechanism dahil yung mga taga-Forbes Park naman siguro ay hindi kukuha ng social pension, pwede mag-opt-out. So, pakad nang sa ganon, maging mas malawak at wala na pong magpo-fall through the cracks. Kasi sa aking distrito, as I go around, yan talaga ang number one complaint ng mga lolo at lola. Laging ganyan po. Kung bakit hindi po ako kasama sa senior pension, obvious naman na ako ay mahirap. So ganun ang common complaint. Anyway, so yun lang po. Short question, is there some appetite for or at least to study the possibility of further expanding the coverage of the senior citizen pension scheme?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, di na po ako lalayo pa every day sa pagpasok ko po sa aming tanggapan. Every day, meron po kaming pila ng mga senior citizens yan na nahingi po ng AIX. The same question din po pag tinanong ko at nagsasabi pag nakikita po ako, sinasabi na gusto ko makapasok dyan sa pensyon ng mga matatanda, Mr. Tulfo, kasi wala naman ako natatanggap. Wala ko akong magawa, Your Honor. Bagamat tama po kayo, if you're asking for appetite, of course I do. Of course we do. I have a mom who's 96 years old. I have sisters who are like senior citizens. So, opo, kung maaari po, sisilipin po namin yan. And we would like that na everybody kasama po eh. Unfortunately, masama din po sa loob namin na may lalapit po na ako, hindi ako na tutulungan, wala ako napapakinabangan, wala naman ako natatanggap. Ang problem na po kasi siguro, I guess, next year po we'll ask for a bigger budget po dyan para lahat po mapasama na. Tulad po na sinasabi po ninyo. Yes, ma'am. Definitely. We support you. We like that. Kung as much as possible, everybody po matulungan po natin, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Sec. Huli na lang po. It has come to our attention that the National Authority of Child Care, tama ba, no? NACC. So it's newly created by law. Wala pong budget. Tama po? Can you just state for the record kung ano ang requested po natin na budget? At least I know that malaki ang hinihingi ninyo, but ano po ang reasonable amount just to get your office started, considering na meron namang portion of your new office, which is the that has ICAB?
ICAB po, yes.
That has naman some proposed budget for this year.
Okay, Your Honor, Madam Chair, if I may, since NACC is a new agency, if it's okay if I give a brief background lang po about NACC. So the national, Madam Chair.
You said keep short and
yes.
go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so the National Authority for Child Care, or NACC, is a quasi-judicial attached agency of the DSWD, tasked to formulate and develop policies on pre-adoption, adoption, inter-country adoption, domestic adoption, guardianship leading to adoption, foster care, and all other alternative child care policies. So formerly it was ICAB, or the Inter-Country Adoption Board. So ICAB's government services for alternative child care have been streamlined and strengthened by virtue of RA 11642, or the Domestic Administrative Adoption or Alternative Child Care Act. So ito po, ang NACC po ay operational pa lang po for 9 months. And susundan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Congresswoman BH po kanina, that at present po, we have an estimate 6,000 pending cases with the courts for petition for adoption, and over 5,700 children in our child caring agencies, and out of which 1,461 are tagged for adoption, and 365 of which are currently being processed for issuance of the certificate declaring a child legally available for adoption, and 133 are waiting to be matched. So ito po ay para sa domestic pa lang, domestic regional level. So sa interregional level, may 64 cases po tayong waiting for matching, and sa ating pong intercountry level ay meron po tayong 400 na bata. 165 po doon ay nasa older group, 81 ay nasa special needs, and 154 po ay under sa sibling group. So due to the reorganization of ICAB to NACC, we have to increase our budget from 65.4 million to 893 million, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Salamat, Yusek. That's all, Madam Chair.
Yes, of course, 800 million is kind of, too large an amount. So maybe we can start off with just at least jumpstart, no, yung organization, yung submit na lang, no, a revised proposal to Congress.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, before we move on to the minority second round, I have here two questions. My last from the majority, Secretary. This one is from Congressman Joboy Aquino of the 1st District of Agusan del Norte. And gusto lang niya mag-follow up yung status of the establishment of the Mindanao Disaster Resource Center. So because apparently we have one here in Pasay, in Luzon, one in the Visayas, in Mandaue City. So nagtanong lang siya kung ano yung status ng Mindanao Disaster Resource Center.
Madam Chair, I think sasagot po yan ng aming pong Disaster Management Undersecretary Bautista, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair and Your Honors. We are still negotiating with the construction or establishment of the Mindanao Disaster Center. And actually, the PMS indicated that the media center there will be donated and will be used as the Mindanao Center Resource Center. So we are still in the process, Madam Chair, of negotiating the manner of the lot supposedly to be donated by the Media Center Office of the President, and as well as the funding requirement of 1.1 billion for the construction of the Mindanao Center.
So, yung funding, wala pa talaga. It's not included in the 2023 budget.
Wala pa, Madam Chair. I believe this is included in, for the funding of the Tier 2 request.
Tier 2.
Yes,
Tier 2.
Madam Chair.
Okay. So that's on record, and I would relay that to Congressman Aquino. And then earlier, Sec, Kong Ed Chato mentioned about the Odette Shelter Fund, now of 1.5, and Region 7, of which Negros Oriental is also part of Region 7, hindi sila nasa listahan, wala sa listahan, no, of the beneficiary of the 1.5 shelter fund. So, yun. Gusto sana naming malaman what happened here, bakit hindi nasama. Kasama kami doon sa affected na sa Typhoon Odette.
Madam Chair, yan po yung query na yan. We will, if you would please, I can ask for the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Sa kanila na po kasi yan, yung sinasabing 1.5 billion, Madam Chair. Lahat ng mga ESA po namin, yung Emergency Shelter Assistance, hawak na po ngayon and DSWD, Madam Chair. But I can ask them, and then I can give you a report within the next coming days, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that's all. And okay, so it's may pahabol lang si Kong Advincula sa first round. Okay, so Representative Adrian Advincula. Last na ito sa first round po. Representative
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
yes, yes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much po. No? I would like to apologize for earlier. I know you recognized me, naputo lang po. I'm joining kasi via Zoom, no? So anyway, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary Tulfo, no? Quick question lang po, very quick lang, Madam, kasi alam ko ako po yung last eh. So I come from Lone District and in my experience, Madam Chair, most often than not po yung ating AIX payout, it takes usually 2 weeks to be released. And you know, kaya naman po lumalapit yung ating mga kababayan sa DSWD is because kailangan po nila itong ating AIX, no? And I think, in my opinion, yung pong 2 linggong pag-aantay ay masyadong matagal para sa ating mga kababayan. And with that in mind, Madam Chair, I would just like to inquire, no, if the DSWD will allow the downloading of funds, particularly the AIX to the LGU, dahil mas mapapabilis po nito ang proseso. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, nakaschedule po kasi yan, Your Honor. So, depende po sa scheduling po ninyo kasi, for example, sa isang region, mayroon po ilang mga representatives po natin na kailangan po nilang ma-downloadan po niyan. So, nakaschedule po yung mga payouts na what you're mentioning, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you po. Madam Chair, would it be possible if yun pong AIX na allotted supposedly for your region or the district, pwede po bang mai-download to ng LGU para po mas mabilis tayo mag-disburse?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, wala po sa practice po namin yan and we don't do that actually. Yung pag-download po directly, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Madam Chair. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to also manifest my support for the budget of the DSWD. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Rep. Aldrin Kula. And yes, 3rd District of Cavite. And so we have our last interpellator, hopefully, Representative Zia Alonto Adyong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me please to ask a few questions to our good secretary. And it's good to see you again, Secretary Tulfo. If you can remember, we met first time in Marawi City when you went there to cover the Marawi siege. Actually, my line of questioning is connected with the Marawi siege. Does the DSWD still sit in the TFPM, Task Force Bangum Marawi?
Under the EO.
Under po the EO, yes, pero inactive po siya ngayon, Your Honor.
Yeah. I believe for the past 4 years, Madam Chair, Task Force Bangon DSWD has been given out quite a number of programs to the beneficiaries. May I know if, for example, the Katanor, is the Secretary familiar with this program? I believe he has just taken over the DSWD. Perhaps somebody from USEC can relate that question or ask somebody from the USEC to answer in details yung progress report po in utilization rate in the terms of the budget for the Katanor program, the listing of all the beneficiaries, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will submit a report, Your Honor, a complete report on your request, probably within the next few days, as we will collate documents and statistics and status pertaining to your request, Your Honor.
How much does the DSWD incur in terms of the releases of these funds and the utilization rate? Because I would like to know, Madam Chair, in their field office, if DSWD has a certain number of manpower necessary for all the beneficiaries be given the program, no, the assistance from DSWD. Does the DSWD have at least give us the utilization rate versus the manpower, the absorptive capacity of their manpower on the ground? Are these listing available, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will submit all these documents so that for your perusal. Right now, we don't have it with us, Your Honor. It's in our office, but we do promise you to give that report within the week, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lastly, Madam Chair, I'm citing this because I believe the good secretary is already informed about the situation on the ground. In terms of the rehabilitation of Marawi is still ongoing, and we would like to know the plan of the DSWD once the FBM will be over up until December. And I'd like very much to know exactly how will the DSWD continue their assistance to the IDPs of Marawi City, and to know exactly how they will collaborate on the ground, because I believe in the initial sequence, in the initial releases of the funding based on the listing, it's under Region 10. And now it's actually transferred to Region 12. And I would like to know how they would be, how they're able to at least adjust with the listings and to compare all the listings from Region 10 to Region 12. And I would also like to request that from the good secretary and to know exactly how the DSWD will proceed with the assistance, the phasing under Cantenor 1, Cantenor 2, and Cantenor 3, Madam Chair. That would be, I think that would be all, Madam Chair. And I'd like to put in the record, Madam Chair, my support to the budget of the DSWD, to congratulate in advance Secretary Tulfo. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I can get the listing the soonest possible time, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we will do so within the next few days, Your Honor.
Including, Your Honor, Madam Chair, the plan of the SWD as pertains to the Marawi rehabilitation. So ano po yung component ng support ng DSWD ang papasok po dyan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ajol. And we're on our second round, and hopefully the lone minority leader who will be asking questions. So I give the floor now to our Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, sana po, no, yung sa first question siguro, sana po hindi uncertain yung funding source natin dito sa Section 15 ng additional benefits na may provision na 1,000 subsidy per month para sa solo parent na kumikita ng minimum wage and below sa RA 11861 expanded solo parents. Second po, pinapatanong po kung may timeline kayo of the listing. Kasi kanina, di ba yung delisting ng 4Ps, meron po ba kayong timeline nun?
Within the year po, Madam Chair, Your Honor, within the year po yung aming target. Inaantay na lamang po namin yung list po na magagaling, Your Honor, mula po sa 4Ps beneficiaries. Samahan po nila na pwede po namin i-compare po doon sa, para safe po, Madam Chair, para sa protection na rin po yung doon sa mga beneficiaries na madidilis po natin, na safe po na talagang sigurado, because that will come from their association na po mismo.
So within the year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As last na po na manifestation, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it has become alarmingly clear that National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, NCIP Chair Allen Kapuyan, cannot discern the demarcation line between his personal hate crusade and the NCIP's mandate to protect and promote the interests and well-being of IPs. We cannot allow public funds to be repeatedly used for the spread of lies, red tagging, terror tagging, and vilification of IP advocates and progressive organizations.
to the point of endangering the lives and safety of the very sector which NCIP is supposed to protect, lies that enable state violence against IP communities and ordinary citizens seeking change. Sa halip na tumindig ang NCIP laban sa panghihimasok ng foreign mining companies, agriventures at mga militar sa lupang ninuno, nagiging instrumento pa ito para mawala ang lupang ninuno at dahasin ng mga komunidad ng mga katutubo. Madam Chair, I move to defer the deliberation of 2023 budget of the NCIP. Madam Chair, likewise, may I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached agencies, except NCIP. I so move, Madam Chair.
Second the motion, Madam
There's a
Chair.
motion to terminate today's proceeding, and it has been seconded, except the motion to terminate the budget briefing of the DSWD, including the attached agencies, except NCIP, is carried. The Committee on Appropriation will set another budget briefing for NCIP at a later date.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Congressman Marcolata.
I just came in, Madam Chair, after several hours of waiting this morning until the late afternoon. Now, as I came in, I have heard the motion to defer the budget of this NCIP. What is the reason for this, Madam Chair?
Well, Congressman Arlene, would you like to reiterate reason why you want the NCIP budget to be deferred?
Yes, Madam Chair, kaugnay po ito sa red tagging no ng mga issues and verification kanina. For the record, narinig po natin yung ilan sa mga sagot ng NCIP Chair.
I did not know. What is the reason?
Yung red tagging po, as mentioned earlier by Representative Allen Capulian. No, sorry, not Representative. Chairman.
Madam
Allen
Chair, up to
Capulian.
that extent, I was here, I think, towards noon, and a certain representative was asking the NCIP whether there was red tagging, and I heard it very clear that the representative from NCIP said there is no red tagging. So which is which? What is supposed to be the case here?
Honorable Marcoleta, we can provide you with the transcript and the record, which is clearly he mentioned the red tagging issue.
Even on the assumption that somebody said that there was red tagging, is that a basis to defer the budget, Madam Chair? I think this committee is not in a position to determine whether or not there was red tagging or there was an allegation of red tagging. Why this committee is supposed to look into the budget and be brief about the budget of the DSWD and the attached agencies under it.
DSWD terminated.
Yun na nga, ba't kasama yung ano, di ba?
Madam Chair, we wish to suspend the budget briefing.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sorry. Let me correct that.
Madam Chair.
Just 1 minute suspension just to talk to, clarify about this. Okay. The briefing is resumed, and I would like to recognize Congressman Ed Seligman, our independent minority, to manifest.
Madam Chair, the reason for the deferment of the termination of the budget proposal of NCIP is this: it has a meager budget, and it is even asking for more. But in the process, NCIP is doubling on activities which is not within its mandate, using their meager funds. For example, it is engaged in anti-dissident campaign, in the anti-communist campaign, which should not be the case. That should be left to the proper agencies like the Department of National Defense, the military establishment, and the police establishment. That is the reason why there was a move to defer the approved determination of the budget briefing for this particular agency. And it was seconded and approved. And that is the status of the situation with respect to NCIP.
So thank you very much for that clarification and for better understanding as well of
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the budget briefing of the DSWD and its attached agencies.
Second.
I'm sorry, I withdraw that. May I move that we suspend our deliberation and resume on Wednesday, September 7, 2022 at 9 a.m.
Second, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, how about the previous motion, which was properly seconded and approved, that the termination of the briefing of the department will not include the proposed budget of the NCIP?
Yes, so we're just reinstating the statement that there's a motion to suspend the budget briefing or terminate the budget briefing of the DSWD except and its attached agency except the NCIP po.
And it was seconded
At a later date.
And it was
seconded as well.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify.
Suspend. May adjournment.
Ano ba?
Ako binibili niya.